Introduction. I've always been fascinated by why anyone commits a crime. Some criminals carry visible warning signs, traits that make us say, "Ah, of course." A deep-thinking Roman ruler once wrote, "Poverty is the mother of crime." Modern-day lives tell us that broken homes, oppression, and addiction can be other common reasons in some cases. But other crimes seem to have no telling signs. While crime itself has always captivated us, it's the ones committed by people with seemingly perfect lives, a good education, and a normal upbringing with a loving family that unsettle us the most. They force us to confront an uncomfortable question. If someone like that could snap, what does that say about the rest of us? What turns someone into a killer next door, despite a life that looks just like ours? Let me explore that question through a story. There's a man standing in front of an ATM. Let's call him John. He's an accountant at a retail chain, has spotless performance reviews, 2 wonderful daughters, and a golden retriever. He hasn't put a foot wrong in his entire life. But today, just as he pockets a significant amount of cash taken from the machine and turns to leave, he's confronted by a stranger wielding a knife. Acting in self-defense, John pulls out a concealed gun and fires. The attacker falls down. He's not dead or unconscious, but clearly down. The knife is no longer in his hand, though it still lies within reach. John could have believed that the danger had passed and the threat had been neutralized. But in the heat of the moment, John fires again immediately. Now imagine this. Instead of firing again on an impulse, John waits 11 full seconds. That pause changes everything, doesn't it? If he had stopped after the first shot, his actions might be understood as a reflexive, life-preserving response. But with time to evaluate the situation, the second shot takes on a different meaning. It's no longer instinctive, it's deliberate, and that shifts the narrative. Is this now premeditated murder? If 11 seconds feels too long, what about 7 or 4? Does intention crystallize in seconds? What if the assailant moved or didn't? These aren't just legal questions, they are philosophical ones. This scenario, as described by Robert Sapolsky, highlights the dilemma that lies in the murky space where biology, behavior, and morality intersect. John's reaction is a classic example of the fight-or-flight response. When his brain perceived a life-threatening situation, it triggered his nervous system. Within milliseconds, his adrenal glands released a surge of adrenaline and cortisol, preparing his body for immediate action. His heart pounded, his vision tunneled, and his muscles coiled, evolution's gift for escaping predators. And in that moment, John pulled the trigger. But evolution didn't design the stress response for the moral complexity of modern life. It wasn't built for ambiguous, high-stakes decisions made under artificial light in front of an ATM. Under extreme stress, the brain stops parsing nuance. The amygdala, the seat of fear, takes over, drowning out the brain's center of logic and restraint. Everything becomes binary. Threat or no threat. So what about the second shot? Can we still blame it on the amygdala, or had John regained control? That's the question at the heart of debates about free will, moral responsibility, and culpability. His defense in a court of law might argue that he experienced a lingering fear that persisted even after the actual threat seemed to have passed. When the body remains in a hyper-aroused state, the brain can misinterpret ambiguous signals as a threat. As per neuroscience, in such a situation, the stress circuits don't just flip off. They echo, loop, and distort. What appears deliberate may still be a byproduct of a system stuck in survival mode. But the prosecution side would say that the second shot was definitely a deliberate act, an act of overkill rather than a survival instinct. They would try to build a case by calling it a revenge-driven action instead of a fear-driven one. While both sides of the case can have convincing arguments, there are more philosophical aspects for us to ponder. What if the neighborhood had a recent surge in knife attacks? What if John had heard about stabbings nearby and was primed for violence? What if, buried deep in his memory, lay a childhood trauma that made the idea of being threatened unbearable? And what if, instead of John, it was someone who had grown up with an alcoholic mother, suffering from fetal alcohol syndrome, his brain altered by chemicals even before he was born? Suppose the system failed him long before he ever pulled a trigger. Would these details make us see the second shot differently? The second question that has consumed me, especially over the last few years, is how should we treat criminals? The deeper I've tried to answer it, the more complex and layered the question seems to become. When we punish someone for a crime, what are we really trying to achieve? Are we aiming to A. Reform them, B. Set an example to deter others and protect society, C. Offer a sense of justice or closure to the victim and their family, D. Satisfy the primal feeling inside us by punishing wrongdoers because it simply makes us feel better? In today's world, we as a society seem to have agreed to the prison system. Somebody commits a crime, the court finds them guilty, and they spend time in prison. The duration and severity of the time in prison are determined by the severity of the crime. While in prison, inmates can pursue education and, in some cases, hold jobs as well. But this has definitely not always been the default justice system. Historically, it's been quite normal to make a spectacle out of punishment. Louis XV, the King of France in the 18th century, is remembered for a particularly gruesome execution. In 1757, an assassin stabbed him with a penknife, which could barely cause a superficial wound through the king's thick winter clothing. In the execution that followed, Damien, the one who had attempted the assassination, had his legs crushed by a torture device called the boot. The responsible hand with which he had attempted the killing was then burned with pincers. A mixture of molten lead, boiling oil, burning resin, wax, and sulfur was then poured on his wounds. He was castrated, and the burning mixture was applied to whatever remained of his private region. As Damien wailed and cried for death, the crowd cheered the torture. This was followed by what was called quartering, in which all 4 of his limbs were tied to a horse each. The 4 horses would then be led off in opposing directions, attempting to tear off Damien's limbs. When his limbs refused to let go, an executioner had to help the horses by severing all 4 of his limbs. Damien was reduced to a torso, but was still alive. He was then thrown into a fire and reduced to ash. It was only now that the crowd dispersed, choosing to watch the whole process till its very completion. You are probably repulsed by reading this. Imagine the impact it would have had on the population at the time. The display would have definitely deterred anyone else who was thinking about succeeding where Damien had failed. And deterrence is part of the point of a punitive justice system, as it provides a warning to others not to break the law. But it's impossible not to see the problems in such a justice system. It's hard to believe that such ghastly acts were not only permitted, but celebrated by the times. Fortunately, more humane methods of punishment have been devised. Now, let's examine Damien's punishment through the lens of the 4 aims of justice that I shared earlier. First, did it, A, reform him? Clearly not. He was destroyed, not transformed. There was no opportunity for introspection, repentance, or change. The punishment was final, absolute, and offered no path to redemption. Reform wasn't just neglected, it was rendered irrelevant. In terms of B, deterring others and protecting society, the punishment likely succeeded, at least superficially. A gruesome public execution of this scale would have struck fear into the hearts of would-be criminals. Watching a man torn apart by horses and set ablaze is not a fate one would risk lightly. Yet this form of deterrence is blunt and terror-based. It instills fear, not ethics, compliance, not conscience. What about C, justice and closure for the victim's side? In Damien's case, the victim was the monarch himself, who survived with barely a scratch. The punishment became more about the preservation of royal power than about justice. The focus seemed to have become a theatrical display to reaffirm the king's invincibility. The crowd's roaring approval points more toward D, the satisfaction of primal vengeance. Damien's execution fed a deep, perhaps universal human appetite to see wrongdoers suffer, not just face consequences. In this way, it was effective, even though it tethered justice to spectacle and punishment to pleasure. What we do with criminals says just as much about them as it does about us. And that, ultimately, is the question I hope this book leaves you asking. Throughout this book, I explore a deeply unsettling question. Why do killers do what they do? Rather than beginning with judgment, I start with curiosity, seeking to understand the layers that lead to acts we consider unforgivable. Only after examining the psychological, neurological, and social dimensions of murder do I return, in the final section, to a harder question. What should we do with those who commit such crimes? Murder is one of the most extreme and devastating choices a human being can make. In that moment, every system in the body, neurological, hormonal, and emotional, is in overdrive. The stakes are existential. To truly understand the nature of free will and moral responsibility, it is not enough to look at ordinary decisions made under ordinary circumstances. Hence, I have chosen to examine some of the most extreme acts recorded in human history, acts of murder where every force that shapes human behavior, from biology and instinct to trauma, circumstance, and conscious choice, converges with overwhelming intensity. It is in these moments, when the margin between thought and action, between control and chaos, is at its thinnest, that we can begin to glimpse the true complexities of human freedom. Murder rarely stems from a single cause. It can be a result of a complex web: neurological abnormalities, psychological disorders, childhood neglect, cultural conditioning, or even a momentary loss of control. Each case opens a window into the deeper mechanics of human behavior. By studying those who kill, we gain insights not only into the nature of extreme violence, but also into the broader spectrum of human impulse and restraint. Over the past few years, in the process of researching and writing this book, I have spoken with behavioral psychologists, neuroscientists, criminal lawyers, and ethics professors. I have immersed myself in both academic research and personal narratives, poring over case studies, trial transcripts, and psychological evaluations. Some questions lingered with me for weeks, demanding not just analysis, but reflection. But spending more than half a decade on this book has been a truly enriching experience. At times, as you read, it may feel like I'm defending murderers. That's because the case for punishing them is straightforward. They took a life. Society demands retribution, and in many cases, rightfully so. But that's not the argument that needs reinforcement. The harder, more uncomfortable question, the one we often avoid, is this: to what extent are we responsible for our actions? To seek that answer, we must look beneath the act itself, into the mind, the past, the chemistry, and the context behind it. That is what this book attempts to do. The first case, the water was still. It was a Tuesday morning in 2001 when Rusty Yates's phone rang. He worked for NASA, sharing a sixth-floor office with 3 other team members in the shuttle vehicle engineering team. The call was from his wife, Andrea, whom he had seen only an hour ago. He had left her sitting at the kitchen table, and their 5 children were home as well. He had given her psychiatric meds that the doctor had prescribed. "You need to come home," Andrea said in a firm voice. "What's wrong?" he asked. "It's time," she replied. "What do you mean?" "It's time," she repeated. Andrea had lost her father only 3 months ago, and her health had taken a downturn once again. Rusty's mom, Dora Yates, was supposed to reach home to be with Andrea that morning. She had moved from Tennessee to her as she recovered from illness. But in spite of 2 hospitalizations, Andrea hadn't improved much. Rusty asked his mom if she had reached his house, but she hadn't. He asked her to hurry and called Andrea next. "Is anybody hurt?" Rusty asked. "Yes," Andrea answered. "Who?" "The kids." "Which ones?" he asked. "All of them," was the chilling answer. Minutes before calling her husband at 9:48 a.m., Andrea had called the police. "I need a police officer," she said. "What's the problem?" the operator asked. "I just need him to come," Andrea said. "I need to know why they are coming. Is your husband there?" "No." "What's the problem?" "I need him to come." At the end of the conversation, the operator still didn't know why Andrea was calling for help. She had refused to answer any questions that would narrow down the scope of the problem. Burglary, husband abuse, medical emergency? She said she was ill, but didn't specify how. When asked if she needed an ambulance, she initially said no, but then realized her children might need it, and said yes. Andrea chose to either be silent or mutter incoherent answers to many of the operator's questions. When asked if she was alone, Andrea said, "No. My kids are here. They are 7, 5, 3, 2, and 6 months." In the end, the operator verified her address and agreed to send an officer, knowing very little about the situation. Officer Knapp received a call that he needed to do a welfare check. When he rang Andrea's bell, he saw a lady, dripping wet. "What do you need a police officer for, ma'am?" he asked. "I just killed my kids," Andrea replied. The officer was thrown off by the reply. All he could say was, "Why?" Andrea just repeated, "I killed my kids." "Where are they?" "They're in the bed." Officer Knapp entered the house and looked around. There was a dog barking from the kennel, and framed family photos lined the hallway. He didn't see anything concerning. While walking across the house, he noticed a child's arm sticking out from a cotton sheet. The arm was unusually pale. As the officer would later find out, that was Luke, Rusty, and Andrea's 2-year-old son. Alongside Luke, the officer discovered 3 other children, looking as if they were merely sleeping peacefully, with one of them having kept her head on her brother's arm. He checked for signs of life. There were none. The froth from the mouths of 3 of them confirmed that their lungs had burst. There was no point taking them to a hospital. It was too late. Officer Knapp was soon joined by Officer Stumpo, who had also received a call for a welfare check. He saw a little head on the mattress and walked close to it. "I thought it was a doll," he later said. "The closer I got, the more it came into focus, and when I got close enough, I realized it was the head of a child. I touched the child's head. It was warm to the touch." Officer Stumpo went to the guest bathroom and discovered a 5th child, Noah, 7 years old, floating face down in the water. Their names were Noah, John, Paul, Luke, and Mary. All 5 were gone, drowned one by one in the family bathtub. The youngest was 6 months old. Rusty Yates arrived at his house and began screaming. The house had already been surrounded by crime scene yellow tapes, which he tried to duck and cross but wasn't allowed to. "What did she do to my kids? What did she do to my kids?" he shouted. A 3rd officer who had arrived by now told him that all 5 of his children had passed away. Rusty fell to the ground and started screaming as he pounded the floor. The officer didn't blame Rusty. In spite of his experience in the police, he was taken aback by this crime scene. Rusty grabbed a plastic chair and threw it at nothing in particular as he kept screaming. He wanted to see his children, but he was not allowed, as the police carried on their investigation. He was told that he should be in the L-shaped corner lot in his backyard, where he could get some privacy while the investigation took place. From the backyard, Rusty could see Andrea sitting on the couch through a slit in the curtain. "How could you do this? I don't understand," he yelled at her again and again. He would fall to his knees and get up again. This went on until Officer Stumpo closed the slit. Deprived of the visual inside the house, Rusty heard sobbing from the front of the house. It was his mother, Dora, who had just been told that all 5 of her grandchildren were dead. A media person had arrived, and he shot as Rusty and Dora cried together. Until now, Rusty had been hoping that maybe Noah was with Dora, as he sometimes did. "I knew Noah had been in the house when I left for work, but my mind wanted to believe one of my kids had somehow survived. Sometimes his kids took turns to go to the motel where their grandmother was staying, to spend some time away from their multiple siblings. I remember holding out hope Noah had been spending the night with Mom," Rusty later said. Officer Stumpo came out and offered them water, but Rusty told them that there was probably no clean glass, as the kids had just had breakfast in front of the TV. Stumpo looked around the kitchen and realized that Rusty was right. There were no clean glasses. Andrea saw him searching and told him there were glasses in the china cupboard. Neighbors gathered outside as the police taped off the yard. Andrea was taken out, wearing eyeglasses, gold loop earrings, and handcuffs. Reporters began to arrive, with their cameras, microphones, and vans. One cameraman, who had arrived early and watched her leave with the police, noted that she looked peaceful as she followed the first officer to the car. This was unusual in his 25 years as a police beat reporter. He'd seen too many murderers, and every time, the killers' faces had great emotions of anger or laughter. Every emotion was extreme. Andrea was a big exception to this. At the crime scene, a police spokesman briefed the media. When our responding officer arrived, he was met at the door by Andrea, who by then was breathing heavily. You could tell she was disturbed. And at the time, she said to the officer, "I killed my children." And the officer said, "Where are they?" And she led the officer to the bedroom, where there were 4 bodies, and there was one body in the bathtub. A reporter asked about the officer's well-being. "The officers are pretty distraught. The responding officer's got a couple children of his own. There are homicide investigators who were here at the house have children of their own. It's rather a disheartening thing to see, and it will be for some time. I mean, it's a tough thing." Officer Stumpo drove Andrea to the police headquarters for interrogation. He turned on the radio, and of course, it was talking about her. At the police facility, a horde of cameramen was waiting for her. "You're a celebrity," Officer Stumpo said. A few hours later, it was time for Andrea's interrogation to begin. This time it was Sergeant Eric Mayle. He asked her to name her children with their ages, and Andrea did. She had no attorney. He asked her about the events of the morning. She told him that Rusty had left for the office at around 9 a.m. All the kids were awake by then. They were having cereal for breakfast. After Rusty left, she filled the bathtub with water. There was only one bathtub in the house. It was a regular-sized bathtub. She filled it up to 3 inches from the top. "After you drew the bath water, what was your intent? What were you about to do?" the sergeant asked. "Drown the children," Andrea replied in a monotone. "Okay, were you going to drown all your children?" At this point, Andrea blanked out for a full 15 seconds. The sergeant wondered if he should speak up, as she stared right at him. Was it in reference to, or was it because the children had done something?" he finally asked. "No," she replied. He asked her if she had thought of this before, and she said yes. "How long have you been having thoughts about wanting? Or not wanting to, but drowning your children? Probably since I realized I have not been a good mother to them. What makes you say that? The sergeant asked, trying to establish if the murder was premeditated or not. They weren't developing correctly. Behavioral problems? He asked. Yes. After that, the two of them went through the sequence of events. Andrea told him that she put Paul, the most compliant one, in. She put him face down, and he tried to struggle for a couple of minutes. But she kept him underwater forcibly. Then he stopped struggling, and there was no movement. Then she laid him on the bed, face up, and covered his entire body with a sheet. She then claimed she had drowned Luke and clarified the same details for him. Later, it was established that she had gotten the sequence wrong. According to her, John was next. He struggled a little longer than the previous two, as he was 5 years old. And it was Mary who had been in the bathroom all this time. At only 6 months, she had no understanding of what was happening around her, but she was still crying. Once she stopped moving in the water, Andrea left her in. She called Noah to the bathroom. He saw Mary and asked, "What happened to Mary?" Andrea didn't respond and began to try to drown Noah. He was 7 years old, the eldest, and tried to run from her. But she got him before he could leave the bathroom. She tried to drown him face down, but he tried to turn around. Unlike his siblings, he even made it out of the water a couple of times, but Andrea forced him back in. After 3 minutes, he stopped struggling as well. Andrea left him in the water, while the 4 others were on the bed, under a sheet. This would become Andrea's absolute confession. She told the sergeant that she believed that she deserved to be punished for not being a good mother, and she had had those thoughts for the last 2 years. When she was asked how the drowning of her children punished her, she didn't have a reply. When the sergeant asked if she wanted the criminal justice system to punish her, she said yes. By the time the sergeant was done, it had been a little over 3.5 hours since Andrea had called the police. I picked the Andrea Yates case to open this book because the more you unveil it, the grayer everything gets. A mother of 5, with no history of violence, had carried out something unimaginable. Was she a monster? Or was she just ill? How responsible is someone for their actions when their mind is fractured like hers was? And what about the actions of others that led her to do what she did? How much free will did she really have? Chapter 1. Misfired Prescription. Almost exactly 2 years before the incident, Rusty had received a different call from Andrea while he was at work. Luke, their 4th, was just born, and Andrea was breastfeeding him. At the time, they were living in a bus conversion motorhome in Hitchcock, Texas. She was crying and told him to come home. Rusty dropped everything and hurried home. He found her at the back of the bus, in a chair, shaking, unable to speak. Her hands were trembling in her lap as though she were trying to hold herself together by sheer will alone. She was in a full-blown psychiatric crisis. She could barely speak, but she muttered, "I need help." Rusty tried to comfort her, but in his limited knowledge, he had no idea what was happening. The only solution he could think of was fresh air. He drove Andrea and the kids for half an hour and strolled along the sidewalk. The place was peaceful and had been one of their favorite spots. But Andrea did not show any signs of improvement. The next day, he took Andrea to her parents' home, hoping a change of scenery would cure whatever was gripping her mind. The next afternoon, as her kids napped, Andrea took more than 40 tablets of 50 milligram trazodone, which is known to have a strong sedative quality. It was prescribed to her father, and the dose could have been fatal. But her mother saw her in time to rush her to the hospital. As the reason for admission, a nurse wrote, "Overdose. Doesn't want to die but wants the misery to go away." The doctor who saw her after that wrote terms like minimal speech, retarded psychomotor activity, paucity of thought, depressed mood, affect extremely constricted and shallow, attention poor. The fact that Andrea thought she was a bad mother felt like delusional guilt to him. She believed something inside her was broken beyond repair. She had not yet voiced the delusions that would later take hold of her, but the seeds were already planted. He diagnosed her with major depression, single episode, severe. 7 days after her admission, her doctor wrote in his notes, "They are requesting that she be discharged to the family's care. They have agreed to watch her around the clock and are aware that she is at risk of harming herself again." He also noted that her insurance limited her hospital stay to 7 days, and hence she could not be kept any longer. The instructions to Rusty were clear. Andrea needed to be watched at all times. If he could not be with her, someone else needed to be. The risk of another suicide attempt was too high. 3 weeks later, Andrea made another attempt at suicide. She tried to slit her throat in the bathroom of her parents' house. Rusty rushed her to the hospital, and her new psychiatrist, Dr. Starbranch, took care of her. Andrea was glued to Luke, her youngest child at the time, but refused to feed him. But when her mother or brother encouraged her, she would eventually breastfeed him. She didn't interact much with the other children. She was inconsistent with her psychiatric medicine and flushed some of them when she realized they were antipsychotic. Her scalp was beginning to develop wounds from her scratching. Arms, legs, and even her nose had similar marks on them. Dr. Starbranch determined that she was mute, suicidal, and psychotic. Her speech was reduced to whispers, her movements slow and unnatural, as though she were walking through a thick fog. Her doctors now knew they were dealing with more than depression. This was psychosis. Audio and video hallucinations had also begun. "I had a fear I would hurt somebody. I thought it better to end my own life and prevent it," she said to another doctor. She talked about seeing a knife and hearing a voice about 10 times a day. It had started when Noah was born. She also talked about having obsessive thoughts about how her children would turn out, and that she didn't want to fail as a mother. These hallucinations brought schizophrenia into the picture, and her depression was no longer a single episode. This was when Dr. Starbranch recommended Haldol for the first time. At the time, this medicine was not fully understood, but it was known to block certain brain cell activities. The antipsychotic was powerful enough to cut through the chaos in Andrea's mind. It was administered via injection, too, so there was no way for Andrea to secretly stop taking it. And as Andrea and Rusty found out, this drug had a magical impact on her. Within a day, he felt as if his wife was back, as they had a deep conversation, sitting in the hospital room. Within days, she began eating. Within weeks, it was as if she had been pulled back from the edge of a cliff. Her doctors saw the transformation, too. They knew what had saved her. For a while, Andrea seemed to be improving. She was quiet, but she was present. She cared for the children. She seemed stable. And then, in what would become the most devastating decision of her life, she and Rusty made a choice that would undo everything. They decided to have another baby. Dr. Starbranch could not have been clearer with Andrea. "If you have another child, your psychosis will return." So far, Andrea had attempted suicide twice, had been hospitalized multiple times, and had only just begun to recover. He warned that having another child would destroy whatever fragile stability she had managed to regain. But Andrea and Rusty ignored the warning. She became pregnant with their 5th child, Mary, just 2 months later. And then, with Rusty's encouragement, Andrea stopped taking her medication entirely. Some could say that by the time Mary was born on November 30th, 2000, Andrea's fate had already been sealed. She was off all psychiatric drugs. Her paranoia had returned. She believed she was possessed by Satan. She told an old friend, a fellow nurse, that she was certain it wasn't postpartum depression that had nearly killed her before. It was the devil himself. For months, she fought against the darkness that was creeping back into her mind. And then, on March 12th, 2001, her father died. This was the final blow. Andrea's decline was swift and merciless. She stopped functioning. She didn't eat or speak. She scratched at her scalp until it bled. She barely slept, barely moved, barely existed. Rusty, watching this unfold in real time, called Doctor Starbranch and was given clear instructions to take Andrea to the hospital immediately. She needed inpatient care before her condition became completely unmanageable. The consequences of waiting could be catastrophic. Rusty waited anyway. Instead of following Starbranch's advice, he spent days calling around, searching for a psychiatrist who could prescribe medication without requiring hospitalization. Andrea sat in silence, deteriorating before his eyes, as Rusty put off getting her the help she needed. By the time she was finally admitted to Devereaux, Texas Treatment Center on March 31, 2001, it had been 4 days since the emergency first began. 4 days in which her mind had been left unchecked to spiral further and further into darkness. Around 10 weeks before the day Andrea would drown her children, she had been confined within the walls of Devereaux, Texas Treatment Center for nearly 2 weeks. Yet her condition had barely improved. Her body remained rigid with catatonia, her gaze fixed on some unseen point in the distance. She spoke only in clipped, hesitant words, if at all. She still refused food, still clawed at her scalp in a relentless, obsessive motion that left behind raw patches of skin. Any observer, with even the most rudimentary understanding of psychiatric care, would have recognized that Andrea Yates was not well. She was still barely functioning. She needed real help, more than what she had been given in the past 13 days. But despite the unmissable warning signs, Dr. Muhammad Saeed and the staff at Devereaux determined that Andrea was ready to leave. Rusty was stunned. He implored Dr. Saeed to keep Andrea hospitalized for just a little longer. But psychiatric hospitals are not designed to be indefinite holding cells, and the pressure to discharge patients was often as much financial as it was medical. A hospital bed left occupied by a patient deemed stable was a bed that could not be filled by someone new or fresh from an emergency room with an immediate crisis. Insurance companies dictated the length of a patient's stay more often than doctors did. And so, despite Rusty's pleas, Andrea was sent home. Andrea Yates left Devereaux just as lost in the abyss of her illness as she had been when she arrived. But now she carried something else with her. New prescriptions. Dr. Saeed had placed her on a combination of Effexor, Wellbutrin, and Risperdal, a regimen intended to stabilize her. Yet Rusty couldn't shake his concern. He reminded Dr. Saeed of Andrea's past success with Haldol, the antipsychotic that had previously pulled her from the depths of her illness under Dr. Eileen Starbranch's care. It had been the only medication that worked, the only thing that had ever made Andrea seem like herself again. Rusty had seen it all before: the vacant stare, the refusal to eat, the slow, shuffling movements of a woman who seemed only half present in the world around her. He had spent the last 2 years watching his wife cycle between brief periods of improvement and long, devastating collapses. And yet, despite the undeniable fact that the only medication that had ever helped her was an antipsychotic, Dr. Saeed told them that Andrea no longer needed it. There was not even tapering off, even though antipsychotic medications weren't designed to be stopped abruptly. The human brain, especially one as fragile as Andrea's, couldn't adjust overnight. The risks of a sudden withdrawal could be catastrophic. a violent return of psychotic symptoms, a complete disconnection from reality, a descent into paranoia, hallucinations, and delusions. Dr. Said never reached out to Dr. Starbranch, who had prescribed Haldol. He declared that there was no definite indication of psychosis. He never placed a call to discuss Andrea's past treatment, never reviewed the records that contained the key to her tenuous recovery. Instead, he raised Andrea's Effexor dosage. The decision was made with confidence, as though this new regimen would magically undo the years of suffering that had built up inside her. But it was a miscalculation of the highest order. The fallout was swift and brutal. The already struggling Andrea was now in freefall, slipping further into the prison of her own mind. But there was no medical intervention, no effort to reevaluate, no attempt to reassess whether the abrupt discontinuation of Haldol had been a mistake. In the weeks that followed Andrea's discharge, instead of recovering, she began a rapid and unmistakable decline. She returned to a near catatonic state, staring for hours at nothing, pacing the house in endless circles. She spoke less and less. When she did speak, her words were often cryptic, her meaning lost in the fog of her mind. She began scratching at her arms, her head, her skin raw from the repeated motion. She barely ate. And then, one day, she filled the bathtub. When asked why, she replied, "In case I need it." The meaning of that phrase would not fully reveal itself until it was too late. But in that moment, Rusty knew that the treatment and medication she had received were not enough. The woman he loved, the mother of his children, was slipping further and further away. And the doctors who were supposed to save her were letting her go. By June 18, 2001, Andrea Yates was barely holding on. The woman who had once been a devoted mother, an intelligent nurse, and a wife who took meticulous care of her family had become a hollowed-out version of herself. Rusty reached out to Dr. Muhammad Said's office and laid his concern bare. "She's declined," Rusty told the psychiatrist. He asked the one question that had been weighing on him for weeks. Should Andrea go back on Haldol? Dr. Said's response was dismissive. "It's a bad medicine," he said. He changed Andrea's medication regimen yet again. He reduced her Effexor XR dosage from 450 milligrams to 300 milligrams overnight, a drastic cut in a powerful antidepressant that should have been tapered gradually. Sudden reductions in Effexor were well known to cause withdrawal symptoms, including confusion, dizziness, extreme mood swings, and an increased risk of suicidal and homicidal ideation. Yet, Dr. Said made the change with no apparent concern for the consequences. At the same time, he increased her Remeron dosage from 45 milligrams to 60 milligrams. In psychiatric circles, the combination of Effexor and Remeron is sometimes referred to as rocket fuel because of its ability to induce intense manic episodes, especially in patients with psychotic features. These were radical shifts in brain chemistry administered to a woman who was already deep in the grips of mental collapse. The final appointment was 2 days later. Rusty sat worried beside Andrea once more, watching as his wife drifted further away. She was getting worse, he told Dr. Said. The doctor looked at Andrea and gave her a piece of advice. "You need to help me out with a more positive attitude," he told her. "Chin up." This was not the pep talk Andrea Yates needed. He cut her Effexor dose almost in half, from 300 milligrams to 150 milligrams in one go. The change turned Andrea into a ticking time bomb. She had been stripped of the only antipsychotic that had ever worked for her and thrown into a state of chemical withdrawal from a powerful antidepressant. And she had been placed on the maximum dose of a drug known to induce manic episodes. Including neuroscience-related explanations in criminal cases is a common practice. Usually, these arguments tried to retrofit a diagnosis or cause for the action of the accused. In Andrea's case, the diagnosis was not just made in advance, but clear warnings were also given. Andrea's brain was a perfect storm of neurochemical vulnerabilities, primed for collapse. Long before that fateful day, her biology had been screaming for help. Neurotransmitters misfiring, dopamine pathways short-circuiting, stress hormones marinating key brain regions until they warped her very perception of reality. Her brain had a proven lifeline, Haldol, the one medication that, time and again, had pulled her out of catatonia, out of delusion, out of the abyss. When she was on Haldol, she ate, she spoke, she cared for her children, and yet the system took it away from her. The system was equally, if not more, responsible than she was. And what about the role of stress? One thing we know with certainty: chronic stress changes the brain. It rewires the architecture of thought, emotion, and sanity itself. Andrea had 5 pregnancies in 7 years. No sleep, no recovery time, no social support system that actually understood what postpartum psychosis was, a poster child for chronic stress. The insurance system had its own role in it, didn't it? The financial gatekeeping caused those invisible hands to write discharge papers based on spreadsheets instead of symptoms. She was released on more than one occasion when she was not fit for discharge, even to the untrained eye. The role that this lack of integrated care played in this case cannot be exaggerated. Andrea believed her act was one of salvation, not murder. In her fractured mind, she believed that killing her children was the only way to protect them from eternal damnation. She was convinced they were destined to be condemned by Satan unless she acted. That is her story, and I do not believe it is a post hoc rationalization. It is simply too common in cases of maternal infanticide resulting from postpartum depression. The psychotic thinking is quite stereotypical. The mother feels some terrible satanic evil enveloping her and her children. She feels compelled, often ordered by voices or other hallucinatory forces, to save the children from that overwhelming evil by killing them. There was no way Andrea could be said to have acted on her free will and be attributed the moral responsibility of her actions. But in the end, the first trial resulted in a guilty verdict. Andrea was sentenced to life in prison, a ruling that satisfied those who believed in the sanctity of free will and personal responsibility. The Andrea Yates case left a deep legacy, not just in the legal system, but in the philosophical debate over free will. It raised the uncomfortable question of how we, as a society, balance our belief in personal responsibility with our understanding of mental illness. In a world where the brain can betray the mind, how free are we? Chapter 2: The Weight of Holiness. Mike Waroniecki was feeling quite lost in life when he found himself reading about Jesus of Nazareth. In July 1974, he attended a conference of charismatic Catholics in a football stadium in Indiana. When he knelt down to pray, in a moment of epiphany, he felt filled with the Spirit and saw an image of Jesus in front of his eyes. Exhilarated, Waroniecki went on to adopt the life of a preacher. Apart from proclaiming the gospel on Sundays, he began to accost people on the streets to convince them to follow the path of Jesus. He would even use a loudspeaker and was arrested on multiple occasions for disturbing the peace. On one occasion, he escaped jail by explaining to the jury that the law did not actually mention the decibel levels, which, when exceeded, would be considered a public nuisance. Over time, Waroniecki began to shout at passers-by, carrying a crucifix on his shoulder. By September 1981, he could not escape punishment any longer. He had to pay a fine of $150 and moved to Atlanta. But he continued to subsist on donations from his followers, whose numbers were also growing. Later, he was arrested for his antics in Morocco, the Vatican, and Tampa, Florida, among a few others, for short periods. Rusty grew up near Nashville, Tennessee, where he was actively involved in sports and joined the Fellowship of Christian Athletes. His strong religious background, shaped by his Methodist grandfather, led him to become president of the campus Methodist youth group at his university. In the late 80s, Rusty Yates encountered Michael Waroniecki's street preaching and was drawn to his message of serving Jesus outside organized religion. By this time, Waroniecki and his family were traveling the U.S. in a motorhome, preaching their values. Their methods continued to be loud and brash. One student said that he kept hearing the words Satan and hell. Unlike others, Waroniecki didn't sound like a hypocrite. Rusty was intrigued, and he took the literature being offered. Rusty met Michael and Rachel Waroniecki at university. These itinerant evangelists who preached a strict, radical fire and brimstone version of Christianity would become central figures in Rusty's life, profoundly influencing his beliefs, and later, his marriage to Andrea. Mike and Rusty started corresponding and became friends, indulging in many religious discussions. Rusty quickly formed a close relationship with Michael Waroniecki, viewing him as a mentor and spiritual guide. He corresponded with Michael for about a year or two after college, but reduced contact until he met Andrea. He told her about the Waronieckis and introduced her to Waroniecki soon after they started dating. After this, their communication resumed intermittently. Andrea's initial direct contact came through letters with Rachel Waroniecki, Michael's wife. In these early exchanges, Andrea said she was lonely and asked for advice on raising her children and books her sons might enjoy. Rachel's replies often reframed Andrea's emotional struggles in religious terms, urging her to view her loneliness as a sign to seek salvation through Jesus rather than worldly solutions. Rachel emphasized a woman's role as a homemaker and caregiver, directing Andrea to biblical passages like Titus 2, which stressed submission to one's husband and dedication to household duties. Through these correspondences, Andrea increasingly absorbed the Waroniecki's guilt-driven religious views. The letters reinforced her feelings of inadequacy and spiritual failure, contributing to the psychological burden she was already facing. This ideological influence, layered atop her mental health struggles, played a significant role in shaping her worldview and subsequent actions. The Waroniecki's gifted Andrea a copy of the book Hope for the Flowers, which had an enigmatic message. How does one become a butterfly? You must want to fly so much that you are willing to give up being a caterpillar. To Andrea, it suggested that transformation demanded a sacrifice of one's current self. In her vulnerable state, this message began to echo with a chilling finality for her. Further correspondence with Rachel Waroniecki intensified these inner conflicts. Rachel's admonishments warned Andrea that any deviation from a strict sacrificial path would invite divine retribution. A life of worldly mediocrity, a doomed salvation, and condemnation as a bad mother. Waroniecki's newsletter titled The Perilous Times contained a poem which lamented the disobedient kids of the modern mother worldly, and ends with the question, what becomes of the children of such a Jezebel? Jezebel is a biblical figure most commonly associated with spiritual deception. The Waroniecki's teachings emphasized rigid roles for women and extreme guilt over perceived sins. This left Andrea feeling isolated and inadequate. During her wedding to Rusty, Andrea's decision to wear a veil was not just a tradition, but a symbolic act of shame, as she believed her failure to maintain virginity had tainted her soul. The weight of these religious expectations weighed heavily on Andrea, culminating in a promise she requested from Rusty on their wedding day, that he would remarry her on their 20th anniversary. Rusty's response, as long as you fit into your wedding dress, highlighted their unhealthy dynamic. Andrea's upbringing and early achievements also laid the groundwork for a profound internal conflict. Her early life was defined by academic success and independence. The youngest of 5, she excelled as valedictorian and swim team captain, eventually becoming a respected nurse at MD Anderson Cancer Center. She thrived in her own apartment with a cherished car, but her life shifted dramatically when she met Rusty Yates in 1989. Their quick marriage led to motherhood, and the growing demands of family life began to challenge her sense of stability and self. Andrea embraced the responsibilities of a wife and mother. The birth of their first child, Noah, in 1994, marked a pivotal turn in her life. The subsequent moves, from a modest house in Friendswood to a trailer park, and ultimately to a cramped 350-square-foot bus, were not just changes in address, but shifts that stripped away the stability of her earlier successes. These relocations coincided with a growing pressure from those around her to conform to a rigid, punitive vision of motherhood. By the time they had been married for a few years, Andrea possessed hundreds of audio and videotapes from Michael Waroniecki. These tapes featured Waroniecki preaching and quoting Bible verses about sin and punishment, and emphasizing harsh interpretations of Christianity. Michael Waroniecki painted a grim picture of salvation. He believed that most people, including regular churchgoers, were doomed to hell, and that only he, his wife, and their children had any hope of entering heaven. This belief system was central to his teachings and was disseminated through his newsletter. Andrea immersed herself in the recordings, often revisiting them as a source of spiritual guidance. Waroniecki's messages reinforced her belief in personal sins and divine punishment, feeding into her already fragile mental state. His emphasis on the damnation of sinners and the weight of maternal responsibility resonated deeply with her, compounding her feelings of guilt and failure as a mother. In one of the interviews, when asked about the content of the tapes, Andrea said, "We were going to hell." She defended the preacher, explaining that he did that only to see people's response and to check if they were proud. She believed he just wanted to open their hearts to determine if they were truly receptive to his teachings. The first seeds of self-doubt were sown during a week-long visit with the Waronekis in 1998. They found the Yates' oldest children, Noah, John, and Paul, to be poorly behaved. Andrea said in her first video interview after the crime that they just did a lot of silly stuff and didn't obey, and that they didn't do things God likes. She quoted an aphorism from the Bible, saying, "It's better to tie a stone around your neck and throw yourself into the sea than to cause a little one to stumble." This is from the Gospel of Mark, chapter 9, and Mike Waroniecki quoted from it often. In the passage, Jesus went on to add that, "If your hand causes you to stumble, cut it off. It is better for you to enter life crippled than, having your 2 hands, to go into hell, into the unquenchable fire." During this conversation, Andrea talked about how her children had stumbled, and God might still accept them in heaven while they were in their innocent years. If she didn't take their lives, they would continue to stumble, which seemed to mean keep disobeying their grandmother and parents. She also said that she expected she would be executed for her actions, but she thought it was probably a good thing, because Satan was within her. As Andrea struggled to reconcile her independent spirit with the crushing expectations of motherhood, reinforced by a community that offered no grace, but only relentless critique, the cracks in her self-image began to widen. These fissures, nurtured over years of contradictory messages, would later contribute to the unthinkable decisions that defined the tragedy of Andrea Yates. Andrea, feeling isolated and seeking spiritual guidance, reached out to Rachel, who responded by encouraging Andrea to embrace a life dedicated to God, emphasizing simplicity and detachment from material possessions. Rachel highlighted the importance of being a good worker at home and reinforced the need to prioritize salvation over worldly concerns. Inspired by these exchanges and Rusty's long-held dream of a nomadic lifestyle, the Yates family decided to sell their house. Rusty and Andrea sold most of their belongings, keeping only essential items like tools. They moved into a travel trailer and later into a converted bus. The Warreneckis' tracts, scriptures, and letters affirmed that having many children was aligned with God's will. Rachel, in her correspondence, encouraged Andrea to seek Jesus and raise her boys in the faith. Although unconfirmed, the Warreneckis' teachings might have played a role in the Yateses having their fifth child. Rachel continued to reinforce the idea that challenges, including loneliness, were spiritual tests meant to draw Andrea closer to God. This ideology, paired with Yates' desire to emulate the Warreneckis' lifestyle of traveling and preaching, significantly influenced their decision to adopt a transient way of life. The psychiatrist who saw Andrea after the drownings told a TV reporter that Andrea would have been mentally ill no matter what, but she wouldn't have ever drowned her children if it had not been for the influence of Michael Warrenecki. The reporter had dug out one of the videos of the evangelist. In this video, he stared into the camera and quoted the Bible verse about tying a millstone around one's neck. In another, he wore a terrifying Satan mask while screaming, "The whole world is going to hell." Once Andrea's case caught the media, Warrenecki got scrutinized as well. Andrea's defense attorney quoted his newsletter, The Perilous Times, saying that the material was dangerous for Andrea. The defense's psychiatrist said on Good Morning America that Yates's fate may have been different if she had never met Warrenecki. However, both Warrenecki and Rusty dismissed the allegations. According to the Houston Chronicle, Russell Yates said his relationship with Warrenecki was more like learning from a book. He was free to accept what he wanted and reject what he didn't. Rusty said, "That's just crazy," when asked whether or not his wife was influenced by Warrenecki. He stated that Andrea had suffered from schizophrenia, depression, and delusions for years. Both Yates and Warrenecki characterized the connection between Warrenecki's teachings and Andrea Yates's state of mind as nothing more than sensationalist reporting. Warrenecki certainly didn't cause the delusion, said Rusty. Warrenecki himself called the defense's claims ridiculous. He stated that he had only met Andrea personally 4 or 5 times over 20 years, and that his relationship with her was one of nothing but love and compassion. He had warned Russell Yates that Andrea and their children needed his love. A reporter discovered that Rachel Warrenecki wrote to Rusty and Andrea that they needed to reconcile their marriage. In an interview, Mrs. Warrenecki said, "A major problem is that people think that by emulating our lifestyle, they can have the joy and the love that we have without building a foundation in Jesus Christ." Warrenecki was quoted as saying, "I will gladly sacrifice my reputation if it can spare Andrea from the death penalty and give her a second chance at life. However, it is deceitful and irresponsible to blame doctors, hospitals, clinics, or postpartum depression." They, Rusty and Andrea Yates, both know that the issues which culminated in this tragedy are much, much deeper. But the media continued to speculate on Warrenecki's role in Andrea's views on motherhood. "God knows how wicked you are," he once wrote to her. "You must accept the reality that your life is under the curse of sin and death. You are a daughter of Eve. You must become a daughter of the Most High." One can also correlate Warrenecki's teachings to the Yates decision of going for a 5th child, in spite of doctors warning them against it. Warrenecki teaches that women who work or practice birth control are witches. He once wrote in a pamphlet that, "At birth, a woman inherits the contentious nature of Eve, and a man is born with the passive nature of Adam." Surely, the religious teacher had a role to play in Andrea believing she was doing a favor to her kids. He created the spiritual framework of her delusions. Wawroniecki preached a harsh, guilt-heavy form of Christianity focused on sin, hell, and eternal damnation. His messages weren't about grace, but punishment and fear. To someone with a healthy mind, this might be merely disturbing. But to Andrea, whose brain was already affected by psychosis, this became a blueprint for delusion. He constantly warned that most people, including children raised by worldly mothers, were going to hell. His materials painted bad mothers as dooming their children to eternal punishment. Andrea, already terrified of being a bad mom, internalized this message and came to believe that saving her children from hell meant ending their lives. He didn't give her the idea to kill her children, but he gave her the theology that made it feel like salvation. Apart from the framework, he also reinforced Andrea's guilt and unworthiness. Through his wife Rachel's letters and his own tapes and tracts, the Wawronieckis told Andrea that her failures were spiritual failures. Every moment of loneliness, depression, or exhaustion wasn't seen as a sign of needing help. It was interpreted as evidence that she wasn't faithful enough. Rachel's letters emphasized strict gender roles and total obedience. Michael's tapes portrayed mothers who failed as the reason their children were damned. This deepened Andrea's self-hatred, which is a core feature of postpartum psychosis. She no longer saw herself as someone who needed care, but as a danger to her children's souls. Wawroniecki's influence didn't stop here. He also supplied the symbols Andrea's brain used in her delusion. When psychotic episodes form, they draw symbols from a person's world. In Andrea's world, that was Michael Wawroniecki. His Satan mask, repeated sermons about hell, and warnings that modern mothers are like Jezebel, corrupting their children were strong influences. These weren't just metaphors to Andrea. In her fractured mind, Satan was real. Her kids were in danger, and her only way to save them was through sacrifice. Psychosis doesn't invent new fears. It recycles the scariest messages someone already believes. And Michael gave her plenty of those. Chapter 3, ! Truth on Trial. The McNaughton Rule, also known as the not knowing right from wrong test, came out of an 1843 case involving Daniel McNaughton, a British man who shot and killed the Prime Minister's secretary. He was found not guilty by reason of insanity and spent the rest of his life in a mental institution. The verdict caused public outrage, and Queen Victoria ordered the courts to tighten the legal definition of insanity. By the 1970s, several states, including Texas, moved away from McNaughton's narrow definition and adopted a more flexible standard created by the American Law Institute. Their model penal code said a person could be found not responsible if, due to a mental illness, they lacked the ability to understand that their actions were criminal or couldn't control their behavior to follow the law. But that changed again after John Hinckley was found not guilty by reason of insanity in 1981, following his attempted assassination of President Ronald Reagan. The public reaction was swift and intense. In 1984, Congress passed the Comprehensive Crime Control Act, which made it harder to claim insanity in federal cases. Defendants now had to prove they couldn't understand the nature or wrongfulness of their actions due to a serious mental illness. More than half the states, including Texas, returned to a version of the original McNaughton Rule, now even stricter than the 1843 version. Insanity pleas are extremely rare, used in less than 1% of felony cases. Of those, only about a quarter result in acquittal. According to defense lawyer Catherine M. Case, around 75% of these successful pleas come from agreements between prosecutors and defense attorneys, not jury decisions. These cases usually end with the defendant being sent to a secure psychiatric hospital, not prison. In the jury room, The initial vote was 8-4 for incompetence. But over the course of the 8.5-hour deliberation, unusually long for a Texas competency hearing, a stunning reversal took place. The jury panel unanimously voted Andrea Yates competent to stand trial. As the jurors, some visibly disturbed, left the courtroom, Yates patted her lawyer on the back. "What verdict were we hoping for?" she was overheard asking. In March 2002, Andrea's trial seemed to be heading for a guilty verdict. Several psychiatrists opined on her case. One unlikely factor, which played a role in this, was a respected medical expert's claim that Andrea got the idea to drown her kids from a Law and Order episode. In the show, a mother drowns her children but gets away on an insanity plea. The prosecution argued that Andrea was inspired, as she realized that she could escape both hell and prison by this route. This argument threw the defendant off and seemed to have influenced the jury's decision strongly. However, this was found to be untrue 3 days later. No such episode had been written, shot, or aired by the Law and Order TV show. This was a huge misdirection in the trial and was enough grounds for a mistrial. The defendant made an impassioned plea for a mistrial on the grounds of false evidence. The defendant claimed that even though the jury knew that this part of the evidence was false, they were irreversibly biased by it. However, the judge shot down this request. The jury was asked to base their decision on whether Andrea's background and character mitigated against death and the likelihood of her future dangerousness. On 18 March 2002, she was sentenced to life. She had escaped the death penalty but would be in prison until she was 77 years old. But the case did not end there. Andrea's defense team continued to pursue the issue of the false testimony. They appealed the verdict, arguing that the misleading statement had a prejudicial effect on the jury, referring to the part about the fictional Law and Order episode. In January 2005, the First Court of Appeals in Texas ruled that the false testimony constituted reversible error. The justices wrote that the fabricated reference could have affected the judgment of the jury, and granted Andrea Yates a new trial. It was a rare move, as appellate courts are typically cautious about overturning jury verdicts. But the influence of a respected medical expert falsely citing cultural proof of premeditation was deemed too significant to ignore. In the summer of 2006, Andrea Yates stood trial once more. This time, the false Law and Order claim was barred from entering the courtroom. More significantly, the defense had time and distance to reframe the discussion of Andrea's mental state with new evidence, including a deeper psychiatric evaluation of her long battle with postpartum psychosis. The prosecution still pressed for accountability, but the moral underpinnings of the case had shifted. With the tainted testimony removed, jurors could reconsider Andrea's state of mind without the shadow of manipulation. The second trial took place in a very different atmosphere. The new jury heard from psychiatrists who described Andrea's delusions in chilling detail. On July 26, 2006, after 3 days of deliberation, the jury returned with a verdict of not guilty by reason of insanity. Andrea Yates was found to have committed the acts, but without the mental capacity to understand their wrongfulness under Texas law. She was not released, however. Instead, she was ordered to be committed to a high-security mental health facility. Whenever Andrea's case is brought up in online forums today, one of the most flammable subjects is the role of Rusty Yates. Opinions are strong on this one. A not-so-small section of the internet definitely thinks that he escaped the punishment that he deserved. They believe he minimized the magnitude of Andrea's mental illness and didn't pay heed to the doctor's advice of never leaving Andrea alone. It is also believed that he pushed for more children under the influence of Mike Warrenecki and looked at it as his religious responsibility to have as many kids as God willed. Having the decision to have the 5th child, in spite of very serious warnings against it, was a pivotal event in Andrea's spiral into psychosis. The decision to live on a bus while homeschooling 5 children was another damaging one. Rusty could not attend the trial, as he was a witness in the case. He was also not allowed to talk to the media during it. But as soon as he was legally allowed, he was more than willing to get in front of a camera. The following text is from a story which appeared in the Wall Street Journal on March 22, 2002, written by Daniel Henninger. Once you've seen and listened to Rusty Yates on TV's talk shows, it's not hard to see why so many women want to lynch him. This column was going to comment on the social and psychiatric issues raised by the Yates case and guilty verdict. But the case itself, with its arguments over psychosis and major depression, seems intellectually austere compared with trying to explain the psychopathologies of American television. Earlier that same day in Houston, a judge sentenced Andrea to life in prison. Rusty was on Larry King. The disjunction, Andrea hearing she was going away forever, her husband talking with Larry, was hard to process. There was more. About an hour later, another cable wave rolled in, offering a replay of Rusty being interviewed by Katie Couric. But wait, isn't Katie Couric on in the morning? Wasn't Rusty's wife in Houston, being formally sentenced to life about when Katie Couric had him talking in New York about his support and love for Andrea? There are moments, and watching Rusty, Larry, and Katie was one of them, when one wants to go out to the street, stare up at the stars in the dark sky, and admit, I don't get it anymore. It's also getting hard to know who to get mad at first. Daniel wasn't the only one who pointed a finger at Rusty. As more people learned about the case and discussed it online, a growing chorus of women was convinced Rusty had escaped justice. One Redditor explained why Rusty was to blame for Andrea's downfall. She was raising those kids mostly alone, and her husband seriously neglected her. Andrea had a relatively good life before Rusty. She was a beautiful woman, and successful in her own right. Then in comes Rusty, who sweeps her off her feet and traps her in this religious psychotic child-bearing hell, only to cover his ears when alarms sounded. I really hate Rusty and hold him accountable. The post received over 4,000 upvotes and was echoed by many other commenters, showing how unanimously they were in their conviction of Rusty's guilt. In August 2004, Rusty filed for divorce, stating that he and Yates had not lived together as a married couple since the day of the murders. The divorce was granted in 2005, and Rusty got married the next year. However, his second marriage also ended in 2015. At the time of writing, Andrea is still in a state hospital undergoing treatment. She has the option of a yearly review and being let go if deemed fit, but she has turned it down so far. Mental health professionals and legal teams agree that she prefers to stay institutionalized, recognizing the severity of her illness. The courts have respected her and her doctor's stance, and she has remained institutionalized without challenge. In 2007, she was moved from high-security North Texas State Hospital to Kerrville State Hospital, a lower-security psychiatric facility in Central Texas. This move reflected improved stability in her mental health and a lower perceived risk to others. It was a transition from a punitive setting to one focused on long-term therapeutic care and recovery. Over the years, Andrea has continued to receive intensive psychiatric care. She remains deeply remorseful and regularly prays for her children, according to her attorney. She engaged in structured therapy and vocational tasks, including knitting items donated to children's hospitals. She reportedly once said, "I know they're with God, and I long to be with them, but I know that's not my decision to make." In 2012, Andrea's doctors requested that she be allowed to visit a church every week for 2 hours. This was communicated by her lawyer to the media. He added, "It would be both beneficial and mentally therapeutic for her. She has been accepted into a congregation, It is simply a baby step in the right direction toward acclimation into a community down the road of sorts. Now that it's been close to a quarter of a century since the drownings, Andrea's case remains significant for bringing attention to postpartum psychosis, with her case often cited in academic and legal discussions on insanity defenses. It has led to increased efforts to distinguish postpartum depression from postpartum psychosis. Better education for new mothers and psychiatric follow-ups have improved as a result. Chapter 4. Fractured free will. When we consider moral responsibility, the discussion usually becomes one of establishing intent. However, the discussion will inevitably devolve, as intent is one of the most elusive psychological constructs to define and measure. Consider the case of Andrea Yates. Did she intend to kill her children? If so, when was that intent formed? Did she feel ownership over it, or was she merely following a voice that felt louder than her own? These questions lie at the intersection of philosophy, law, and psychiatry. Each discipline offers a different lens to deepen our understanding. Psychiatrist Philip Resnick, who testified in Andrea's defense, described 5 broad classifications of parents who kill their children. Andrea, he argued, did not act out of revenge, abuse, or neglect, rejecting 3 of the 5 classifications. She was clearly a devoted mother, not to mention intelligent, attentive, and conscientious. But she had come to believe that she had permanently damaged her children's souls. Within Resnick's taxonomy, she fell into the last 2 categories: acutely psychotic, in which no rational motive exists, and altruistic, in which the parent kills to spare the child a worse fate. Andrea saved her children from hell by sending them to heaven before they were corrupted by Satan. This was, Resnick explained, a form of rationality within irrationality. In the mind of a psychotic individual, a delusion becomes a fixed and emotionally charged belief. A man who thinks his wife is poisoning him may report it to the police. When they dismiss him, and she makes him dinner again, he kills her, believing with full conviction that he's defending himself. The intention is real, but its basis is false. And in Andrea's case, her hallucinations and religious delusions became the architecture through which she interpreted moral reality. Andrea Yates did not drown her children because she was evil. She did it because, in that moment, her mind told her it was the only way to save them. And that mind, as Resnick said, was no longer her own. These 5 categories seek to differentiate actions based on intent. Were you motivated by revenge? Were you neglecting your children because you cared more about something else? Or were your intentions distorted by psychosis? Here we come up against the question of intent and the degree to which external circumstances influence and dictate our decisions. Intent does not just consider whether an action was taken deliberately, but also if the mental framework that generated the action was intact. If one's mental framework were compromised, as it would be through psychosis, the basis for their intention is distorted. Philosophically, intent is treated as a freely formed expression of will. By will, we mean the ability to make a conscious decision between alternatives. This notion of free will underpins much of our moral and legal infrastructure. We praise or punish people based on the assumption that they could have chosen otherwise. For instance, someone who steals food because he is starving is probably not as guilty as someone who steals an expensive handbag. The act is the same. The difference here is in their intentions. You know stealing is wrong, but you still feel sorry for the starving man. Perhaps you also think he should receive mercy and not punishment. In the Yates case, Andrea's delusions told her that killing her children was an act of eternal mercy. She had a choice, but only within a reality that no longer resembled the world the rest of us live in. On the other hand, both people who steal still fall under the category of thief. Even in desperation, there is the illusion of choice, even if it is as cruel as choosing between one's life or breaking the law. And Andrea did kill her children. Their guilt is thus decided by where the scale falls in the balance between past, external factors, and an individual's free will. Philosophers theorize that even if our choices are shaped by prior causes, we still act freely when we follow our internal desires. They argue that we still have free will, even if external factors can influence our actions. They would accuse the thief of willingly choosing to steal bread. The fact that he was starving is unfortunate, but it does not change the moral decision he made. In the same vein, Andrea willingly and consciously decided to hold every one of her 5 children down underwater until they stopped breathing, knowing full well that she was killing them. It didn't matter that she thought she was saving them. But for centuries, philosophers have questioned whether this assumption holds up. Some insist that every action, including murder, is the result of preceding events and neurological states that were never truly chosen. The man with the starving family broke the law because he was in desperate need of food. If he had enough money to buy bread, would he have to steal it? Or would he buy it like an honest man? They argue that such a choice, that of not stealing and killing your family in the process, or breaking the law to save them, is not a choice at all. Andrea Yates's case offers a wrenching example of this debate. Her intent was formed in a mind distorted by psychosis and rooted in biological, hormonal, and environmental factors. Was it ever truly hers? Did she exercise free will? Or was her decision the end point of a cascade she couldn't stop, any more than a thief couldn't choose to not steal? These aren't abstract questions. They matter when the law requires proof of mens rea, or guilty mind. The jury in her first trial was tasked with deciding whether Andrea Yates knew right from wrong. This threshold is binary, but in reality, human intent rarely functions in such binary terms. Resnick's 5-point classification of reasons why a mother might kill their children is the perfect example. I once had an idea of a computer so powerful that it could capture every detail of the world, every object, every molecule, every shift in temperature, every speck of dust, and every movement that is happening right now. With this level of precision, such a computer wouldn't just describe the present. It could, in theory, rewind the clock and reveal the past. How would this work? The idea rests on the principle of determinism, the notion that the state of the universe at one moment completely determines what comes next. The universe is considered to be governed entirely by cause and effect. If you know exactly how every particle is moving and what forces are acting on it, you can predict what will happen in the future. Reversing that logic, if you have perfect knowledge of the present, you could also trace back every cause and effect chain to see what happened before. This is along the lines of an idea the multi-talented thinker Pierre-Simon Laplace already had. Laplace, an 18th-century mathematician, proposed a thought experiment often referred to as Laplace's demon. He imagined an all-knowing intellect that, if it knew the precise location and momentum of every atom in the universe, could predict the future and reconstruct the past with absolute certainty. In essence, if the universe is deterministic, then every action, thought, and decision is the inevitable result of prior conditions. If we judge Andrea's moral responsibility solely by the final moments in the bathroom that morning, we miss the broader question: where did that intent originate? In the seconds to minutes before any decision, our brains process countless streams of sensory information, much of it below the level of conscious awareness. Some influences are obvious. A harsh command accompanied by the sight of a gun can prompt immediate compliance. But many influences are far subtler, operating through biases, fleeting sensory inputs, and bodily sensations that shape our judgments and actions. Consider experiments where people must quickly decide if someone is holding a phone or a gun. Their split-second judgments are influenced by the person's race, gender, and facial expression. These biases arise from unconscious processing rather than deliberate thought. Similarly, sensory disgust profoundly impacts moral judgments. In a notable study, participants in a foul-smelling room rated gay men less warmly compared to those in a neutral-smelling room, a specificity not seen toward other groups. Disgusting smells also made people less accepting of gay marriage and stricter in punishing purity-related moral violations. Such reactions stem from the insula, a brain region that evolved to detect physical disgust, like to spoiled food, but has been repurposed to process moral disgust. This evolutionary improvisation explains why moral violations can feel physically revolting, activating neural circuits tied to fear and aggression. Beauty, too, skews decisions. Attractive individuals are deemed more honest and competent, often receiving lighter sentences for crimes or being elected to positions of power. Brain imaging reveals that judgments of beauty and morality engage overlapping regions, making it difficult for the brain to separate aesthetic appeal from ethical assessment. Physical sensations from the body, called interoceptive cues, further shape intent. Hunger, for example, influences judicial decisions. Judges are less likely to grant parole when hungry. Disgust triggers a desire to cleanse oneself, a phenomenon termed the Macbeth effect. Lying orally increases the appeal of mouthwash, while lying via email boosts the desire for hand sanitizer. Such bodily-driven impulses operate beneath conscious awareness, yet profoundly affect choices. The legal system zooms in on the seconds before a crime. Philosophy and psychiatry compel us to zoom out. Andrea Yates didn't become monstrous in a sudden, random moment. To understand what she did, we must first understand what was happening inside her mind. Then we must ask whether that mind was capable of forming moral intent at all. If philosophy and psychiatry help us question the concept of intent, biology takes us one layer deeper into the invisible forces that shape perception, emotion, and decision-making. The Andrea Yates case cannot be understood in moral or legal terms alone. Her actions emerged not just from delusion, but from a physical brain under siege from within. In the final minutes before she drowned her 5 children, Andrea Yates was responding to what she believed were divine instructions. These auditory hallucinations were compelling, invasive, and command-driven. In one sense, she was no longer making a choice, but following orders from what she understood to be God. Neuroscientifically, these orders function like coercive stimuli. Just as a person might comply at gunpoint, Andrea obeyed the voice that dominated her mind. The gun, in her case, was internal and just as deadly. Beneath these hallucinations were chemical and structural disruptions in her brain, beginning with the insula, a region responsible for processing physical and moral disgust. Studies have shown that this region, originally evolved to detect things like rotten food, has been repurposed to handle moral violations. These interoceptive clues are bodily signals that inform judgment. Physical hunger, pain, and discomfort have all been shown to affect moral decision-making. Judges are more punitive before lunch and more lenient after they've eaten. For Andrea, who had become obsessively religious and plagued by thoughts of sin, this meant that spiritual impurity could provoke a visceral, almost nauseating reaction. She felt impure, her children felt impure. The only act that promised any psychic relief was spiritual cleansing through death. This moral disgust became all the more powerful because it was filtered through a hormonal and neurochemical storm. Postpartum psychosis is not just psychological, but physiological. After childbirth, a woman's body experiences a sudden collapse in estrogen and progesterone levels. This abrupt hormonal withdrawal likely disrupted Andrea's serotonin levels, impairing mood regulation and her dopamine balance, intensifying psychotic symptoms. These hardwired chemical realities alter perception, memory, and judgment. She went through this with every birth, and after each, her condition worsened. The cumulative effect was a form of neurological wear and tear, each episode further destabilizing her mental resilience. Add to this the demands of raising 5 young children in social isolation, with little sleep, constant breastfeeding, and no meaningful psychological relief. And you have a body that was not just depleted, but overwhelmed. Chronic stress produces cortisol, a hormone that prepares the body to face danger. But when cortisol remains high over time, it impairs the part of the brain responsible for judgment, self-control, and decision-making. Andrea's days were a blur of demands, and her nights were devoid of rest. This constant exhaustion compromised her cognition. On top of this, she may have suffered from postpartum thyroiditis, a condition that inflames the thyroid after childbirth and can mimic or amplify depression and anxiety. Her medical records describe brain fog, extreme fatigue, and cognitive confusion, which are all symptoms consistent with thyroid disruption. This created yet another biological crosscurrent that undermined her grasp on reality. Even her ritualistic behaviors, like compulsive washing and obsessive prayer, suggested the Macbeth effect, where physical cleansing becomes a way to ease moral contamination. She was trying to wipe away what she believed was evil, but when washing failed, she turned to more final forms of purification. Her solution was horrifying. But in the psychotic logic of her body and brain, it made sense. The one thing that could have stabilized her was medicine, but instead it became another point of conflict. Andrea was prescribed Zoloft and Haldol, but her compliance was inconsistent. She worried about breastfeeding, resisted adjustments, and cycled on and off treatment. Each lapse invited a return of psychotic thinking. The very hormones meant to sustain motherhood, like prolactin, which encourages bonding, became, in excess, a destabilizer. Prolactin can promote emotional intensity and reduce emotional regulation, adding another layer of volatility to an already fragile state. In the end, Andrea Yates's mind was under biochemical occupation. Her thoughts were shaped by brain structures evolved for survival and hijacked by psychosis. Intent, in her case, did not arise from freedom. It emerged from a body in rebellion, a brain distorted, and a world she could no longer understand as others did. To speak of moral responsibility without acknowledging these forces is to ignore the machinery that makes choice possible in the first place. All these hormonal fluctuations interacted with Andrea's psychological vulnerabilities and environmental stressors in a vicious feedback loop, turning minor emotional disturbances into overwhelming crises. Her postpartum psychosis distorted her reality to the point where she believed she was saving her children from eternal damnation. Andrea Yates's story is a cautionary tale about the profound biological shifts that accompany childbirth, shifts society often underestimates. Her actions, though unforgivable in consequence, emerged from a mind hijacked by forces beyond mere willpower or morality. Hormones may be invisible, but their effects are as tangible as any external force. In Andrea's case, They formed the silent undercurrent pulling her toward an unimaginable decision, one that left a scar on the collective conscience of a nation. If you had to capture the weight of someone's childhood in a single question, it might be, how lucky were you? Psychologists have turned this idea into a tool called the ACE score, short for Adverse Childhood Experiences. It's a list of common early life hardships, things like abuse, neglect, a parent with mental illness or addiction, domestic violence, or divorce. Each one adds a point to your score. The higher your ACE score, the more difficult your early years were, and the consequences are profound. For each additional point, the chances of facing serious struggles as an adult, like depression, addiction, aggression, or trouble with impulse control, increase by about 35%. The ACE score truly agreed with the proverb, "The child is the father of the man." Long before we become adults, our capacity for emotional stability, moral judgment, and even self-control is being shaped. We like to think that our decisions are made freely. But what happens when the very brain making those decisions has been molded by trauma we never chose? How much responsibility can we assign to the adult when the child that they were never had a say? It's not just the bad things that shape us. Sometimes, what's missing matters just as much. Just as psychologists track harmful childhood events through the ACE score, we can imagine the opposite. A ridiculously lucky childhood experiences, RLCE score, a way to measure how safe, supported, and stable someone's early life was. Growing up with loving caregivers, a calm home, and a safe neighborhood gives a child invisible advantages: stronger emotional coping skills, better decision-making, and more resilience under stress. Even small things, like being one of the older kids in a class, can have long-term effects. In the UK, for instance, kids born just before the school cutoff date are almost a year younger than their classmates. The older children often do better in school and get more attention, and that early gap can actually widen as they grow up. These early differences, good or bad, don't just fade. They shape how we learn, trust, and cope. They quietly steer the kinds of choices we're able to make later in life. And if our environment sets the stage for who we become, how much credit or blame can we really claim for the decisions we make? While these childhood influences don't strip away free will, they do recalibrate the playing field. They may not dictate destiny, but they shape potential and vulnerability. The adult who confidently makes a life-altering decision is often standing on the invisible scaffolding of their early years. Andrea Yates experienced several adverse childhood experiences, ACEs. Her relationship with her father was marked by fear and strict discipline. He was the primary disciplinarian, frequently punishing her with a belt for lying, breaking things, fighting with her sister, or not being quiet when told. Although the belt blows stopped by the time she was 12, her father later denied ever using such punishments, potentially creating emotional confusion and invalidation. Yates also recalled a financially stressful home environment, especially after her father lost his job. When she accidentally broke a peanut butter jar, she was punished harshly for the wasted food. Emotional support in her family appeared inconsistent. While her parents showed affection toward each other, Andrea rarely experienced physical affection from her father beyond being carried to bed as a child. Holidays are typically a time for family bonding. Andrea's holidays, however, were marred by her parents' frequent arguments, especially during Thanksgiving and Christmas, to the point where the children considered the arguments a family tradition. Yates suffered from bulimia and depression during her teenage years, and spoke to a friend about suicide when she was just 17 years old. These childhood stressors may have laid the groundwork for Andrea's later struggles with mental health and coping mechanisms under stress. Unfortunately, Laplace's demon doesn't exist. If it did, it would have seen the unfolding of Andrea's life long before the crime took place. Her genetic predisposition to mental illness, the hormonal changes after childbirth, and her history of severe postpartum psychosis would be clear, quantifiable factors. The demon would account for her upbringing, her family dynamics, her deeply held religious beliefs, including those that fueled her delusions, and the influence of her husband and her psychiatrist's decisions. Even seemingly random details, like her sleep patterns, nutritional deficiencies, or subtle chemical imbalances in her brain, would be part of the equation. This perspective doesn't excuse the crime itself, but it does challenge the very foundation of moral responsibility. As we mentioned, in the courtroom, moral and legal responsibility often hinge on the assumption that people could have chosen differently. But through the lens of Laplace's demon, that assumption unravels. Andrea Yates didn't choose her genetics, her mental illness, or the cascade of events that led her to that bathtub. From a deterministic viewpoint, given those exact conditions, was there any other possible outcome? Laplace's demon would argue that there wasn't. If the universe is indeed deterministic, then her crime, tragic and unfathomable as it seems, might have been set in motion long before she ever became a mother. The challenge for a believer in free will is this. You would have to find the neurons that fired in Andrea Yates' brain as she drowned her children, and show that it was not influenced by her psychosis, chemical imbalances, and religious delusions. The answer to why Andrea Yates drowned her children is simple. Something that preceded it caused it to happen. And why did that prior circumstance occur? Because something before that caused it. Its antecedent causes all the way down. When Andrea Yates committed those tragic acts, when her brain generated that behavior, it was because of the determinism that had come just before, which was caused by the determinism before that, stretching back through time. The approach of this book is to show how determinism works and explore how the biology over which she had no control, interacting with an environment over which she had no control, made Andrea Yates the person she was in that moment. There are all sorts of aspects about behavior that, while true, are not relevant to where we're heading. For example, the fact that some criminal acts are due to psychiatric or neurological disorders. Some people struggle with impulse control because of their brain development. Stress, trauma, or medication can drastically alter behavior. These ideas, though widely accepted, lead to a deeper conclusion. If we acknowledge that some people have less self-control than others, then we must also acknowledge that sometimes none of us has the kind of free will we believe we do. Philosophers and scholars generally classify their views on free will into 4 categories. I've tried to explain those views through the lens of Yates' case. Here goes. The world is deterministic, and there's no free will. From this perspective, Yates's actions were the inevitable result of preceding events and conditions beyond her control. Her genetic predisposition to mental illness, the stress of raising 5 children in an unstable environment, and a series of negligent medical decisions formed a causal chain that led to the tragedy. People with this view would argue that at no point did Yates possess the capacity for alternative choices. Her psychosis, exacerbated by medical mismanagement, eradicated the possibility of free will. The discontinuation of her antipsychotic medication, despite clear warnings and previous success with it, further supports the notion that her final actions were determined by factors outside her conscious control. The world is deterministic, and there is free will. People with this view assert that even in a deterministic universe, free will can exist if a person's actions align with their desires and intentions. Applying this to Yeats, these people might argue that although her mental illness influenced her perceptions, she still made a choice, however distorted it was. Her decision to stop taking medication and act on her delusions could be seen as exercising a form of free will, albeit severely compromised by her condition. Yet, the extensive medical negligence raises ethical questions. If her judgment was impaired due to preventable medical errors, how free were her choices? This perspective would prompt an examination of how much responsibility lies with her versus the system that failed to support her mental health. The world is not deterministic. There's no free will. Although less commonly held, this viewpoint suggests that randomness and unpredictability govern human behavior, leaving no room for genuine free will. In Yeats's case, this perspective might highlight the unpredictable nature of her psychotic episodes and the seemingly arbitrary decisions of her medical providers. Her sudden cognitive declines and erratic thought patterns, intensified by abrupt medication changes, could be seen as manifestations of random neurological events rather than deliberate choices. This analysis raises the question of whether actions born from mental chaos can be judged within conventional frameworks of responsibility. The world is not deterministic. There is free will. Advocates of this view believe that humans possess genuine free will precisely because the world is not strictly deterministic. Applying this to Yeats, one could argue that despite her mental illness, she retained an innate capacity to choose differently, even if that choice was overshadowed by external pressures and internal turmoil. They would argue that a child born in an abusive home can just as easily become Batman or a common thief. However, given the overwhelming medical evidence of her psychosis, this interpretation struggles to account for how free will could persist in a mind so deeply affected by delusions and cognitive dysfunction. The Andrea Yeats case challenges all four perspectives. Whether one believes that her actions were predetermined, influenced by impaired free will, or the result of randomness, the case forces a deeper examination of how we understand accountability in situations where the boundaries of autonomy are blurred. Ultimately, Yeats's story is not just a legal or medical tragedy. It raises uncomfortable but necessary philosophical questions about human choice, responsibility, and the systems designed to protect those most vulnerable. The second case. Into the woods. 12-year-old Bella woke up at her best friend's house to find herself alone. She found that her two close friends had left her behind and were huddled together in front of the computer. Upset at being left out, Bella thought about just going home. Bella was a friendly and trusting girl, sometimes too trusting. Her teachers called her a goody-goody who'd tattle on other naughty girls. Morgan, one of Bella's two friends, was the weirdo. She played with imaginary friends and read stories about serial killers for fun. Despite her humor, great sense of imagination, and skill in drawing, she found it hard to make friends. But Bella wanted to be kind, not popular. She made friends with Morgan in 4th grade, bonding over their shared bus rides to school and Bella's beautiful drawings of kittens that Morgan admired. Soon, she'd be talking to her every night on the phone. The friendship alienated her from the other girls in class. If they sat down at an occupied table at lunch break, everyone else at the table would leave. Sometimes she felt more like Morgan's babysitter than her friend, but she was too nice to consider abandoning Morgan. In 5th grade, the popular girls once offered her an ultimatum. She could be their friend if she left Morgan for good. Bella refused. To cement her friendship with Morgan, She wrote out a contract in her journal. They sealed the contract by peeing on it. In their 6th year, a new girl joined their school. Anissa was considered a bright girl, but was very lonely for months. She first met Morgan when she punched her in the arm. Morgan was drawn to this aggressive girl, and they soon became fast friends. They sat next to each other on the bus and bonded over stories of Harry Potter, urban legends, and horror stories. They still punched each other sometimes, but they were too similar in spirit. Anissa quickly thought of Morgan as a best friend and a sister, but Morgan already had another best friend, Bella, who didn't like Anissa very much. At school, they were still fast friends. But at home, Morgan and Anissa would send each other texts into the night. They had similar obsessions, some of which Bella couldn't understand. On that particular morning, Bella and Anissa were at Morgan's house for a sleepover and to celebrate her 12th birthday on May 31st, 2014. Bella was very excited to be with her friends. The night before, they had spent their time skating at a rink nearby and running up and down the stairs at home, laughing and enjoying themselves. They played on their devices, hung out in the basement, and delighted in pizza, movies, and all the excitement of a typical sleepover. To Morgan's parents, it was just another normal night. Bella only felt one thing off. Usually, Morgan didn't like going to bed at her normal time. In all their sleepovers, she always stayed up late because it was her only chance to do that. This time, though, she wanted to go to bed. But Morgan barely slept that night. "I don't like sleeping at sleepovers at all," she later admitted. "And all of my friends like sleep and need sleep, for some reason." After breakfast, the trio amused themselves by pressing Bella's silly putty against its plastic container to create fart sounds. They played dress-up. Bella donned a pink princess costume, while Anissa, eager to fit in, wore a mix-and-match outfit and jokingly called herself a prosty-troll. Half prostitute, half troll, something Morgan later described as sort of inappropriate. Morgan dressed as Data from Star Trek, the sentient android with a fondness for cats. That morning, after waking up, Morgan had set her plan in motion. She asked her parents if they could go to the park. Her parents were fairly strict when it came to Morgan's safety. She had only walked to the park once or twice before. They decided her birthday was a special occasion. Besides, going as a group instead of by oneself was generally thought to be safer. Morgan put on a winter coat and carried the getaway bag. She also took a knife with a 6-inch blade from the kitchen drawer, a knife Anissa would later describe as the kind used for cutting carrots. Before leaving, Morgan hugged and kissed her mother goodbye. "I love you," she said. "I love you too," her mother replied. What happened next would mean she wouldn't touch her daughter again for 5 months. Morgan and Anissa's plan unfolded as they began a nature walk through the wooded trails of the nearby park. The 3 girls set off together, chatting and laughing as they wandered beneath the dense canopy of trees. A paved path led from their neighborhood to an elm tree that shaded the sidewalk on East Garfield Avenue. Across the street lay David's Park, a serene 5-acre green space dotted with trees, playgrounds, and a sandy baseball diamond. Although the temperature was a warm 75 degrees, Morgan and Anissa had dressed for what lay ahead, not the present. Anticipating the gross or marshy terrain in the forest they planned to visit, Anissa wore insulated snow boots, the closest thing she had to hiking shoes. Both girls quickly felt overheated and sweaty as they walked. When Bella asked Morgan about the large bag she had brought, Morgan explained it was full of snacks, in case we get hungry. This wasn't untrue. She and Anissa had packed supplies for surviving in the wild, including M&M-flavored Kudos bars and peanut butter cereal bars. But at one point, when Bella wasn't looking, Morgan opened her coat and discreetly showed the knife to Anissa. "Dear God, it's really happening," Anissa thought. Of all the steps in their plan, what made her most anxious was the idea of seeing a corpse. The last time she had been around a dead body was at her uncle's funeral, and she hadn't liked it. Morgan didn't really want to do this either, but she was too afraid of what would happen to her if she didn't. They'd already abandoned their first plan, which was to kill Bella in her sleep. Now, they'd come up with their second one. All they had to do was execute it. Anissa had decided that the park's public restroom would be the place to kill Bella. She later explained to the police, there was a drain for the blood to go down. That was their big concern. Her plan was to stab Bella, then prop her body on the toilet to make it appear as though she was simply using it. Anissa and Morgan would lock the stall door from the inside and crawl out underneath. She had decided this setup would prevent anyone from noticing Bella was dead for a while, buying them enough time to reach Slender Mansion, their intended final destination. It had been very difficult to keep the plan secret from everyone they knew for so long. They sometimes talked about their plan in public, but they were careful to use code words like itch for killing and cracker for knife. But they would all be together in the end, Morgan knew, and the plan was flawless. But before carrying out their plan, Morgan, Anissa, and Bella spent some time climbing on the playground equipment, appearing, according to police reports, like normal kids. After a while, Morgan and Anissa decided it was time. Morgan entered the restroom first. She was singing Owl City songs. When she was tired of that, she called Anissa and Bella to join her, claiming there was some vandalism in one of the toilet bowls she wanted to show them. Bella didn't believe Morgan, but was curious enough to check. Following Anissa, she entered the girls' bathroom. Morgan led them into one of the stalls and locked all three inside. Bella was right to disbelieve Morgan, as she had actually made up the bit about the vandalism. Morgan then told Bella to sit in the corner of the stall. Bella decided that just because it was Morgan's birthday, she didn't have to follow her every command. She didn't comply entirely. She sat on the floor, but not in the corner. Morgan attempted to pull Bella's arms behind her back, but the plan faltered when Anissa hesitated to act. Dropping Bella's arms, Morgan told Anissa, "I need to talk to you in the next stall, alone." Feeling excluded again, Bella watched as Morgan and Anissa stepped into another stall. She thought she overheard Morgan whispering, "I thought we agreed you would do this." Inside, the girls had their first deviation from the plan. The disagreement was about who would stab the girl. Morgan pushed the knife into Anissa's hand. Anissa ultimately handed the knife back. Morgan placed it back in her getaway bag and slung it over her shoulder. When they returned, their roles were reversed. Anissa now held Bella's arms behind her back while Morgan stood nearby. Bella was completely oblivious to the gravity of the situation. "Shut your eyes," Anissa instructed Bella, adding Jeff the Killer's infamous line, "Go to sleep." "No," Bella replied, confused. "I'm not tired, I can't do that." Morgan paced back and forth, singing a song later described as depressing. Anissa joined in. Later, no one would recall what song it was. Morgan then called Anissa over, leaving Bella sitting against the wall, bewildered. "I can't do this," Morgan confessed. "You have to do it. I'm too scared." Anissa hugged her in an attempt to reassure her. Anissa later told the police that she had stabbed Apples, but she had never actually cut a flesh wound into somebody. Morgan suggested trying to knock her out. Anissa reluctantly agreed to try. As they returned to Bella, she noticed the peculiar expressions on their faces, as if they had just shared a secret or planned a prank. Anissa approached Bella with a clenched fist, but instead of a punch, she delivered a slow, ineffective push to Bella's forehead. Bella remained conscious but was understandably annoyed. "Excuse you," she snapped. Sorry, Anissa said quickly, offering a flimsy excuse. I got bored, plus my hands got really finicky. Bella rolled her eyes, clearly unimpressed. She told Morgan she was leaving the bathroom and wanted to call her mother. Morgan didn't try to stop her. Just go play in the playground, she said nonchalantly. Bella left the restroom, visibly frustrated. Meanwhile, the conspirators huddled in the bathroom, whispering about what to do next. Morgan decided the restroom wasn't the best place to carry out their plan, as the walls made their voices echo. She suggested they take Bella for a walk. Bella was obediently playing by herself on the playground. Her patience with Morgan's peculiar behavior likely made her tolerant of their antics, a quality that, tragically, made her the perfect target. Bella agreed to join them on the walk, and even led the way. Morgan and Anissa lagged behind, still planning out their next steps. According to police reports, they were doing this all secretly, so Bella wouldn't know. Ahead, a sign with a red X marked the dead end of the road. Behind it lay a wooded area. Anissa whispered to Morgan that they could take Bella there and do the deed. She wanted to be discreet and suggested they do it quietly. Then, raising her voice so Bella could hear, Anissa said, "We should play hide-and-seek." Later, she admitted that that was yet another cover-up. The final plan was to lure Bella into the woods, set her loose, and then hunt her down. Like lionesses, Anissa explained, drawing on her fascination with wild animals. Like lionesses chasing down a zebra. Bella didn't want to go into the woods at all. When she didn't respond to the hide-and-seek suggestion, Morgan caught up to her and suggested they go bird-watching and document some birds. Whatever, Bella said sourly. Everybody loves hide-and-seek, she insisted. I don't want to play, Bella said firmly. Morgan tried again. We can do what you want to do next. Bella thought this was fair and agreed at last. The woods were dense and lacked trails. Bella had to lift her legs over prickly thickets and brambles while pushing aside branches that snapped back behind her. The oblivious Bella prepared to play hide-and-seek. People that trust you, Morgan later reflected, are very gullible. It was sort of sad. Typically, Morgan preferred hiding to seeking. As a child, she would hide under her covers after seeing it in the mirror. But on the morning of May 31st, 2014, Morgan was it, counting down Bella's final moments. Ready or not? Morgan called out. According to police records, the girls played one traditional game of hide-and-seek. Morgan went to count for the second round. Anissa led Bella deeper into the trees toward a small clearing with one massive rock and 4 smaller ones, all mossy. Anissa tried to set the stage, instructing Bella to lie on her back in the dirt, stomach up. She could sit on her chest, pinning her down, and get it over with. Bella was usually open-minded, but she drew the line at lying in the dirt. She protested, "It's all squishy and there are twigs and sharp rocks everywhere." She preferred to keep her pants clean. She began picking flowers instead. This was the second time Bella had refused to obey them. Frustrated, Anissa just shoved Bella to the ground and sat on her. "Ow, I can't breathe!" Bella cried. Anissa didn't move. "Ow, ow, 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 ow!" she yelled. Anissa finally relented and got up. She hated screaming. "It's the one thing I can't handle," she later told police, but they were running out of time. Anissa complained to Morgan. For months, Morgan had prepared for this moment. She had drawn pictures of herself with whiskers and cat ears, holding a knife dripping with blood. She even created her own killer catchphrase in the vein of Jeff the Killer's infamous "Go to sleep." "Don't worry, I'm just a little kitty cat." But this was reality. Morgan hesitated. Anissa noticed her apprehension and hugged her in comfort. I can't do it, Morgan whispered, and secretly passed her the knife. You know where all the soft spots are. Anissa did know. She later explained, I was the one who knew where the ribs were and were not in the human body. She had learned from watching Doomsday Preppers videos on YouTube, which explained that even something as simple as a lollipop stick could cause significant damage if aimed at the stomach or neck. A sucker being an actual lollipop, not like code words or anything, Anissa later clarified. But Anissa wanted Morgan to stab Bella. You have to do it, she whispered back. Go ballistic. When? Morgan asked. Whenever you want. I'm doing it when you want me to, Morgan replied. Go ballistic, Anissa insisted. Go crazy. She repeated it later to the investigators, stabbing an imaginary body in the air as she repeated, stab, 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 stab. Okay, I'll go ballistic. When you say you want me to. I don't care when you do it. Whatever. Morgan's sullen tone frustrated Anissa. She thought, screw it. I want to go home and pretend this never happened. She turned away from Morgan, her resolve faltering. For a moment, it seemed like nothing would happen. But then she stopped and turned back. Kitty, now, she said. Morgan crept toward Bella, her expression shifting into something unsettling, cat-like. She pounced on Bella to straddle her. Before Bella knew what was happening, her flowers were crushed beneath her, and her cheek pressed into the dirt. Get off me! Bella yelled. Ow, I can't breathe! Morgan didn't move. I'm sorry, she said. I must do this because it's the only way to save my life. Someone from Creepypasta is stalking me. Bella couldn't believe what she just heard. Morgan had lied to her before, and she wondered for a second if this was just another one of her lies. But she didn't have time to respond. Across the clearing, Anissa watched as Morgan went stab crazy. The knife plunged in and out of Bella's body, the motions frantic and brutal. Bella's screams grew incoherent. Anissa stood frozen, watching in disbelief. She should be dead already, she thought. Later, Anissa compared the scene to a video game. I didn't know it would take so long, she told the police, repeating it like a mantra, as if the repetition would change reality. In games, enemies vanished within seconds. In movies, people died quickly, collapsing with dramatic finality. But here, Bella kept sobbing and screaming. That's enough, Anissa finally shouted. Morgan's coat was flecked with blood when she rose to her feet. One of her stabs had narrowly missed Bella's heart, the blade passing within a millimeter of a major artery. She waited for remorse to set in, but felt nothing. Instead, she told the police, all I heard was screaming. Bella later recalled the moment, saying, I didn't feel anything. It was like air. Bella writhed in pain on the ground. Her aspirational t-shirt, emblazoned with the words love, hope, and justice, was soaked in blood. The red stains obscured the hopeful message. She later recalled the moment, saying, I didn't feel anything. It was like air. Help me, Bella begged, her voice weak. Why did you do that? I can't breathe. I trusted you. I hate you all. Anissa watched in horror as Bella struggled to her feet against all odds. She was wobbling around, Anissa would later describe, holding onto trees for support. I hate you, Bella spat, her voice weak but venomous. Her gaze was unfocused, and she blinked as if trying to clear it. Get help. After a moment, she murmured, I can't see. Morgan, desperate to justify her actions, said, I had to do it. Someone from Creepypasta is stalking me. Bella's face twisted in anger, despite her pain. I doubt it, she snapped. Morgan's frustration flared. She shoved Bella back to the ground. Not joking, she yelled. I hate you, Bella said again. Her voice trembled but held steady. I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. She said it over and over and over again, according to Morgan. Anissa, overwhelmed by the chaos and Bella's repeated cries, just wanted it all to stop. She grabbed Bella by the arm and led her deeper into the forest. Blood was smeared across Anissa's shirt from the contact. "Home is this way," she lied. At first, Bella resisted, pushing Anissa away, but she wanted so badly to believe the girl. "Lay down," Anissa softly urged. "Be quiet. You'll lose blood slower that way." Later, she admitted to the police that she'd lied. She just didn't want anyone to hear her. Slowly, Bella stopped screaming for help and lay down, her body shaking. She was crying, but Anissa noticed with a chill that no tears were falling anymore. Morgan approached them, brushing past Anissa. She knelt by Bella, holding a large leaf, and began clumsily trying to clean the worst wound on Bella's leg. "Don't touch me," Bella hissed, her voice filled with hatred. Chapter 1. Hijacked Autonomy. Long before she ever heard of Slenderman, Morgan Geyser saw things that weren't there. The Purple Man was the first. He appeared in the corners of her vision, shifting in the shadows, just watching. Sometimes he was joined by ghosts, other times by floating colors that pulsed as if they were alive. She didn't question their existence. If anyone doubted her, she turned defensive and confrontational, insisting that he did. She knew it for sure, and it couldn't be disproven. The idea that the supernatural wasn't real simply didn't compute. When Slenderman entered her world, he made sense in a way that nothing else did. He explained why she had always felt watched and followed. And because she knew it was real, anyone who questioned it became the enemy. The Slenderman myth was not a product of centuries-old folklore, but rather a modern invention of the internet. One of the myths claimed that Slenderman could be summoned through specific rituals, similar to urban legends like Bloody Mary. Supposedly, if you drew a circle of symbols, lit candles, and chanted his name under your breath while staring into a mirror, Slenderman would appear behind you. Some variations claimed that writing his name repeatedly on paper and leaving it outside would also attract his presence. People who attempted the ritual report feelings of unease, seeing shadowy figures in the corner of their eyes, or experiencing sleep paralysis soon after. Some Slenderman myths suggested that he manipulated electronic devices. According to these legends, people who encountered him often reported TVs flickering, radios producing bursts of static, and phone calls cutting out mysteriously. Some claimed that trying to record him with a camera resulted in distorted, glitched-out footage, which made it impossible to prove his existence. All of this played into the idea that Slenderman existed in a realm just outside of human perception and could disrupt the very fabric of reality around him. A particularly dark legend suggested that Slenderman didn't kill his victims directly. Instead, he warped their minds and turned them into his followers, known as proxies. Proxies are normal people, often children or teens, who fell under Slenderman's influence and carried out his will. Some myths suggested that if someone started researching Slenderman, they were already at risk of becoming a proxy, which was what happened with Morgan and Anissa. Originating from an online contest to create supernatural horror stories, Slenderman was an entirely fictional entity. Slenderman gained traction on the website Creepypasta, where users extensively engaged with horror fiction. Unlike stories usually read for amusement, these were expanded upon, debated, and believed. The participatory nature of internet culture made the legend of Slenderman feel real to those who were immersed in it. Anissa described Slenderman as anywhere between 6 and 14 feet tall. He constantly wears a suit. He doesn't have a face. His skin is white. At his own will, he can explode these tendrils from his back. And strangle his victims. When asked if she had met him, Anissa replied, "Not exactly. But he watches you. He can read minds, and he has teleportation skills." She said he was a tall, faceless man who preys on children. Slenderman had become a symbol of fear and fascination for many millions of young people. However, for Anissa and Morgan, the myth became their perceived reality, influencing their actions and blurring fiction and reality. The two girls' fixation on the character was exacerbated by their isolation from peers and their mutual reinforcement of delusions. They sought meaning and purpose in a world they felt disconnected from, and the online myth provided it. Slenderman became their shared mythology. On the bus, in Morgan's basement, in the quiet spaces between school and home, they immersed themselves in his world. They spent hours scrolling through creepypasta, reading and rereading the stories that transformed a faceless internet meme into something tangible. They tested each other's knowledge on Quotav, taking quizzes that confirmed their roles in the mythos. And when Morgan decided it was time for proof, she created it. One afternoon, she turned to Anissa and pointed past her shoulder. "Do you see that?" she asked, eyes wide. Anissa hesitated. She saw nothing, but she knew what the answer had to be. "Yes, I see him." Anissa had been sure there was nothing there, but now doubt crept in. What if Morgan really could see something she couldn't? The fear of being left behind pressed in on her. She had spent so long being an outsider that she couldn't risk losing this friendship. So she convinced herself. She saw Slenderman. Maybe not always, maybe not clearly, but enough. Enough to keep up with Morgan's stories, enough to ask the right questions. Once the belief took hold, there was no turning back. Even when cracks formed, Anissa forced herself to ignore them. Several times, she thought about stopping the crime they had planned. She could tell just Morgan that this whole thing was insane. Slenderman wasn't real, and Bella didn't have to die. But then she'd picture sharpness in Morgan's eyes when someone questioned her reality. Worse, she would picture Slenderman himself, faceless and waiting. And so, despite the unease creeping up her spine, she followed Morgan's lead. In the days following the attack, investigators delved deep into the two girls' backgrounds. It soon became apparent that mental health played a crucial role in their actions. Psychological evaluations of the girls revealed stark differences between their mental states. Morgan's diagnosis stood at the forefront. Her father, Matt, had schizophrenia, known to be genetically passed on. He was diagnosed in his late teens or early 20s, which is a typical onset period for schizophrenia spectrum disorders. But unlike Morgan, he had the benefit of early diagnosis, treatment, and family support, allowing him to function relatively well in society. He took medication to help manage his symptoms. Despite his illness, Matt led a quiet and stable life as a maintenance worker and loving father. But his past struggles with mental illness remained largely unspoken within the family. Morgan's parents regretted not having caught the signs earlier. When she began exhibiting signs of schizophrenia, seeing imaginary figures and believing in supernatural entities, her parents did not recognize them as symptoms of a disorder, but as a wild imagination. Her hallucinations were persistent and vivid. Characters she believed to be friends often offered her comfort, but darker voices sometimes urged her toward harmful behavior. Morgan inherited more severe symptoms, particularly early-onset schizophrenia, which is far more debilitating than adult-onset schizophrenia or schizoaffective disorder. Unlike Matt, she did not receive help in time, which allowed her delusions to spiral unchecked. Morgan's delusions and hallucinations fused with the stories she read online, creating a distorted reality. Slenderman's presence felt threatening and inescapable. He was not just an internet myth, but an entity she believed existed tangibly in her world. Morgan believed that she communicated telepathically with Slenderman. Once the communication began, She had to obey his every command. If she didn't do it, she and her family wouldn't be safe. Appeasing him became a necessary act to protect herself and her family from perceived danger. The private investigator who went through her room found notebooks and pieces of paper with drawings and writings of Slender Man. Morgan sketched pages with lines like, "He will find you. The pain is inside you. I want to die. Come back, you are missed," with a Slender Man image. "Help me escape my mind." The images made for disturbing viewing in court. The investigator also discovered dolls that seemed to have markings to plan the stabbing. Some dolls were mutilated, with their legs and arms cut off. The psychiatrist who examined her believed that her beliefs were due to her psychosis and schizophrenia. Schizophrenia was not necessarily a dangerous condition. Many schizophrenic people live normal lives. But when the delusion urged people to kill and forbade them from seeking help, it quickly became dangerous. Anissa's psychological profile differed significantly. She did not experience the hallucinations that plagued Morgan, but her characteristics were consistent with shared psychotic disorder, referred to as folie à deux. This rare condition occurred when a dominant individual's delusions were adopted by another close associate. Experts noted that Anissa's emotional vulnerability, stemming from social isolation and her parents' recent divorce, made her particularly impressionable. Her intense desire to belong was why she accepted Morgan's beliefs. While she did not see or hear Slender Man, Anissa convinced herself of his existence through Morgan's insistence and the countless hours the two spent immersed in reading creepypasta stories and chats on online forums. For Anissa Weier, the road to belief was different. There were no ghosts in the shadows, no whispering voices. What there was, instead, was isolation. She had always been the outlier, the girl who sat alone at lunch, who cried during recess when the other kids were cruel. Her teachers knew she struggled, but there was little they could do beyond offering quiet reassurances. What she needed was a friend, whom Morgan became. Her fifth-grade teacher remembered her as an outlier because she had no connection with other fourth- and fifth-grade students. She would cry every fortnight about kids being mean to her. She wanted to be able to not cry, but she couldn't. She would often come to her teacher during recess and cry about not having friends. The teacher was happy that she had finally made a friend in Morgan, and they bonded over Slender Man. They had a shared connection and interest. In an interview, the teacher suggested that her interest in Slender Man came from the fact that receiving care from someone, even if it was a faceless character, was a strong emotion for Anissa, because she didn't have many friends at school. And, being just a pair, their beliefs compounded quickly. If they were in a larger friend circle of, say, 8, they might not have gone as far as planning a murder. In Morgan, Anissa found a friend who offered companionship and a sense of belonging, even when that friendship veered into dangerous territory. Anissa said in an interview with the police that she didn't want to do it, but she didn't want to make Morgan mad. It was hard enough to make friends, and she didn't want to lose them over this. She was afraid that rejecting Morgan's beliefs would lead to abandonment, or worse, provoke the wrath of Slender Man himself. The bad part of her wanted Bella to die, but the good part wanted Bella to live. Morgan had asked Anissa to delete her browser history, but there were quite a few search results the police could go through. Their Google searches were things like how to get away with murder and what kind of insane am. Anissa had found out that it was easier to kill someone in their sleep when you didn't have to look into their eyes, which was why their first plan was to kill Bella in her sleep. When the police went through Anissa's phone, they found a message in it, typed just 3 days before the stabbing. "This is my final wish to those who care. Do not grieve my absence, but remember me for who I was. I love and cherish you all, and wouldn't do you harm." In the context of the Slender Man case, The concept of free will was central to the legal arguments presented by both the defense and the prosecution. The defense argued that the mental health conditions of Anissa and Morgan significantly impaired their ability to exercise free will, thereby challenging their culpability for the crime. They claimed that the girls' psychological disorders prevented them from fully understanding the nature of their actions and from making rational decisions. The defense's argument rested on the premise that free will is limited by an individual's mental state. According to this perspective, if a person was unable to comprehend the consequences of their actions or to control their behavior due to a mental health condition, their capacity for free will was compromised. In this case, Anissa and Morgan were acting under the influence of their delusions and were not fully responsible for their actions. The defense suggested a mental health institution rather than a traditional prison sentence. The defendant's age and maturity were central to the case. Both Morgan and Anissa were only 12 years old at the time of the incident. Their cognitive development and decision-making abilities were not fully formed, making them more susceptible to external influences and less capable of comprehending the severity of their actions. This argument highlighted that their youthfulness should be considered in determining their culpability and the appropriate legal response. The influence of online fiction, particularly the Slender Man mythos, was also pivotal. This case underscored the potential dangers of online content on impressionable youths, raising concerns about how digital narratives can blur the lines between fiction and reality for vulnerable individuals. On the other hand, the prosecution argued that despite the girls' mental health conditions, they were still capable of exercising some degree of free will. Morgan and Anissa had meticulously planned the attack on their friend, demonstrating clear premeditation. The girls devised the plan months in advance, selecting a date and location to carry out the stabbing. They believed that committing the act would appease the fictional character and grant them entry into his supposed mansion. This level of detailed planning was clear evidence of their intent to harm Bella. And despite their young age, Morgan and Anissa were aware that their actions were wrong. After the stabbing, they attempted to flee the scene, indicating an understanding of the gravity of their actions and a desire to avoid consequences. Their efforts to evade capture suggested a consciousness of guilt and recognition that they had committed a serious crime. The prosecution also raised public safety concerns. The violent nature of the crime necessitated trying the defendants as adults to ensure appropriate sentencing and community protection. The legal response had to hold the perpetrators accountable and deter similar acts, thereby safeguarding the public from potential future harm. The trial featured extensive testimonies from psychologists and psychiatrists who evaluated the mental health of Anissa and Morgan and provided detailed analyses of the defendants' psychological conditions and their implications for free will. Experts testified in court that Morgan also said she conversed with Lord Voldemort and one of the teenage mutant Ninja Turtles. On August 1, 2014, she was found incompetent to stand trial, and her prosecution was suspended until her condition improved. On December 19, 2014, the judge ruled that both girls were competent to stand trial. In August 2015, the judge ruled that they would be tried as adults. They were tried separately. The discovery of Morgan's schizophrenia diagnosis raised difficult questions for the legal system, the medical community, and the broader public. How should the justice system address severe mental illness in children? To what extent did Morgan's delusions absolve her of responsibility? And how should Anissa's vulnerability and susceptibility to influence be weighed against the severity of the crime? If history has taught us anything about schizophrenia, it's that when violence erupts as a result of the mental disorder, society rushes to confirm its worst fears. The stigma is ancient, the narrative well-worn. A person suffering from psychosis commits an act of violence, and the world recoils in horror, clutching at the idea that madness is inherently dangerous. The rare cases of homicide by schizophrenic individuals are seized upon as proof that the disease and violence are inseparable. And yet, the actual numbers tell a different story, one that is far more complex and more damning of all the systems we have built to deal with mental illness. Before the 19th century, schizophrenia was barely understood. Those experiencing psychosis were often labeled as lunatics, demon-possessed, or morally corrupt. European and colonial American justice systems usually viewed insanity as divine punishment or a test of willpower. In medieval times, people with psychotic symptoms were often executed or exorcised rather than treated. By the Renaissance, madhouses emerged where the mentally ill were confined alongside criminals, often in horrific conditions. Despite these brutal responses, there was also an early recognition that some crimes were committed by those who could not understand their actions. The Monaghan Rule, established in 1843, was one of the first legal tests for insanity. Daniel Monaghan, a Scottish man suffering from paranoid delusions, assassinated a government official. The court ruled that a person could not be held legally responsible if they were unable to distinguish right from wrong due to mental illness. This marked the first major intersection of schizophrenic symptoms and criminal law. With the rise of psychiatry, schizophrenia, then called dementia praecox, began to be seen as a biological disease rather than a moral failing. The legal system increasingly institutionalized those with severe mental illness instead of incarcerating them. Large psychiatric asylums were built across Europe and the United States, with many housing thousands of patients indefinitely. The anti-psychotic revolution had promised something even better. Psychiatric hospitals were emptied in the belief that newly developed medications would allow patients to live independently, aided by a network of community mental health clinics. But the funding never came. By the time the Reagan administration finished gutting what little had been in place, those who had been released from institutions had two options: become a burden on already overwhelmed families or be left to the streets. And to top it off, for decades, psychiatrists had blamed those same families for causing schizophrenia in the first place. Now, with nowhere else for patients to go, those schizophrenogenic parents were suddenly entrusted with their care. In the early 70s, a young man suffering from schizophrenia killed 2 people in Washington while in a delusional state. Just like that, another data point was added to the public's worst fears. But for one woman, this moment became something else entirely. Eleanor Owen, the mother and sister of people with schizophrenia, did not retreat into shame or silence. She saw this tragedy not as proof of the stereotype, but as proof of something much worse: society's failure to care for its most vulnerable. Owen reached out, not just to the families of other people with schizophrenia, but to the family of the killer himself. It was an act of radical empathy, but more than that, of defiance. She refused to let this murder reinforce the narrative that schizophrenia was an automatic sentence of violence. By the late 1970s, small advocacy groups scattered across Washington, California, and Wisconsin found one another. They consolidated into what would become the National Alliance on Mental Illness, NAMI, and their mission was clear: to teach the world that schizophrenia was not caused by bad parenting. Schizophrenia was a disease, a medical condition, no different from multiple sclerosis or diabetes. Enter E. Fuller Torrey, a psychiatrist by training, a firebrand by temperament, and, crucially, the brother of a woman with schizophrenia. Torrey saw firsthand the absurdity of the blame the parents model. His mother had raised multiple children, after all, and only one developed the disease, The schizophrenia hadn't come from bad parenting. It came from biology. Tori was a godsend to Nami. He wasn't just a scientist. He was one of them. He traveled the country, giving lectures, writing books, and dismantling myths. His best-selling Surviving Schizophrenia became the go-to guide for families, and he funneled his book royalties into Nami's advocacy work. In 1988, something extraordinary happened. Tori appeared on The Phil Donahue Show, the most-watched talk show of its time. The segment featured former NFL player Lionel Aldridge, whose untreated schizophrenia had left him homeless before proper medication allowed him to recover. The audience saw something they weren't expecting. People with schizophrenia who were normal, functional, human. And then Tori delivered the knockout blow. Schizophrenia is a biological disease. It has nothing to do with what your mother did to you, just like multiple sclerosis, like diabetes. He showed brain scans of identical twins, one with schizophrenia, one without. The affected twins' brain showed enlarged ventricles, clear and undeniable evidence of a biological difference. In the last 2 decades, neuroscience has further reshaped our understanding of schizophrenia. Brain imaging, genetic research, and cognitive studies have proven beyond doubt that schizophrenia is a biological disease, not a personality flaw or demonic possession, and definitely not an excuse for bad behavior. Despite this scientific progress, the prison system still holds more people with schizophrenia than hospitals do. Mental health courts and diversion programs exist, but their funding remains inconsistent. The legacy of fear and misunderstanding lingers as media portrayals continue to highlight the rare cases of violence while ignoring the thousands of people with schizophrenia who live peacefully. And yet, the stigma remains. The stereotype persists. Yes, individuals with untreated schizophrenia are slightly more likely to commit acts of violence than the general population, but the vast majority never will. And those who do are not violent because of some innate madness, but because they're trapped in delusions and paranoia, and society has ensured they are untreated, unsupported, and pushed to the margins. The real tragedy? The vast majority of suffering caused by schizophrenia doesn't come from violence. It comes from abandonment. People with schizophrenia are far more likely to be the victims of violence than the perpetrators of it. Homelessness, poverty, and incarceration are the real threats. The challenge ahead is clear: shifting from fear-based perceptions to science-based solutions. This means investing in mental health care, early intervention, and legal protections that acknowledge what neuroscience has made undeniable. Schizophrenia is an illness, not a crime. Chapter 2. The Shadows of Society. Every human culture, from prehistoric cave dwellers to modern internet users, has crafted myths. The brain is built for stories. It processes the world in narratives, assigning meaning even when there is none. This ability, which has given rise to everything from religion to conspiracy theories, is a double-edged sword. On the one hand, it helps us make sense of the world. On the other hand, it makes us highly susceptible to false realities when stories are absorbed without critical analysis. The detective who first spoke to Morgan after they were taken into custody asked her some basic questions. He asked about her school performance and her birthday party. Then he asked why she thought she was in the police station that day. Because Anissa and I ran off after hurting Bella. "Tell me what happened with Bella," the detective said. Morgan seemed confused, so the detective asked her to just narrate the details of her day, which she did exhaustively, right up until she said, "Anissa jumped on top of Bella." This surprised the detective, who didn't realize that Morgan was talking about them playing hide-and-seek. Morgan continued with the narration, describing their walk to the trees, "And then we stabbed Bella." Did you talk about this beforehand? Anissa told me to, Morgan said. Why? Because otherwise he'd murder our families. Morgan was afraid to say more, in case she made Slenderman angry for snitching on him. I didn't know him, but Anissa knew him. She made it seem necessary, and I figured if it was, then I would. Morgan thus behaved as though Anissa were the mastermind of the plan. Meanwhile, Anissa was presenting a very different version of the events in her interview. There's this website, Creepypasta Wiki. She explained Slenderman and the concept of the proxies. And Morgan turned to me and said, "Hey, Anissa, we should be proxies." I said, "Okay, how should we do that?" And she said, "We have to kill Bella. We had to prove ourselves worthy to Slender." She said she was excited to do it because they'd finally have proof he was real. But, she said, I don't think any of this would have happened if I hadn't told her about creepypastas. Surprisingly, when the detective questioning her asked if she was worried or if he didn't exist, she responded simply with, "He is a work of fiction. He does not exist." Slenderman was a modern myth, an internet-age boogeyman born not from oral tradition, but from online forums. To a child with an underdeveloped prefrontal cortex, it was something else entirely. Morgan and Anissa were raised in a world where the line between real and virtual became increasingly blurred. This is where social influence comes in. Had Morgan been alone in her belief, she might have dismissed it eventually. But social reinforcement strengthened beliefs. Anissa, though not schizophrenic, was highly suggestible, socially isolated, and desperate for connection. When Morgan introduced the idea of Slenderman being real, Anissa did what humans do. She conformed to the belief system of her closest peer. And when two people believed something, the belief stopped being a belief. It became their shared reality. This phenomenon was not unique to two preteen girls in Wisconsin. Entire societies have fallen into mass hysteria over similar shared delusions. Consider the satanic panic of the 1980s, when thousands of people convinced themselves that underground cults were sacrificing children. Or the Salem witch trials, where mass fear fueled a spree of executions. Or even the QAnon conspiracy theory, which has led adults, people with fully developed brains, to believe in political narratives that have no basis in reality. When beliefs are reinforced by community, media, and repetition, they become impervious to contradiction. The human brain, even at its most rational, is not designed to seek truth. It is designed to seek patterns, coherence, and social belonging. Morgan and Anissa were locked in a closed feedback loop of mutual reinforcement. This trapped them in a fantasy that became indistinguishable from reality. The more they talked about it, the more action became inevitable. Both girls said the other was the instigator of the plan to kill Bella. As far as Anissa was concerned, the responsibility for the whole idea and the stabbing itself fell on Morgan's shoulders. But Morgan maintained that Anissa had introduced her to creepypasta, which Anissa agreed, made sense of her visions, and encouraged Morgan to see things that weren't there. Investigators were more inclined to trust Anissa, who actually behaved like a 12-year-old, over Morgan. But their narratives coincided in at least one thing. Both of them seemed to have shown reluctance to go ahead with the plan at some point, and been urged on by the other. Morgan's actions are at least explained by the fact that she had schizophrenia. Her distorted reality was involuntary. But Anissa chose to believe. Or, more accurately, her environment made belief the most socially advantageous choice. She admitted that Slenderman was a work of fiction readily enough. But she went along with Morgan's version of reality right up until Bella was stabbed and nearly killed. Humans, especially children, crave acceptance more than they crave truth. For Anissa, being friends with Morgan was more important than anything else. If believing in Slender Man meant she and Morgan shared something special, then the belief was worth holding on to, no matter how irrational it seemed. History is filled with otherwise normal people committing horrifying acts under the influence of social dynamics. Ordinary citizens in Nazi Germany executed unthinkable orders, not because they were inherently evil, but because they trusted authority figures and feared social exclusion. Soldiers in war zones have followed leaders into acts of genocide, not out of personal hatred, but because the structure around them made such actions seem reasonable, even expected. Once Anissa and Morgan reached the conclusion that stabbing their friend was the only way to prove loyalty to Slender Man, the act became not just thinkable, but inevitable. Had this crime happened 50 years earlier, Slender Man would not have existed. But myths adapt to their medium, and the internet accelerated the spread of modern folklore at an unprecedented rate. Slender Man is an example of digital folklore that evolves as it spreads. Unlike traditional myths, which took generations to take shape, Slender Man was born, refined, and reinforced in real time. The internet functions as an external brain, shaping human cognition in ways we barely understand. It acts as a giant neural network, where ideas spread like electrical signals in a biological brain. Slender Man, through thousands of posts, videos, and discussions, became something more than fiction. It became an entity with weight, with presence, with believers. When belief crosses the threshold into action, the myth becomes a force as real as any external event. The cultural and social systems around Morgan and Anissa shaped their reality, and once their reality demanded violence, biology ensured that their hands followed through. Fiction has long been a mirror reflecting the complexities of human nature, offering readers and viewers a safe space to explore the darker facets of the psyche. However, there are instances where the boundaries between fiction and reality blur, leading susceptible individuals to commit heinous acts inspired by the stories they consume. The television series Dexter, which aired from 2006 to 2013, centers on Dexter Morgan, a forensic expert leading a double life as a vigilante serial killer targeting other murderers. While the show garnered critical acclaim for its complex character study, it also inadvertently became a blueprint for real-life violence. In 2008, Canadian filmmaker Mark Twitchell, fascinated by Dexter, orchestrated a gruesome murder mirroring the show's narrative. Twitchell lured John Altinger to his garage under the pretense of a date, where he brutally killed and dismembered him. Investigators discovered a document titled SK Confessions on Twitchell's laptop, detailing the crime and revealing his obsession with the fictional character. Twitchell was subsequently convicted of first-degree murder in 2011. Similarly, in 2022, Aftab Poonawalla confessed to murdering his partner, Shraddha Walker, in a manner eerily reminiscent of Dexter. He dismembered her body into 36 pieces and disposed of them over 18 days, emulating the show's depiction of body disposal. Clearly, violent media had the potential to influence real-life actions. These unsettling incidents raise critical questions about the power of fictional narratives to inspire real-life actions. While most consumers of violent media do not replicate such behaviors, individuals with certain psychological vulnerabilities could blur the lines between fiction and reality, leading to catastrophic outcomes. Psychologists argue that while fiction could influence behavior, it does not negate personal responsibility. However, in cases where individuals were unable to distinguish between fictional narratives and reality, their capacity for free will became compromised. This blurring of boundaries could lead to actions that are heavily influenced if not dictated, by the fictional worlds they are immersed in. In the wake of the Slender Man stabbing, it became clear that Morgan and Anissa were not outliers, and their crime did not exist in isolation. It functioned as a cultural contagion, a perfect example of how human brains, particularly adolescent ones, absorb and act on narratives in ways that can be terrifyingly deterministic. An unidentified woman from Ohio, in June 2014, reported to a local news station that her 13-year-old daughter had attacked her with a knife. The girl had been writing dark fiction, much of it centered on Slender Man. According to her mother, this fictional figure had played a direct role in motivating the violence. It is not that Slender Man, as a literal entity, whispered in her ear. Rather, the brain, constantly seeking patterns and reinforcing belief structures, took in the myth and made it actionable. Once the belief felt real, the distinction between thought and behavior began to erode. A few months later, in Port Richey, Florida, another eerie parallel emerged. A 14-year-old girl allegedly set fire to her own house while her mother and younger brother were inside. Investigators found that she had been reading Slender Man stories online, along with the dark themes of Atsushi Okubo's manga Soul Eater. Police made the connection immediately. This was another vulnerable adolescent brain, exposed to violent narratives, socially reinforced through digital subcultures, and lacking the prefrontal cortical regulation to distinguish fantasy from reality. To assume these cases were random is to misunderstand how the brain works. Slender Man was never just a story. It was a meme in the purest sense of the word, that of an idea which spread, mutated, and took on different meanings depending on the psychological and cultural landscapes it encountered. For most, it remained fiction. For some, it was an organizing principle for their suffering. But for a small, tragic minority, it became something even more dangerous. A blueprint for action, a neurological script waiting for the right circumstances to play out. External influences can significantly modulate our neural circuitry. The brain's ability to reorganize itself by forming new neural connections, known as neural plasticity, allows it to adapt to various stimuli. However, this adaptability also means that repeated exposure to specific influences can reinforce particular neural pathways, potentially leading to maladaptive behaviors. Chronic stress and fear, for instance, can heighten activity in the amygdala. This impairs rational thought and enhances emotional responses, making individuals more susceptible to external suggestions. Additionally, manipulative environments can disrupt neurotransmitter balances, affecting mood, cognition, and behavior. These neurobiological alterations can diminish an individual's capacity for critical thinking and autonomous decision-making, raising questions about their culpability when influenced to commit criminal acts. The concept of free will suggests that individuals have the inherent capacity to make choices independent of external influences. However, neurobiological research challenges this notion. Studies show that neural activity predicting a decision occurs milliseconds before individuals become consciously aware of their choice, implying that unconscious neural processes can dictate actions before conscious intent emerges. Furthermore, environmental factors, social conditioning, and even subliminal cues can shape neural activity, guiding decisions without conscious awareness. In the context of external influence, these insights suggest that coercive techniques can hijack neural processes, undermining the very foundation of free will. Recognizing the neurobiological impact on behavior necessitates a re-evaluation of legal concepts like culpability and intent. To know the extent to which a defendant's actions were the result of free will versus external influence, we need a nuanced understanding of their neural and psychological state. Interventions should consider the neurobiological impacts of coercion, focusing on restoring autonomous decision-making capabilities rather than solely punitive measures. Chapter 3. The Brain in Progress. The concept of childhood as a distinct stage of life is relatively recent. Historically, children were often just seen as small adults and treated as such. This viewpoint influenced how juvenile offenders were dealt with. They were often subject to the same harsh punishments as adults. In ancient and medieval societies, there was little distinction between adult and juvenile crime. Young offenders faced severe penalties like imprisonment, corporal punishment, or even execution. For example, in medieval England, children as young as 7 could be held criminally responsible. These harsh punishments reflected the belief that children, like adults, were moral agents responsible for their actions. By the 18th century, Enlightenment thinkers began advocating for a more humane approach to crime, including juvenile crime. They emphasized the importance of education and nurturing in shaping a child's moral compass. The idea that children could be rehabilitated rather than simply punished became more widespread. Reformatories were established in parts of Europe and North America in the 19th century, offering an alternative to imprisonment by focusing on education and moral reform for juvenile offenders. The late 19th and early 20th centuries marked a pivotal shift in how juvenile offenders were treated. 1899 marked a new era in juvenile justice, with the first juvenile court established in Chicago. The court's purpose was not to punish, but to rehabilitate young offenders. This model quickly spread across the world, reflecting a growing recognition of the differences between juveniles and adults in terms of moral and cognitive development. It was believed that with the right guidance, young offenders could be reformed and reintegrated into society. Today, the treatment of juvenile crime varies significantly across countries, shaped by legal traditions, cultural values, and the socio-political landscape. Some nations focus on rehabilitation, while others adopt a more punitive approach, often influenced by concerns over rising crime rates. The U.S. has a complex and often contradictory juvenile justice system. While juvenile courts exist to focus on rehabilitation, harsher policies such as trying juveniles as adults for serious crimes still persist. The super-predator theory of the 1990s suggested that some juveniles were inherently dangerous. This led to tougher sentences for young offenders, including life without parole in some cases. However, in recent years, the U.S. Supreme Court has ruled against such extreme measures, citing the developmental differences between juveniles and adults. Now, the growing movement toward restorative justice and mental health interventions shifts the focus back to rehabilitation. In contrast, countries like Norway and Sweden emphasize rehabilitation over punishment. Norway, for example, has one of the most progressive juvenile justice systems in the world. Juveniles under 18 are rarely incarcerated, and those who are detained are placed in facilities designed to provide education, therapy, and support rather than punishment. The goal is to prevent reoffending by addressing the underlying causes of criminal behavior, such as family problems, mental health issues, or substance abuse. This rehabilitative model has led to low recidivism rates and is often cited as a successful example of how treating juveniles with care and dignity can yield positive outcomes. India's approach to juvenile crime has undergone significant changes, especially after high-profile cases like the 2012 Delhi gang rape, where one of the accused was a juvenile. Following public outcry, the Juvenile Justice Act was amended in 2015 to allow juveniles aged 16 to 18 to be tried as adults for heinous crimes. This shift reflects the tension between the desire for justice and the recognition that young offenders may still be capable of reform. Despite this, India continues to invest in rehabilitation efforts, with juvenile justice boards and child welfare committees working to divert children away from crime through education and vocational training programs. As we have discussed, adverse childhood experiences, ACEs, are a well-established predictor of long-term psychological and physiological dysfunction. Individuals with high ACE scores are more likely to develop psychiatric disorders, exhibit violent behavior, and suffer from a range of chronic health issues. Both Anissa and Morgan had childhoods marked by distinct yet overlapping adversities, which set the stage for their later actions. Morgan's ACE profile is particularly concerning due to the presence of both environmental and genetic risk factors. She experienced hallucinations from early childhood and had a predisposition for schizophrenia from her father. Yet genetics is never destiny. In a well-supported, nurturing environment, a child predisposed to schizophrenia may still develop resilience. Unfortunately, Morgan's symptoms were dismissed as an overactive imagination, and her early signs of distress were ignored. Moreover, chronic stress in childhood alters the structure and function of the prefrontal cortex, the part of the brain responsible for impulse control and executive decision-making. By the time Morgan became fixated on Slender Man, her perception of reality was already severely compromised, creating a dangerous cognitive framework in which fantasy and reality became indistinguishable. Anissa's ACE score is driven by emotional neglect and chronic social isolation. While she did not suffer from a diagnosable psychiatric disorder like Morgan, her early life was characterized by parental instability and rejection. The divorce of her parents, an experience well documented to increase cortisol levels in children, led her to feel like an afterthought in her family. She compensated by striving for academic success, but her emotional needs went largely unmet. Anissa's social difficulties were compounded by bullying and rejection from peers. Adolescents who experienced chronic rejection exhibited changes in dopamine pathways, making them more susceptible to seeking out high-risk behaviors in exchange for social belonging. When Morgan introduced her to the world of creepypasta and Slender Man, Anissa found the connection she had long craved in creepypasta and Slender Man, but she did not exhibit the psychotic delusions Morgan did. Instead, she engaged in motivated reasoning, convincing herself that Slender Man was real because believing so allowed her to maintain her bond with Morgan. For Anissa, the neurobiological reward of social acceptance outweighed the moral and cognitive dissonance of harming another human being. Neuroscience tells us that chronic exposure to stress, whether from neglect, bullying, or mental illness, changes the way the brain processes risk and reward. The amygdala, responsible for fear processing, becomes hyperactive in individuals with prolonged exposure to adversity. Simultaneously, the prefrontal cortex, responsible for impulse control, weakens. This means that when faced with a high-stakes decision, a person with a high ACE score is more likely to perceive danger where none exists and act impulsively. For Morgan, the fear of Slender Man's wrath, increased by her psychosis, was real. For Anissa, the fear of losing Morgan's friendship was equally compelling. Their decision to attack Bella was, from a neurobiological standpoint, not an exercise in free will, but a response to a distorted perception of necessity. The story of Morgan Geyser and Anissa Weier is not one of innate evil, but of tragic miswiring, of two children shaped by adversity, unchecked mental illness, and an online mythology that played directly onto their vulnerabilities. Understanding their ACE scores allows us to move beyond simplistic moral judgments and recognize the biological and psychological mechanisms at play. If there is a lesson in this case, it is that early intervention matters. Had Morgan received psychiatric care earlier, her descent into psychosis may have been slowed or even prevented. Had Anissa found stable, affirming relationships, she may not have needed to seek acceptance in such dangerous places. The plasticity of the developing brain means that damage is not always irreversible, but only if we intervene in time. In the end, their story displays a fundamental truth of behavioral neuroscience. The choices we make are always shaped by the lives we've lived before we make them. After the stabbing, the girls stopped at a stream to clean themselves. It was partially successful. Morgan's fingers were still covered with Bella's blood. Just then, Anissa thought she glimpsed Slender Man out of the corner of her eye, and Morgan heard a branch snapping. No one was moving, Anissa pointed out. They entered the woods, hoping to find Slender Man's mansion there. They moved through the trees, expecting to see the giant demon any moment. Instead, they came across a campsite and stole some bug spray. Summers could be really humid, and they planned to spend forever in that forest, after all. Morgan carved the Slender Man symbol into a tree trunk to summon the demon, with the same knife she used to stab Bella. She rested her head against it. Anissa followed suit. She could hear Morgan reciting some weird poem. At first, nothing happened. But when Morgan repeated the poem, Anissa began to notice dark shapes flickering at the edges of her vision. She would later admit they might have just been strands of her own hair. Still, she couldn't rule out the possibility that she was seeing Slenderman's tendrils. When she lifted her head from the tree, the shapes reappeared, and she noticed Morgan staring in the same direction, as if both of them were following the same invisible presence. "And OMG, we saw him," Anissa later recalled. They convinced themselves that Slenderman had purposely vanished, intending for them to find him in the Nicollet National Forest, just as they had planned. They believed they had received his signal and prepared to continue the 300-mile trek. But first, Anissa needed water. That was when they saw a Walmart in the distance. The girls crouched behind some bushes, eyeing the nearby Walmart supercenter. They knew it had a bathroom where Anissa could drink from the sink, but they were also aware that the store had surveillance cameras and big flat-screen TVs in the electronics section that played local news. Their photos might already be circulating. If someone inside recognized them, the police could be called. Morgan figured that if men could stroll through Walmart half-dressed without raising eyebrows, then no one would pay attention to two girls. She and Anissa had been to the store many times before. During summer, it wasn't unusual to see a man pushing a cart shirtless, even though the window clearly displayed a sign, "No shirt, no shoes, no service." "It's Walmart," Morgan said with a shrug. They slipped inside, weaving past shoppers and heading straight to the women's restroom. Anissa filled their water bottles while Morgan removed her black lace gloves to scrub the blood off her hands. On their way out, they passed about 20 active checkout lanes. Just as Morgan predicted, no one gave them a second glance. "We started singing to each other," she later said. "We were oddly calm. It didn't feel like we had just done something terrible." Afterward, they made their way toward the Fox River, which flowed through downtown Waukesha. Convinced that walking north along the river would eventually bring them to Slender Mansion, they continued on. They passed a bar called Wonderland Tap, where they crouched behind a pillar and sipped from one water bottle, believing it would stretch their supply longer. Morgan, flipping through her photo album, began to cry. Anissa thought it lasted nearly half an hour. Worried, she reasoned that Morgan needed sugar to stay emotionally stable. They came across Steinhoffel's, a well-known Wisconsin furniture store offering free cookies, fruit snacks, and lemonade. Inside, Anissa picked up 4 cookies and 2 packs of fruit snacks. "I figured if we needed sugar, we might as well eat something that's kind of healthy," she said. They refilled their bottles in the store's restroom. That's when Morgan remembered that she had left her black lace gloves in the Walmart bathroom. Tears welled up again, and this time, she couldn't even eat her second cookie. "I wish I had my gloves," she kept saying. Anissa was starting to get irritated. She told Morgan to put the second cookie back in their bag if she wouldn't eat it. They kept heading north until they were close to Pewaukee, the neighboring town. A busy interstate now blocked their path out of the city. Up to that point, they had trusted Slender Man to lead the way. But once they left the river, the sense of direction and magic seemed to vanish. Anissa suggested they ask someone for help, but Morgan refused. "Because what isn't strange about a blonde girl with creepy eyes and a jacket covered in blood?" she said. The people in Walmart might not have noticed them, but they could not rely on that luck continuing. Without knowing how to cross the highway, they ended up walking more than 3 miles in the wrong direction. 5 hours had passed since the stabbing. "I'm hot," Anissa complained. They eventually stopped at a cemetery and crawled under some bushes to escape the sun. Since Anissa had already eaten the cookies and fruit snacks, Morgan handed her a peanut butter bar from their bag. Anissa tried to eat it, but the taste was too much, and she spit it out. "It's disgusting," she said. Morgan then gave her a kudos bar. Anissa managed only 2 small nibbles before spitting that out, too. She later wondered if the awful taste had something to do with the thought of Bella lying in the woods where they had left her, slowly dying. The reality of what they had done was beginning to take hold. "Can we go home now?" she asked. Morgan looked at her in disbelief. "No." She reminded Anissa that they had just killed someone. Going back would mean certain death. The punishment for murder is getting murdered yourself. The death penalty had actually been outlawed in Wisconsin for many years. "Oh yeah," Anissa said. "I forgot. Thanks, Morgan." They walked along the highway, searching for a bridge or tunnel that could take them to Pewaukee. Eventually, behind a Rocky Rococo pizza and pasta place, they spotted an on-ramp. With no better option in sight, they stepped onto the freeway. Cars sped past them at around 60 miles per hour. One driver, alarmed by the sight of 2 young girls walking dangerously close to traffic, called the police. Her description matched the descriptions of Morgan and Anissa that had already been circulating on social media. They had walked close to 10 miles by then. As the rush from the stabbing wore off, thirst, heat, and growing fear replaced it. The full weight of their actions hit Anissa all at once. She later described the moment as a nervous breakdown and said she blamed Morgan for everything. Morgan began to whisper a plea. "Slender, if you're listening, please help us." But as Anissa later told investigators, nothing happened. No sign, no signal, no help came. "He didn't do anything," Anissa said. "Nothing happened." Anissa made her way down into a ditch beside the highway and lay down on a bed of rocks near a small stream. Morgan followed, worried something might happen to her. They had seen hawks flying overhead. Morgan thought they were vultures and feared that Anissa was giving herself up to be eaten. But Anissa assured her she was only overheated, and the rocks were cool against her skin. It was not an attempt to die. "Stop crying," she told her. Morgan cried anyway. She reminded Anissa that water attracted mosquitoes and urged her to get up and keep walking, warning that if she stayed, she might catch malaria. Anissa had had enough of it. "I want to call my mom. I want to go home." "If you do that, you'll spend your life in prison. Either that or be executed." As if on cue, they heard sirens. Tires crunched on gravel. Car doors slammed. "Hands!" a police officer yelled. "Hands where I can see them." "And then they got us," Anissa later said. As the police drew their guns, Morgan put up her hands in surrender. She and Anissa stumbled up the ditch toward the cops. "They listened very well," recalled one of the lieutenants who apprehended them that day. "They just seemed like normal girls." After being handcuffed, Morgan turned to one of the officers and said, "I was forced to kill my best friend." As the handcuffs clicked around her wrists, Anissa told another officer, "I'm Anissa, and I live on Big Bend Road." Surveying the dark, crusty stains on Anissa's shirt, the officer asked her, "Are you injured? Do you need emergency services?" "No," she said. "I'm scared." Chapter 4. Too young, too guilty. Contrary to what Morgan and Anissa believed, Bella did not die in the woods that day. A passing cyclist discovered her crawling from the tree line, bleeding from 19 stab wounds. She was rushed to Waukesha Memorial Hospital in critical condition. After emergency surgery and several blood transfusions, doctors determined that one of the stab wounds had missed her heart by less than a millimeter. Against all odds, Bella survived. The nation watched in horror as details of the case emerged. Two 12-year-old girls from suburban Wisconsin had plotted for months to murder their friend as a sacrifice to a fictional internet character. The case raised profound questions about adolescent psychology, internet folklore, and the American juvenile justice system. Wisconsin law required that certain serious crimes committed by children 10 or older be charged in adult court. Both Morgan Geyser and Anissa Weier, both 12 years old, were charged as adults with attempted first-degree intentional homicide, despite their young age. Wisconsin law required that certain serious crimes committed by children 10 or older be charged in adult court. If convicted, they faced up to 65 years in prison. Later that day, the Waukesha police chief addressed the media in a press conference. He appeared to struggle as he tried to explain who Slender Man was and why two 12-year-old girls were being charged as adults. Ultimately, Jack defended the adult charges to the press by pointing to the serious crime they had committed. And the fact that they were female, it all leads to... His sentence faded, as though he was still trying to make sense of it himself. He continued, calling the case deeply troubling. Jack explained that both girls had become absorbed in a fictional figure tied to online content. "This is a very disturbing investigation," he told reporters. Both suspects had a fascination with a made-up character who appeared frequently on a website that features short stories about death, he said, pausing to look up from his notes. His tone grew more certain as he added, "and horror." In August 2014, a judge found Morgan Geyser incompetent to stand trial after psychological evaluations revealed she was suffering from early-onset schizophrenia. She believed she could communicate telepathically with fictional characters, including not only Slender Man, but also Harry Potter and Voldemort. Mental health professionals testified that she genuinely believed Slender Man was real and would harm her family if she did not kill for him. Anissa Weier was found competent to stand trial, though her defense team maintained she was operating under a shared psychotic disorder, influenced by her stronger-willed friend. If there's one thing humans love, it's punishing wrongdoers. Across cultures, throughout history, we've gone to extraordinary lengths to make sure people get what's coming to them. From public executions to life imprisonments, from the legal system to the casual satisfaction of seeing a cheater exposed, we don't just tolerate punishment, we enjoy it. But why? And more importantly, is it rational? Anissa's lawyers tried to prove that moving Anissa's case back to juvenile court would not minimize the gravity of her actions or reduce the potential deterrent effect on other young people. They leaned on research that showed definitively that adolescents lack the biological ability to accurately predict the consequences of their actions. Young offenders, they claimed, typically do not weigh legal implications, let alone specific laws, before engaging in illegal behavior. Their argument also emphasized that prosecuting juveniles as adults might actually do more harm than good. Studies suggested that such measures did not deter future crimes and, in fact, often increased the likelihood of reoffending. Dr. Anthony Jurek, a psychologist who had assessed Anissa before the hearing, testified about this directly. He explained that the theory of deterrence assumes that sending a minor into the adult system sends a strong societal message. This behavior is unacceptable. But, he added, the research shows that it doesn't have that effect. Children transferred into adult courts do not show reduced rates of repeat offenses. According to Jurek, it doesn't seem to deter them at all. He went on to say he saw no reason to believe that returning Anissa to the juvenile system would encourage others to commit similar crimes. In his view, she was already facing serious consequences. "It's clear she's being punished," he said, adding that her case alone had sent a powerful warning that even someone her age could face severe repercussions for such behavior. We discussed that one of the reasons for punishment is to prevent repeat offenses. In order to ensure that, the environment has to be deliberately managed to ensure moral development. But correction facilities, juvenile detention centers, and even mental facilities are rarely built for this. Several days after Morgan's arrest, following the necessary paperwork filed by her attorney, her parents were finally permitted to visit her. The meeting took place at Washington County Jail, inside a visitation room divided by scratched plexiglass and steel bars. Physical contact was not allowed. Matt broke down almost immediately, overcome with emotion, his body shaking as he sobbed. Morgan appeared disheveled and anxious. She looked unwashed and continuously fidgeted in her seat. Morgan's mother, Angie, addressed her gently, trying to ease into conversation. She explained that the trial could take a long time and mentioned changes at home. With her work schedule and the number of pets in the house, some responsibilities had become too difficult to manage. Morgan's guinea pigs had been hers to care for, and they had been given away. "I had to sell Thor and Loki," she said. "Some church people took them." Morgan reacted sharply. "I hate church people," she said, then abruptly added, "What are you doing here? Why did you come?" Her mother responded, explaining that she had wanted to check on Morgan and see how she was doing. Morgan laughed in response, then began speaking to herself. Her eyes were wide and unfocused. She tilted her head and stared upward, tracking something invisible on the ceiling. Her behavior became increasingly erratic, giggling, mumbling, and drifting off into incoherent speech. Separated by bars and plexiglass, the geysers could only watch as Morgan slipped further into a psychotic state. They were told that traumatic events, such as the stabbing and arrest, could heighten or trigger psychosis in vulnerable individuals. In Morgan's case, the symptoms had intensified dramatically. She took nearly half a year to understand her own case. From 2014 to 2017, Anissa and Morgan were held in custody in Wisconsin while awaiting trial. Anissa was held at the Washington County Juvenile Detention Center in Wisconsin. Morgan was moved to the Winnebago Mental Health Institute in Wisconsin after being diagnosed with early-onset schizophrenia. Her mental state made her unfit for standard juvenile detention. Their parents drove for hours, multiple times a week, to visit their daughters. In an interview, they described the environment their children would live in for nearly 3 years. Despite the different facilities, their environment was similar in terms of the lack of freedom and social interaction. The girls had no access to the outdoors or windows to look out of. At the Washington Detention Center, parents couldn't wipe away their children's tears or hug them, or kiss them. The Winnebago facility, where Morgan was finally admitted, was far from the serene hospital it may once have been. Years of neglect had left the institution in poor condition. One of its oldest and most admired buildings, Kempster Hall, had been shut down due to hazardous asbestos contamination, reportedly so extensive that it had seeped even into the adhesive materials holding the structure together. The environment was chaotic. During one unannounced inspection by state officials, patients were found roaming the halls without supervision. The hospital relied heavily on psychiatric care technicians, or PCTs, to manage daily patient care. These workers were typically entry-level employees, earning modest wages of around $16 an hour and often working shifts that stretched up to 17 hours. Their duties were physically and emotionally taxing, and many struggled under the weight of the job. PCTs would fall asleep in hallways, talk to themselves, and essentially appear as mentally unwell as the patients they were tasked with supporting. Due to this chronic understaffing, the safety of the patients was at risk. The facility had faced serious incidents, including 3 unexplained deaths and a rape, between 2005 and 2006. In one particularly tragic case, a patient who had fallen and hit his head remained unconscious for 14 hours before medical help was summoned. The doctor on duty dismissed the incident as behavioral acting out. That patient later died after slipping into a coma. Even the hospital grounds were poorly monitored. Trespassers, including hunters, had constructed illegal deer stands in the surrounding woods. Large, unstable oak trees hung overhead, posing a danger to anyone nearby. Morgan was placed in the hospital's high-security unit, designated for short-term stays. She was the youngest person on the ward by a significant margin, and the experience was deeply unsettling. Surrounded by adults, many of whom wore adult diapers or wandered the halls shouting, she found the environment frightening. There were no warm baths or calm outdoor spaces. Instead, patients commonly were restrained, and the more unruly patients were strapped down and fitted with spit hoods. Recreation consisted of short outdoor sessions, confined within razor wire pens twice a day, each lasting only 30 minutes. Many patients spent their time watching television. Programs like The Voice were popular, but sometimes the news came on, and when Morgan's face appeared on the screen, other patients would point and laugh, saying things like, "Hey, that's you." Isolated and frightened, Morgan only had her hallucinations for comfort. When someone asked how she would feel if medications made characters like Voldemort and Maggie disappear, Morgan began to cry. That emotional reaction was later brought up in court as a sign of her instability, yet no one ever offered her any medication to help manage the hallucinations. Morgan explained, "I like seeing things. I like hearing Maggie. Seeing my friends isn't dangerous. These friends are important to me. They can't disappear." Patients could borrow small radios to use in their rooms. Morgan, uncomfortable sleeping in her bed, often sat on the floor for hours, listening to music and imagining scenes in her mind. One song that stood out to her was about a toxic friendship, where the singer promised to save a seat in hell for an old friend. It reminded her of the way she and Anissa used to save seats for each other on the school bus. Now that Morgan had been moved from the Washington County Jail to the hospital, her parents were finally allowed to hug her again. But during their first visit, when Matt and Angie reached out to embrace her, Morgan kept her arms straight down at her sides. Matt and Angie stepped back, unsure of how to comfort their daughter. Physical affection had always been normal in their family, but something had shifted. Morgan looked at them and shook her head. After nearly 3 months in jail, she told them, "I no longer like to be touched." While Morgan was undergoing psychiatric evaluations at Winnebago, Anissa remained at Washington County Jail, facing a very different experience. Though their paths diverged, both girls endured long periods of isolation and emotional strain. Most minors held in the facility stayed for only a few months. Anissa, however, remained there for nearly 3 years. Over the course of 35 months, she was allowed just 40 hours of outdoor time. Early on, Anissa remained hopeful. She spoke to her grandparents about Halloween plans and potential costumes, convinced she would be released in time to celebrate. But as the months passed and the weight of her situation became clearer, that optimism began to fade. During visits from her parents, she broke down in tears, asking how her brain had let her do this. Court records later noted that she consistently expressed regret and asked about Bella's condition during every visit. Inside the jail, Anissa worked hard to fit in. She began using profanity around the other girls, hoping to be seen as their equal and avoid being targeted. Her strategy seemed to work. She gradually formed friendships with some of the other detainees. In November, when she turned 13, those connections became clearer. She received citations for braiding hair and was verbally reprimanded for accepting a birthday card from another inmate. When Anissa first entered the general population at Washington County Jail, she was immediately targeted by the other girls. They mocked her, bullied her, and made her time there unbearable. Over time, however, she found ways to navigate the harsh social dynamics. By responding to insults with a calm and serious expression, using the same curse words the others did, and treating her peers with quiet kindness, Anissa gradually earned their acceptance. Eventually, the same girls who once ridiculed her began to view her with a degree of respect. Meanwhile, the court-appointed psychiatrists evaluated Morgan, determined that she was competent to stand trial, and cleared her to return to Washington County Jail. Despite her ongoing psychotic symptoms, they chose not to prescribe any psychiatric medication. The only prescription given was for albuterol, which addressed her chronic asthma, but not the more severe psychological issues she was exhibiting. Shortly after this decision, one of the psychiatrists testified in court. He stated, "In this psychiatrist's opinion, Ms. Morgan Geyser has substantial mental capacity to understand the proceedings and to assist in her own defense." As Anissa's standing in the group improved, the other girls turned their resentment toward Morgan. They blamed her for the crime that had led to Anissa's incarceration and grew frustrated whenever Anissa was not allowed to participate in their activities due to restrictions related to Morgan's presence. Because of safety protocols, the two were kept apart with separate classes, meals, and recreation times. The girls responded by giving Morgan the silent treatment. When they did speak to her, they called her names, including "psycho bitch." The isolation had never bothered Morgan before. But now it hurt. With no real friends to talk to, Morgan turned inward, spending her time interacting with her hallucinations and creating art projects alone. Since she wasn't allowed access to scissors, she carefully tore paper with her fingers to build an entire dollhouse from scratch. She drew furniture, walls, and accessories, then crafted a miniature family to live inside. Each paper character had their own cell phone. Using what she had recently learned about court procedures, Morgan even designed a small television and a remote control. On the paper screen, she illustrated a courtroom drama complete with a judge and an attorney. It was her way of recreating the world of The Sims, a game she had loved before her arrest, and the closest she could get to pretending life was still normal. In her cell, she watched the shadows and held on to the hope that Slenderman would come for her eventually. A growing body of neuroscience suggests that our thirst for punishment is not driven by logic, deterrence, or even justice in the way we like to think about it. Instead, it's a product of evolutionary hardwiring, shaped by our biology and social structures, and it persists even when punishment serves no useful function. Understanding this compulsion is crucial, not only for reshaping our legal and social systems, but for challenging the very idea of moral responsibility itself. At its core, punishment is about more than just righting wrongs. It involves pleasure. Functional MRI scans show that when people witness wrongdoers being punished, the brain's reward centers, particularly the nucleus accumbens, light up in a way strikingly similar to what happens when we eat something sweet or win money. This suggests that we don't just believe punishment is necessary, we crave it. In fact, our impulse to punish is often entirely divorced from any practical consideration. Studies show that people will impose punishments even when there is no chance of future harm being prevented or behavior being corrected. In laboratory experiments, participants will even pay out of their own pockets to ensure that someone who violated an arbitrary rule suffers, even if it's completely irrelevant to them personally. This has nothing to do with justice. It's retribution for retribution's sake. This tendency is deeply ingrained in our evolutionary past. Early human societies depended on cooperation for survival, and groups that developed a strong sense of punishment for rule breakers were more likely to thrive. But just because a behavior was once adaptive doesn't mean it remains useful in modern contexts. Evolution designed us to enjoy sugar and fat because they were scarce in the ancestral environment. Today, this same drive fuels obesity. Similarly, our love of punishment may have helped maintain order in small, interdependent societies. In an era of mass incarceration and flawed legal systems, it now often does more harm than good. Societies typically justify punishment using two major arguments: deterrence, scaring people away from committing crimes, and rehabilitation, helping them reintegrate as non-criminals. The reality, however, is that much of our punishment has nothing to do with either. Take the death penalty. If execution truly deters crime, we would expect to see lower homicide rates in states and countries that employ it. But study after study shows that capital punishment does not reduce violent crime. Similarly, long prison sentences have little to no effect on recidivism rates, suggesting that simply punishing people harshly doesn't actually make society safer. And yet, many still support these punishments not because they work, but because they feel right. Even when people claim they support punishment for deterrence, their behavior often reveals a different motivation. In one study, participants were asked to assign penalties to criminals under two conditions: one where they were told the criminal was still a threat, and one where the criminal was completely incapacitated and could never harm anyone again. If punishment were purely about deterrence, we would expect a dramatic reduction in sentencing in the latter case. Instead, people continued to impose harsh sentences. Why? Because ultimately, we punish not just to prevent crime, but to satisfy our emotional need for retribution. If our legal system is built on the assumption that people freely choose to commit crimes, what happens when that assumption is wrong? Neuroscience increasingly shows that decisions, both good and bad, are shaped by factors beyond our conscious control. Brain injuries, mental illness, early childhood trauma, and even genetic predispositions can profoundly shape behavior in ways that undermine the traditional concept of moral responsibility. Consider a classic case. A man with no prior history of violence suddenly becomes aggressive and commits a crime. Scans later reveal a tumor pressing against his prefrontal cortex, the part of the brain responsible for impulse control. After the tumor is removed, his behavior returns to normal. Did he ever choose to be violent? If the tumor made him act that way, is he morally responsible? Most people would say no. But what about a child raised in an abusive household whose brain has been shaped by chronic stress, reducing the size of their prefrontal cortex and making impulsivity their default mode. What about a person with schizophrenia who experiences command hallucinations telling them to commit violence? At what point do we stop blaming individuals and start recognizing that all behavior is the product of circumstances beyond one's control? If we accept that free will is an illusion, and the evidence strongly suggests that it is, then the entire foundation of retributive justice collapses. There is no moral logic in punishing someone for actions they never truly chose in the first place. The tragic Slender Man case provides a perfect example of how our instinct for punishment overrides rational consideration. Two 12-year-old girls, one of whom suffered from untreated schizophrenia, attempted to murder their friend under the delusion that a fictional character would harm their families if they didn't. Instead of responding with early intervention and psychiatric care, the legal system sought the harshest punishment possible because, emotionally, that felt right. The science is clear. Punishment, as we currently practice it, is often more about emotion than reason. If we are serious about reducing crime, preventing harm, and making the world a better place, we must move beyond our primitive desire for vengeance and start designing systems that actually work. And that means recognizing that justice is not about making people suffer. It's about making society better for everyone. Nearly 4 years after she made friends with Morgan on the bus, Anissa entered court for her trial in 2015. The defense's main argument was that Anissa lacked substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of her conduct. The news cameras zoomed in on Anissa. The live stream allowed viewers to comment. People posted laughing, crying face emojis as the defense made their opening address. She's a monster. She knew right from wrong. Should have shot her a long time ago. Public opinion was that NGRI, not guilty by reason of insanity plea, verdicts were a get-out-of-jail-free card. But the psychologist in court explained that people with delusional disorder often feel a strong, unshakable urge to rescue someone or something. They believe they must save the world or protect their family, and, as she put it, they can't let that go. Bella's lawyer described the planning behind the stabbing as far more coordinated than anyone wanted to believe. They had different weapon plans. They had code words around their parents. So this was a well-planned, frankly, military operation kind of endeavor. However, Anissa's defense team pushed back, arguing that if a 12-year-old was plotting a killing to appease a fictional entity, it could only be classified as madness. They acknowledged the severity of the act, saying, "Horrible? Yes. Meticulous? Number madness? Yes." But they urged jurors to remember what had motivated the girls. Their actions, the defense explained, were meant to satisfy their personal devil, Slender Man, a being who, in their minds, stalked, stole, and strangled children and their families. The entire situation, she told them, was irrational. "This sounds crazy because it is," they concluded. The defense's closing argument took on a deeply emotional tone. She used Anissa's nickname, calling her Ani, and painted a portrait of a lonely child trying to navigate a difficult home life. The girl who wanted to learn to dance, the attorney reminded the jury, but when her father told her he couldn't afford to send her to the dance classes, what did she do? She turned to the internet, to YouTube, to practice dance moves alone in her room. Anissa had once taken the initiative to join a depression support group at school, and later participated in a group for children of divorced parents. Just as she had, on her own, sought out the depression group in school, she tried to help herself, the attorney said. But as the emotional climate at home darkened, Anissa sought comfort where she could. Online, with Morgan, and eventually in the mythos of Slender Man. Throughout the trial, the attorney often referred to the girls as a pair, emphasizing the shared delusion that defined their actions. But in her final plea to the jury, her compassion focused largely on Morgan. With visible emotion, she told them that Morgan had one of the most terrible psychotic disorders known to society. In the Middle Ages, she would have been burned at the stake as a witch. But in the modern day, she said, sick children weren't treated that way. There is a natural tendency, when a child is hurt, as Peyton was, to want vengeance, Anissa's attorney told the jury. But vengeance isn't justice. Vengeance is an appeal to passion and prejudice, an appeal to ignore the facts and the law. The state is asking you to do that, and the judge has told you you cannot do that. We have a law that says when someone commits a crime, because they have an illness that makes them unable to either stop themselves from doing the wrong thing. Bella's lawyer pushed back forcefully, urging the jury not to lose sight of the victim. He reminded them of the violence Bella endured. Please don't forget that in all of this was a brutal crime. If you boil this whole thing down, it's very simple. It comes down to, did she have to, or did she want to? It was not kill or be killed. It was a want. It was a choice. And it was a choice that she needs to be held criminally responsible for. In the United States, the defense has the final word at trial. In her closing rebuttal, the defense used that last opportunity to once again shift the focus toward Morgan, portraying her as the driving force behind what happened. You saw that child, Morgan, singing in the room with Detective Casey, she said, referencing Morgan's taped police interview. He seemed to think she was lying to him. I think my eyes tell me something else. McMahon argued that the prosecution had asked the jury to ignore the expert opinions of 3 doctors simply because the conclusions were unsettling. And I think in part they don't like what they say because it's frightening. We don't want to believe children are sick, and we don't want to believe we miss it. She closed with a direct appeal. You have the opportunity to fix what was missed, to place this child, Anissa, under commitment, to place her in an appropriate institution. She's been held for long enough. Let's place her where she belongs. The jury was presented with 2 key questions to decide Anissa Weier's fate. 1. At the time of the offense, did the defendant, Anissa Weier, suffer from a mental illness or defect? 2. If yes, then, as a result of that condition, did the defendant lack the capacity to understand the wrongfulness of her actions or to act within the boundaries of the law? Once deliberations concluded and the jury returned to the courtroom, Anissa was visibly shaking with anxiety. The judge read the verdict aloud. We, the jury, find as follows as to question 1, yes. Question 2, yes. A trace of relief crossed Anissa's face as the judge continued. She was ordered to be committed to a state mental institution for 40 years, also under the supervision of the Wisconsin Department of Health Services. This meant Anissa would not face prison time. Instead, she would be sent to a state mental health facility, specifically Winnebago Mental Health Institute, where Morgan was already housed. As news of the verdict spread on social media, Morgan's mother, Angie, watched it unfold on her computer. She felt a sense of relief, not because the outcome guaranteed anything for Morgan, but because it meant Anissa, still just a child, would be spared prison. She didn't want to see another young girl locked away in a place meant for adults. For her, the verdict represented compassion. I just want to let Bella and her family know that I'm sorry, Morgan said, crying, and I hope she's doing well. These were Morgan's words in her brief address during her sentencing. The Geisers had had a tough time trying to figure out how to proceed with their case. Should they follow Anissa's strategy and plead not guilty, or take a plea deal? How would they fare with an NGRI deal? In the years after the attack, Angie Geiser had found a community of sorts among parents who had only learned about their children's mental illness after they committed an act of violence. The police had refused to hospitalize one parent's adult son because he refused to go. Eventually, he stabbed his grandmother to death. Levi had both schizophrenia and autism. His mother and grandfather both said they forgave Levi and wanted him to get the help he needed at a medical facility. Instead, he got 25 years in prison. The parents had been through the system for far longer than Angie. They understood her pain and confusion. They warned her that Anissa's successful deal didn't mean much. The chances of an insanity plea going through like Anissa's was astronomically low. There was also the chance that another jury would issue a reactionary verdict, overturning the outcome of a favorable one. So Morgan's parents agreed to a plea deal with the prosecution. Morgan would plead guilty to attempted first-degree intentional homicide, but be found not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect, NGRI. Though the language sounded contradictory, both guilty and not guilty, the outcome meant Morgan would remain in psychiatric care at Winnebago Mental Health Institute, rather than face prison. Like others found NGRI, she would have the right to petition for conditional release every 6 months. If released, her record would remain clear of a criminal conviction. The Leutner family had originally pushed for the maximum sentence of 65 years in prison. However, their lawyer told the press they ultimately supported the plea. The agreement removed the possibility that Peyton, Bella, would have to testify in open court. "Traumatizing, Bella further didn't seem worth it," he said. For Morgan's family, the deal brought a sense of relief. By the time the plea was read in court, they had stopped hoping for a legal outcome in their favor. Their priority had shifted to making sure Morgan was in a setting where her schizophrenia could be properly recognized and treated at last. At Morgan's sentencing, doctors gave conflicting testimony. One doctor testified that Morgan still heard voices, including from an entity named Maggie, as recently as the previous month. Despite Morgan's progress, she remained a danger to herself and others. "This is not a close call," she said. Geyser's attorneys pushed for placement in a less restrictive facility where Morgan could be around teens her own age. They argued that she had not chosen her diagnosis and that the current adult facility was inappropriate for someone so young. Defense doctors reported she no longer displayed active psychotic symptoms and would benefit from social interaction and supervised outings. Before anything was final, the judge needed to review and accept the plea. He noted that Morgan had grown significantly, standing 6 inches taller since her arrest. When she was 12, he had approved her being charged as an adult. Now, as she stood before him again, she finally looked the part. The judge took a week to consider the plea and deliver his decision on October 5th. When the hearing resumed, Angie Geyser and the Leutners returned to the courtroom. He declared, "I'm satisfied that Miss Geyser has an understanding of what the operative circumstances are that bring her into court," and formally accepted the plea. Morgan was found not guilty by reason of insanity and would remain at Winnebago, with the length of her commitment still to be determined. Later, the judge issued his final decision. Morgan would be committed for up to 40 years. He explained that public safety was his primary concern. Though doctors had testified that Morgan had made progress in treatment, the judge referred to her as a fragile person with a long history of delusions. He said, "What we can't forget is this was an attempted murder, and there was only one victim. Let's not forget that." The judge rejected the plea for a less restrictive facility and ruled that Morgan would remain under state commitment at a secure mental health institution for up to 4 decades, beginning with at least 3 years of inpatient care at a mental health facility. She would still have the right to seek conditional release before that time was completed. But Angie couldn't help but think that Bella's parents would realize that an adult psychiatric facility was little different from jail, if they ever visited. The maximum security protocols meant that visits were extremely restricted. Angie met her daughter in the cafeteria. She had no idea what the halls or rooms looked like. At the end of every visit, she would start clock watching, counting the minutes left in their visit. "I want to come with you, Mommy," Morgan cried. Angie tried hard to keep her tears back. She felt optimistic about the outcome of the trial and relieved that she had kept her daughter out of jail. But reporters doing their own research did not share that optimism in their articles. On the same day Morgan's plea was announced, the New York Times released a podcast titled "When Not Guilty is a Life Sentence," casting serious doubt on Morgan's chances of release. Journalist Gabriel Mack, whose cousin had been found NGRI after killing his father, explained how this verdict could lead to decades of confinement, sometimes longer than a prison sentence. In his cousin's case, a guilty verdict would have meant 25 years. Instead, he received an open-ended hospital term of up to 587 years. Mack had also written a detailed article under the same title, comparing another case nearly identical to Morgan's. In it, a young man named James signed a confession, was deemed incompetent, shuffled between jail and hospitals, then accepted an NGRI plea. 2 decades later, he remained confined, with no formal sentence. Mack warned that judges, not doctors, control release, and many NGRI patients serve far longer than if convicted. Unknown to Angie, her daughter's plea might have spared her prison, but it may not have granted her freedom. As to their victim, Bella eventually recovered from her physical wounds and returned to school. After she was discharged from the hospital, the place that made her smile the most was the animal shelter near her home, surrounded by lively kittens. In a 2019 interview, she made her first public comments about the attack. She revealed that he still slept with some broken scissors under her pillow, but the incident had also made her stronger and made her the person she was. She now wanted to pursue a career in medicine, inspired by the doctors and nurses who saved her life. The Slender Man case became a flashpoint in discussions about juvenile justice reform, with many experts arguing that the girls' cases belonged in juvenile court rather than adult criminal court. It also prompted concerns about children's internet consumption and the blurring lines between fantasy and reality in impressionable young minds. Documentary filmmakers, legal scholars, and mental health professionals continue to study this case for its implications on juvenile justice, digital literacy, and adolescent mental health intervention. The tragedy in Waukesha serves as a sobering reminder of how fictional narratives can sometimes take a dangerous hold in vulnerable minds, and the urgent need for early mental health intervention for troubled youth. For the families involved, most especially Bella's, life would never be the same. But from this darkness, important conversations about mental health, juvenile justice, and the powerful influence of internet culture have emerged, perhaps the only positive legacy of a case that began with a walk into the woods on a spring morning in 2014. The third case. A tumor's choice. In the early hours of August 1, 1966, Charles Whitman set the final phase of a long-devised plan into motion. While some of his exact movements during those hours remain uncertain, by morning, he was preparing meticulously. He rented a dolly, withdrew around $250 using forged checks, drawing from both his own and his mother's accounts, and began assembling the tools he needed. At 9 a.m., he bought a .30 caliber Universal M1 carbine from a hardware store, along with 2 spare magazines and 8 boxes of ammunition. When asked about the purchase, he casually said he planned to hunt wild hogs in Florida. Over the next 30 minutes, Whitman visited several gun shops, buying more ammunition, extra magazines, and a 12-gauge semi-automatic shotgun. Once home, he sawed off the shotgun's barrel and stock to make it more compact. He then packed his Marine Corps footlocker with military precision, filling it with food, water, tools, firearms, ammunition, and other personal essentials. Among the arsenal were a Remington 700 bolt-action rifle with a scope, a .35 caliber pump rifle, several handguns, and over 700 rounds of ammunition. He also included a machete, earplugs, binoculars, and various supplies. Wearing blue nylon khaki coveralls over his regular clothes to appear like a maintenance worker, Whitman arrived at the University of Texas at 11:25 a.m. His careful preparation and calm demeanor disguised his deadly intent. At the entrance, he presented a fake ID claiming he was a research assistant delivering equipment for a professor. This story helped explain the bulky footlocker he carried. Between 11:30 and 11:35 a.m., he entered the tower's base through the lower-level entrance, seemingly timing his arrival with the 11:45 class change to ensure the area would be crowded. Inside, he found the elevator was off. A staff member mistook him for a repairman. When he asked her to activate it, she obliged. Grinning, he repeatedly thanked her, saying, "You don't know how happy that makes me." Now able to ride up, Whitman ascended to the 27th floor, the last accessible by elevator, lugging his heavy footlocker with him. Upon entering the reception area, he encountered the receptionist, Edna, alone at her desk. Without warning, he struck her on the head with the butt of his rifle, fracturing her skull and knocking her unconscious. Though gravely wounded, she was still alive, breathing faintly. He dragged her behind a couch to hide her from sight. Moments later, a young couple stepped into the room from the observation deck. Their unexpected arrival could have disrupted his plan, but Whitman remained composed. Holding his weapon casually, he greeted them politely. They later remembered thinking he was up there to shoot pigeons, something not unusual at the time. The woman smiled and said, "Hi," to which Whitman calmly responded, "Hi, how are you?" They noticed dark marks on the carpet, but assumed it was varnish or paint. Unaware of the danger, they left the room. Once they had gone, Whitman moved quickly to barricade the lounge door using Edna's desk, a couple of chairs, and a wastebasket, slowing down any potential pursuers. His methodical control over the space suggested a plan thought through to the last detail. As he made his way toward the staircase leading to the 28th floor observation deck, a family visiting from Texarkana, Arkansas, approached. They were unaware of the danger. 16-year-old Mark tried to open the stairwell door, triggering Whitman's next attack. Whitman fired his shotgun. The first blast killed Mark instantly. The next shot struck his aunt, who also died on the spot. Bullets then hit Mark's older brother and his mother, critically injuring both. Mark's father and uncle escaped without injury and rushed to help their family. Meanwhile, a receptionist arriving to relieve Edna encountered the two frantic men. When told what had happened, she immediately turned and ran downstairs to alert authorities, unaware that her co-worker lay dying behind the sofa. Whitman, realizing the police would soon be called, returned to Edna and shot her again, ending her life to ensure she could not identify him. At 11:46 a.m., he climbed to the 28th floor observation deck, dragging his weapons and gear behind him. He braced the stairwell door with a dolly, sealing off the only entrance. From 231 feet above campus, Whitman now had a clear, unobstructed view of the grounds below. Tying a white headband around his forehead, he laid out his weapons for easy access. Charles Whitman had turned the University of Texas Tower into a sniper's nest. The shooting was about to begin. At 11:48 a.m., the first gunshot echoed across campus. Charles Whitman's opening target was a pregnant student walking alongside her boyfriend. A single high-velocity round tore into her abdomen, killing her unborn child instantly and sending her collapsing in agony. As her boyfriend knelt beside her, trying to understand what had happened, Whitman fired again. This time, the bullet struck him, killing him on the spot. From that moment, the shooting intensified. Whitman began firing at random, targeting anyone within sight: students, faculty, pedestrians. The ages of his victims spanned from 17 to 64, most simply passing through the area during a typical summer day. Some were hit on the university's South Mall, others while crossing streets or walking near buildings. At first, the sound of gunfire was misinterpreted as nearby construction, delaying the realization of what was truly unfolding. But as more people collapsed and screams pierced the air, panic erupted. Emergency responders were quick to act. Ambulances, their sirens blaring, converged on the university grounds. In an extraordinary move, a local funeral home dispatched hearses to help retrieve the dead. A bank's armored vehicle was even repurposed as a mobile shield, driving into the line of fire to protect those attempting rescues. Despite the danger, brave civilians risked everything, sprinting into open areas to pull wounded victims to safety. Within 4 minutes of the first shot, Austin police officers arrived. Their immediate challenge was locating the sniper. With the tower offering Whitman an elevated and sweeping view of the campus, pinpointing his position was no small task. Officers returned fire in hopes of suppressing him, reducing his ability to continue targeting bystanders. Though their counterattacks disrupted his shooting, Whitman retained a major tactical advantage. The observation deck provided near-total cover, especially with its 4-foot walls and concealed openings. He utilized the storm drains built into the structure, each just 6 inches wide, to fire on victims while remaining virtually invisible. One especially tragic moment occurred when an Austin patrolman took cover behind a stone column with another officer. Believing the spot safe, he let his guard down. But Whitman, using his military sharpshooting skills, calculated the angle and fired through a narrow gap. The bullet struck and fatally wounded him. From his perch, Whitman continued to fire with deadly accuracy. An electrical worker nearly 500 yards away was hit and killed. A funeral director trying to shield others behind an ambulance was struck and gravely injured. Realizing the scope of the threat, authorities summoned aerial assistance. A skilled marksman named Marion Lee was flown in aboard a light aircraft to distract the sniper. The turbulence caused by the summer heat made stable flight difficult, but the maneuver succeeded in drawing Whitman's attention skyward. The distraction slowed his rate of fire and helped reduce additional casualties. On the ground, a group of armed responders prepared to ascend the tower. One of them was Alan Crum, a retired Air Force tail gunner and bookstore manager who had witnessed the chaos firsthand. After assisting a wounded teenager near the bookstore, Crum approached 2 other agents to offer his help. Together, the trio entered the tower and made their way upward. Along their climb, they were joined by off-duty officer Martinez. As they ascended, they encountered officers who had earlier aided Mark's father after the tragic attack on his family. Understanding the importance of securing the site, they returned to the ground level to disable the elevators and prevent anyone else from unwittingly entering danger. The 4 officers continued climbing. Their hearts were heavy with the weight of what they might face. Along the way, they passed the bodies of Mark and his aunt, who had fallen near the stairwell. Close by, Mark's mother and brother were still alive, though seriously injured. The team provided brief medical aid before moving on. As they approached the 27th floor, they found the lifeless body of Edna, Whitman's first victim. The scene made clear the scale and brutality of the violence that had taken place. Martinez, McCoy, and Crum carefully coordinated their approach to the observation deck. They knew they had only one chance. Whitman remained entrenched, surrounded by multiple weapons and ample ammunition. Crum positioned himself centrally and fired a single shot to distract the gunman, giving Martinez and McCoy time to move into flanking positions. The tactic worked. Whitman turned slightly, thrown off by the sound. Martinez immediately opened fire with his service revolver, emptying all 6 rounds in Whitman's direction. None hit their mark, the chaos and adrenaline likely throwing off his aim. Still, Whitman had no opportunity to retaliate. As the final shot from Martinez rang out, McCoy emerged from cover and fired his shotgun. The blast hit Whitman in the forehead, shredding his white headband and dropping him instantly. A second shotgun blast tore into his left side. The deck fell quiet. But Martinez, unwilling to take any chances, grabbed McCoy's shotgun, stepped forward, and delivered a final close-range shot to Whitman's arm. The shooter's body jerked once, then went still. Charles Whitman was dead. The nightmare was finally over. Below the tower, chaos still reigned. Officers and civilians, unaware that the sniper had been killed, remained in defensive positions, continuing to fire in hopes of suppressing the threat. Wanting to signal the end of the ordeal, Crum pulled a white handkerchief from his pocket and waved it from the edge of the observation deck. His intention was to inform those below that the gunman was dead, but the message was misinterpreted. Some observers thought it was a surrender flag. Confusion rippled through the crowd and the media present on the ground. Reporters quickly relayed the image to national news outlets, and soon radio stations across the country were announcing that the sniper had been captured alive. The events of that day left Austin, Texas, shattered. The official death toll rose to 17 after an 18-year-old died from her injuries a week later. 31 others were injured, many suffering lasting physical scars. For those who survived and those who lost loved ones, the trauma would never fully fade. Whitman's assault was deliberate, structured, and chilling in its execution. He had mapped out his strategy with ruthless efficiency, securing a dominant position, preparing supplies, and eliminating any possible way out. In the aftermath, Charles Whitman became known as America's first modern mass shooter, a title that would forever mark his place in history. Yet, as the dust settled, disturbing questions emerged. In a suicide note penned the night before, Whitman wrote about being deeply troubled by his own thoughts and requested an autopsy to determine whether something was wrong with his brain. The examination revealed a brain tumor pressing against his amygdala, the part of the brain linked to emotional regulation and aggression. This revelation sparked ongoing debate. Had the tumor contributed to his violent actions? Could medical intervention have altered the course of events? Or was it merely one factor in a much darker psychological descent? Whatever the cause, the massacre on August 1, 1966, became a defining moment in American history. It forced a reckoning with issues of mental health, gun violence, and public safety, and left a city and a nation forever changed. Chapter 1. Wired by Neurons. Charles Whitman's final writings suggest a profound awareness of the forces shaping his actions. He wrote, "I have been fighting my mental turmoil alone and seemingly to no avail. After my death, I wish that an autopsy would be performed on me to see if there is any visible physical disorder. I have had some tremendous headaches in the past and have consumed 2 large bottles of Excedrin in the past 3 months." At a time when neuroscience had yet to fully explore the role of brain abnormalities in influencing behavior, Whitman seemed to intuit that his actions were being shaped by something outside his conscious will. His reference to the relentless headaches and excessive consumption of Excedrin and his plea for posthumous medical examination reveal a mind grappling with the limits of personal agency. He seemed to know something was wrong with his mind even before doctors found out why. His suicide note shows he felt like he was losing a battle inside his own mind. This idea fits with what scientists call biological determinism, which is the belief that our thoughts and actions are shaped by our brain and body chemistry. Whitman's case became an important example in debates about criminal responsibility. Experts began to ask, was he fully in control of what he did, or did the tumor cause him to act the way he did? Whitman's note reads less like a confession and more like a hypothesis, written by a man who sensed, before medical science could confirm, that his mind was not entirely his own. In that sense, he was both the subject and the theorist of his own undoing, a tragic genius in the study of human behavior. Whitman also wrote, "If my life insurance policy is valid, please pay off my debts. Donate the rest anonymously to a mental health foundation. Maybe research can prevent further tragedies of this type. If you can find in yourselves to grant my last wish, cremate me after the autopsy." Investigating officers found that Whitman had visited several University of Texas at Austin physicians in the year before the shootings. They prescribed various medications for him. Whitman had seen a minimum of 5 doctors between the fall and winter of 1965 before he visited a psychiatrist from whom he received no prescription. At some other time, he was prescribed Valium and also told to visit the campus psychiatrist. Whitman met with the staff psychiatrist at the University of Texas Health Center on March 29, 1966. He referred to his visit in his final suicide note, writing, "I talked with a doctor once for about 2 hours and tried to convey to him my fears that I felt come sick overwhelming violent impulses. After one visit, I never saw the doctor again, and since then have been fighting my mental turmoil alone, and seemingly to no avail." His psychiatrist's notes on the visit said, "This massive muscular youth seemed to be oozing with hostility, that something seemed to be happening to him, and that he didn't seem to be himself." He readily admits having overwhelming periods of hostility with a very minimum of provocation. Repeated inquiries attempting to analyze his exact experiences were not too successful, with the exception of his vivid reference to thinking about going up on the tower with a deer rifle and start shooting people. After Charles Whitman died, an autopsy was delayed because his body was embalmed on August 1st at a local funeral home in Austin. Even so, the autopsy he had asked for in his suicide note was approved by his father. On August 2nd, a brain specialist at Austin State Hospital carried out the autopsy at the funeral home. He tested Whitman's blood and urine for drugs like amphetamines and found dexedrine in his system. During the exam, the doctor discovered a brain tumor about the size of a pecan. It was located deep in the brain, near a part called the thalamus. He identified it as a type of tumor called an astrocytoma with some signs of cell damage. The Texas governor formed a special team to look into Whitman's case. This group included doctors, brain experts, and mental health professionals. They reviewed all the medical evidence, including tissue samples from the tumor and brain. After a hearing on August 5th, the team disagreed with the Austin brain specialist's diagnosis. They said the tumor was more advanced than he thought. Instead of an astrocytoma, they said it looked like a glioblastoma multiforme, a much more aggressive type of brain tumor. They also found it had spread and included unusual blood vessel growth that might have been a small birth defect. Psychiatrists on the panel said it was unclear whether the tumor caused Whitman's violent actions, but it may have affected his ability to control his emotions and behavior. Brain specialists were more cautious, saying that science couldn't yet explain exactly how the tumor might have influenced what Whitman did on August 1st. Some forensic experts believe the tumor was pressing on his amygdala, the part of the brain that helps control fear, aggression, and anxiety. This might have played a role in his behavior. By 3 p.m., the shooting had become front-page news all over the country. In Florida, Charles Whitman's father heard the reports and immediately called the police. He identified the gunman as his son and gave them the addresses of Whitman's wife and ex-wife. What the police found only made things worse. When they entered Whitman's home, they discovered the dead bodies of his mother, Margaret, and his wife, Kathy. Both had been killed before the attack on the university tower. Charles had met his wife, Kathleen Kathy Leisner, while attending the University of Texas at Austin. She was a bright, caring young woman studying to become a teacher. Whitman quickly fell for her kindness, and their relationship grew serious. When he served in the Marines, they had to live apart for a while. But in 1965, he returned to Austin to resume his education in architectural engineering. Kathy began teaching biology at a local school. Whitman also earned his real estate license while managing a full college workload. In March 1966, he traveled to Florida to help his mother leave his abusive father. After 25 years of mistreatment, Margaret had finally decided to end the marriage. Whitman supported her and even asked a local police officer to be there, fearing his father might get violent. The event added more stress to Whitman's already troubled life, which was filled with headaches, pressure from school, and emotional struggles. Around this time, he began therapy with a campus psychiatrist named Dr. Maurice Heatley. It was the only time he sought professional help. Toward the end of July 1966, Whitman wrote 2 letters that would later become important in understanding his state of mind. While he was writing, 2 friends visited him. They later said he seemed strangely calm, like a person who had made up his mind about something. Twice during their visit, he said, "It's a shame Kathleen has to work all day and then come home to—" but never finished the sentence. It's unclear what he meant, but it may have been about money problems or personal guilt. After the visit, he picked up Kathy from her part-time job at the telephone switchboard. She is believed to have gone straight to bed when they got home. Around 12:30 a.m., Whitman left and drove to his mother's apartment on Guadalupe Street, a lively area near the university filled with bookshops and cafes. When he got there, Margaret was already asleep. What happened next had to be pieced together later from physical evidence and notes. Her body was found lying neatly on the bed, with a letter nearby explaining his thoughts. The apartment showed signs of a struggle. The blood on the floor and walls suggested a violent attack had taken place before she was shot in the head. Her engagement ring was damaged, but nothing appeared to have been stolen. On a nearby notepad, Whitman had written his feelings and tried to explain what he had done. Though his true reasons are still unclear, his writing showed he saw this as a final, planned act. Some believe that after the killing, Whitman may have gently placed his mother's body on the bed, adjusting her clothes to make her look peaceful. He might have wiped his knife on her skirt, not fully aware of his actions in the moment. Perhaps he stood there for a moment, staring at her, overwhelmed by what he had done, yet determined to continue the terrible plan he had already set in motion. People who studied the case later believed that Charlie didn't just want to carry out his plan, but also to explain it. He may have felt the need to justify what he was doing, especially because he didn't want people to think he was simply repeating the violence his father had inflicted for years. It's possible he believed he was doing something merciful, not cruel. Some even think he wrote these letters to ease his guilt, to try and make sense of the chaos in his mind. If reports are correct, Charlie sat at the coffee table in his mother's apartment and began writing on a yellow legal pad. It was just after midnight on Monday, August 1st. He wrote, "To whom it may concern, I have taken my mother's life. I am very upset about having done it. However, I believe that if heaven exists, she is there now, and if there is no afterlife, then at least I have freed her from the suffering she endured on earth. The hatred I feel for my father is indescribable. My mother gave him the best 25 years of her life, enduring his beatings, humiliation, and relentless cruelty, pain that only the 2 of them could truly understand. He treated her with utter disregard, using her as if she were nothing more than someone to satisfy his needs, only to discard her with a meaningless token of gratitude. I truly regret that this was the only way I could find to ease her suffering, but I believe it was for the best. Let there be no doubt. I loved that woman with all my heart. If there is a God, may he understand my actions and judge me accordingly." After finishing, Charlie placed the note next to his mother's body in the bedroom, hoping it would be found. Then he went to the bathroom to clean himself up. His mother had always taught him the importance of staying clean and orderly, and that habit stayed with him. He didn't want Kathy to notice anything unusual when he returned home, especially since his plan wasn't finished yet. He also didn't want his mother's body to be discovered too soon, which could ruin the rest of his plan. So he used what he knew about her daily routine to delay discovery. Each morning, a neighbor named Roy usually knocked on her door after working the night shift. Charlie wrote a note pretending to be his mother and taped it to the door. It read, "Roy, I don't have to be at work today, and I was up late last night. I want to get some rest. Please do not disturb me. Thank you. Mrs. Whitman. It was a simple but clever trick. If anyone saw the note, they would assume she was just sleeping in or had gone out for the day. It gave Charlie time. Driving home didn't make him feel any better. The sense of control he had earlier was now replaced by guilt and disappointment. His mother's death hadn't gone as he imagined. He had hoped it would be peaceful. Now he just hoped the police would believe the version of events he tried to create. Originally, Charlie had planned to kill Kathy first. But when the moment came, he couldn't bring himself to do it, just like with his mother. As he neared home, he gripped the steering wheel tightly, forcing himself to believe he could still go through with it. He had already come this far. There was no turning back. He parked beneath a pecan tree in his yard. The house looked dark and quiet. He took off his shoes at the door to avoid waking Kathy. She was a light sleeper and knew him so well. If she woke up, she might sense what was about to happen. In their bedroom, Kathy lay sleeping, peaceful under a thin sheet. Charlie stood silently, watching her breathe. Slowly, he pulled the sheet down and, after a long pause, stabbed her in the chest. It was quick. She didn't make a sound. There was no struggle. Charlie cleaned the knife and put it away. He showered, changed clothes, and sat down at his typewriter to finish the note he had started earlier. But the ribbon was out of ink. Frustrated, he ripped out the half-typed page and continued writing with a pen. His hand shook as he wrote, pressing hard on the paper. He folded the finished note and placed it in an envelope labeled Thoughts of the Day. The name felt meaningless now, but he left it anyway. Inside, he also put some undeveloped film from recent family visits, a strange reminder of better times. Then, on the envelope, he scribbled one last sentence. "I never could quite make it. These thoughts are too much for me." He placed the envelope carefully on the table, aligning it perfectly with the edge, as if neatness could make up for what he had done. Then he sat and stared, waiting to feel something. Relief, sadness, closure. But instead he felt nothing. Just emptiness. Charlie's actions showed careful planning and focus. Everything had been thought out. The letters, the delay tactics, even the way he arranged the bodies. In his mind, he wasn't acting out of hate, but out of some twisted sense of duty or mercy. Still, even with all the notes he left behind, investigators could never fully understand what had driven him. The timeline was clear, and the words were there. But the truth about what Charlie Whitman really felt and why he did what he did died with him. In his notes, Charlie Whitman professed his love for his mother and wife, claiming he killed them to spare them the humiliation of his impending actions. Regarding his mother, he wrote that he sought to alleviate her suffering after enduring decades of abuse from his father, whom he described with intense hatred beyond description. One of the most important parts of Charles Whitman's case is the brain tumor found near his amygdala, the part of the brain that controls emotions like fear and aggression. Some experts believe this tumor might have pushed him toward violent behavior. If that's true, it raises a big question. Was Whitman truly in control of his actions? If a problem in his brain influenced how he felt and acted, then maybe he didn't have full control over his actions. Still, the tumor doesn't completely take away his responsibility. Whitman clearly made detailed plans to gather weapons, chose the best location, and perfected the timing. He wasn't acting on impulse alone. He made choices, which means he still had some degree of free will, even if his thinking was affected by the tumor. Whitman's personal life also played a role. He had a difficult relationship with his father, who was strict and sometimes abusive. Whitman worried about becoming like him. He was determined to be a better husband than his father was. But in his unstable mood swings, he hit his wife twice. This angered him even more, since he knew it was exactly what his father would have done. He began to see himself as a failure as a husband. Clearly, he was aware of right and wrong. This inner conflict may have built up emotional pressure over time. He even tried to get help. He met with a psychiatrist and talked about violent thoughts and his growing frustration. This shows he wanted to take control of his emotions and stop himself from doing something terrible. But he didn't go back for more sessions. So while Whitman's brain condition and emotional history may have influenced his actions, he still made choices, both to seek help and later to carry out the attack. In the end, he gave in to the dark thoughts he was trying to fight. A key part of understanding free will in crime is whether the person meant to do what they did. In Whitman's case, his actions were clearly planned. He packed supplies, chose a high-up spot in the tower for a better view, and brought several guns and lots of ammunition. These choices showed that he was making clear, conscious decisions. This fits with how we usually think about free will when it comes to crime. But his suicide note complicates things. In it, Whitman said he didn't understand why he felt the way he did, and even asked for an autopsy to be done. This shows that he knew something was wrong, but couldn't explain or stop it. That kind of self-awareness suggests a struggle inside him, between knowing what he was doing and feeling unable to control it. Legally and morally, free will is tied to responsibility. If Whitman's violent behavior came from his brain tumor and mental health issues, some people might say he wasn't fully responsible because he couldn't fully control his actions. But the fact that he carefully planned the attack shows he was still making choices, even if those choices were affected by his mental state. In philosophy, this idea fits with a view called compatibilism. This view says people can still be responsible for their actions, even if other factors, like illness or brain problems, influenced them. In Whitman's case, while the tumor and mental struggles may have played a role, the detailed planning suggests he still had free will, just not complete or perfect control. The story of Charles Whitman shows how complex the idea of free will can be in criminal cases. On one hand, his careful planning shows he made decisions and acted on them. On the other hand, his mental health issues and brain tumor raise questions about how much control he really had. In the field of criminal psychology, his case is often studied to understand how biology, mental health, and life experience can all mix together in acts of violence. It reminds us that free will isn't always black and white, and that responsibility may sometimes need to be seen through a more thoughtful, balanced lens. A critical aspect of free will in crime is the element of intent, the conscious decision to commit an act. Whitman's actions were not impulsive or without thought. He carefully planned the attack, packing provisions for the day, selecting a strategic position in the tower, and bringing multiple firearms and ammunition. This planning demonstrates a level of conscious decision-making that aligns with the traditional understanding of free will in criminal acts. However, his suicide note adds some complexity to this. In the note, Whitman acknowledged that he did not understand why he felt the way he did and asked for an autopsy to be performed, suggesting he suspected something beyond his control was at play. His awareness of his mental state complicates the notion of free will, as it suggests a conflict between his awareness of his actions and his ability to control them. Among Charles Whitman's victims was David H. Gunby. Gunby's life was permanently altered by a bullet that tore through his body and damaged one of his kidneys. Although he survived the initial shooting, survival came at a cost. Decades of dialysis, unrelenting pain, and a life dictated by the aftermath of that single moment. In 2001, after years of enduring the physical and emotional toll of his condition, Gunby made the decision to stop dialysis. After more than 30 years of living with the debilitating effects of his condition, Gunby decided that he could no longer endure the physical and emotional toll of ongoing dialysis treatments. His health had deteriorated significantly over the years, and the strain of managing his condition had left him physically exhausted and emotionally drained. Faced with a life of continued suffering and little hope for improvement, he made the difficult decision to discontinue dialysis, knowing that doing so would ultimately lead to his death. Gunby died shortly after stopping dialysis. Now the question arises: was Charles Whitman responsible for Gunby's eventual death? If yes, to what extent? If Whitman were alive, would he be made to go through a trial for Gunby's death? A 35-year gap between the injury and Gunby's death raises questions about whether the causal link remained strong enough to attribute full responsibility to Whitman. Over time, legal and ethical standards often weaken direct responsibility due to the passage of time and intervening choices. After how many years does one stop being responsible? Another factor in this case is the fact that Gunby chose to stop his treatment. What about multiple intervening factors like how Gunby took care of his body, medical advances, treatment decisions, and Gunby's long-term health management, which occurred between the initial injury and his death? The fact is that Whitman's actions did lead to Gunby's death. But is someone responsible for an outcome that comes after 35 years? This case is a textbook example of a causal chain, where a single event initiates a cascade of consequences, each event shaping and constraining the possibilities of those that follow. In ancient legal systems, retributive justice dominated. The concept of lex talionis, an eye for an eye, ensured that wrongdoers were punished regardless of how much time had passed. In societies where collective honor and familial retribution were paramount, crimes were viewed as stains that persisted across generations. In many ancient cultures, including Babylonian, Greek, and Roman legal traditions, crimes such as murder or betrayal carried consequences that extended indefinitely. Family members were often tasked with exacting vengeance if formal authorities failed to act, and blood feuds ensured that responsibility for a crime endured for generations. By the 17th and 18th centuries, many European nations began implementing time-bound statutes of limitations for lesser crimes, acknowledging that evidence deteriorates, memories fade, and the fairness of trials diminishes over time. Philosophers like Cesare Beccaria argued that punishment should be swift and certain to serve as an effective deterrent, and that delayed justice often risked being unjust. However, the idea of time limitations was generally reserved for minor crimes. Serious offenses like murder or treason often remained exempt. In the latter half of the 20th century, an evolving understanding of delayed harm and psychological trauma led to renewed debates about extending accountability timelines. Cases involving child sexual abuse, domestic violence, and war crimes underscored that the impact of these crimes could manifest long after the initial act, justifying exceptions to traditional time limits. Landmark cases like those related to the Holocaust pushed the boundaries of temporal accountability, with Nazi war criminals being prosecuted decades after their crimes. Similarly, in the late 20th and early 21st centuries, movements such as the Me Too movement highlighted how survivors of sexual abuse often took years to come forward, prompting many jurisdictions to amend their statutes of limitations to allow delayed reporting. In contemporary legal systems, the balance between finality and justice continues to evolve. While many jurisdictions maintain strict statutes of limitations for certain crimes, exceptions are increasingly being carved out for offenses with long-lasting effects or hidden consequences. Courts have also shown a growing willingness to redefine causality in cases where delayed consequences, such as medical complications or psychological trauma, emerge long after the original crime. In the end, the coroner ruled Gunby's death a homicide. But given that Whitman had been dead for 35 years, there were no real-world consequences of this decision. But one can't help but wonder what arguments could have been made had Whitman been alive and hired a lawyer. It wouldn't seem such a black-and-white ruling in that case. Prosecutors would need to prove that Whitman's actions directly caused Gunby's death, despite the decades of medical treatment and Gunby's decision to end dialysis. The defense could argue that this choice, along with medical advances and personal health decisions, broke the causal chain. And was it reasonable to predict that a non-fatal injury would lead to death decades later? Additionally, Whitman's brain tumor and possible impaired mental state could support a diminished capacity defense, challenging the charge of murder. Courts would have to weigh moral responsibility against legal standards of causation, foreseeability, and autonomy. Based on the theory of causality, it could be argued that Whitman was the father of modern-day mass shootings in the United States. A number of shooters who came after Whitman used similar techniques as he did, and one even referenced their rampage as being inspired by Whitman. Chapter 2. The Making of a Mind. Whitman's father, Charles Adolphus Whitman Sr., was a self-made man who demanded absolute perfection from his family. Raised in hardship, he developed an unyielding belief in discipline, control, and success at all costs. These beliefs were violently imposed on his wife and children, creating an environment where failure was met with severe punishment. At home, Charles Sr.'s word was the law. His temper often led to violent outbursts, usually taken out on his wife. Charles Whitman loved his mother and resented his father for treating her poorly. But he was also frustrated with his mother for not moving out. Charles Sr. later admitted to being strict, using swatters to spank his children, but denied that he'd been cruel. Neighbors, however, reported frequent incidents of him beating his wife, children, and even family pets, prompting multiple police calls in the 1940s and 1950s. He vehemently denied any accusation that he ever hit his wife. He knew his son loved guns, but the man who killed his family, went to the tower, and killed more, was not my son. Some people say I was a strict parent. I don't agree. I wanted to teach my kids right from wrong. We had our ups and downs, but we tried to work them out. I think we did. From a young age, Whitman was conditioned to equate achievement with worth and to suppress his emotions. His father's expectations instilled in him an obsessive need for excellence, but they also created deep-seated insecurities and an inability to cope with failure. This constant stress shaped Whitman's neurobiology, reinforcing patterns of heightened aggression and anxiety. The impact of his upbringing became evident in his relationship with firearms. Under his father's watchful eye, Whitman became a skilled marksman. But shooting was not merely a hobby. It was the only means through which he could earn his father's approval. About a month before his graduation, he and some friends went out and celebrated. Charles came home drunk. His father found him outside and began to beat him mercilessly. When the beating stopped, Charles Sr. grabbed his son and threw him into the family swimming pool. Whitman told one of his close friends that this incident was the catalyst that sparked his plans for after high school graduation. At the age of 18, Charles sought to escape the oppressive environment of his home by enlisting in the United States Marine Corps. His decision to join the military was motivated by a desire for independence, a need to prove himself outside the shadow of his father, and really just to get away from the abuse of his father. Whitman's military training played a crucial role in reinforcing the patterns already set in his childhood. The Marine Corps, much like his father, emphasized discipline, control, and a relentless drive for perfection. The structured environment of the military rewarded his natural hyper-competitiveness, reinforcing his need to be the best. But unlike his abusive home, the military also gave him a sense of belonging and validation. His exceptional marksmanship, leadership skills, and ability to withstand extreme stress made him stand out among his peers. However, this validation was conditional. Excelling in school, the Marines, and later at the University of Texas, Whitman's strict upbringing left him unable to cope with setbacks. When his academic failures resulted in his expulsion from officer training, it shattered his sense of identity. The Marines had provided him with structure, but once that structure was taken away, he was left adrift, with no guiding force but his own growing instability. Whitman's hyper-competitiveness and egocentrism, cultivated since childhood and further reinforced by the military, played a key role in his psychological unraveling. He needed to be the best at school, in the Marines, in his marriage, and in life. His inability to maintain control over every aspect of his existence fed his frustration and deepened his sense of failure. As he lost grip on his academic and military future, he redirected his perfectionist tendencies into his private life, meticulously planning his daily routines, tracking his thoughts in detailed notes, and ultimately organizing the most infamous day of his life with mechanical precision. Further complicating Whitman's case was his biological predisposition. During his autopsy, a tumor was found pressing against his amygdala, a part of the brain responsible for emotional regulation and impulse control. The question arises, did his father's abusive upbringing push him toward violent tendencies, or did it merely exacerbate an underlying biological condition? Studies on individuals with similar brain abnormalities suggest that damage to the amygdala can lead to increased aggression and impulsivity. If Whitman's neural wiring was already compromised, the extreme pressure from his father may have acted as a trigger, pushing him toward his eventual breakdown. Whitman's own reflections on his mental state support this deterministic perspective. In his suicide note, he wrote about his uncontrollable violent impulses and his desire for an autopsy to determine if a physical disorder was responsible. His awareness of his own loss of control suggests that, on some level, he recognized that his actions were not entirely his own. This aligns with the principles of biological determinism, which argue that human behavior is dictated by physiological and genetic factors beyond personal will. The generational cycle of control and violence within the Whitman family further reinforces the deterministic argument. His father's upbringing instilled in him a rigid belief in authority and discipline, which he then imposed on his son with brutal force. This environment shaped Whitman's worldview, teaching him that power was exerted through dominance and violence. Once he reached adulthood, he found himself trapped in the same cycle of seeking control, fearing failure, and ultimately succumbing to violent impulses that may have been dictated by both his upbringing and his biology. In retrospect, Whitman's story challenges traditional notions of free will. If his brain was compromised by a tumor and his psyche molded by an abusive father, to what extent was he responsible for his actions? His case has influenced debates in neuroscience, psychology, and criminal law, raising questions about the role of biological and environmental determinism in violent behavior. While personal accountability remains a crucial element in legal and moral discourse, Whitman's life suggests that the forces shaping human actions may be far more predetermined than society is willing to admit. A concept frequently associated with Whitman's mindset is his ability to enter the zone, a state of mechanical perfection where his mind and body operated in seamless synchronization. He had honed this ability through years of disciplined training, whether it was in marksmanship, karate, or military drills. When he engaged in these activities, he seemed to disconnect from emotional concerns, entering a trance-like state where he functioned with unparalleled efficiency. On the day of the massacre, this trait manifested chillingly as he climbed the tower, set up his sniper's nest, and methodically shot civilians below with terrifying accuracy. In those moments, he was not acting impulsively, but executing a carefully orchestrated plan, detached from the horror of his actions. The zone, once a tool for excellence, had become a vehicle for destruction. Perhaps the most haunting symbol in Whitman's story is the University of Texas Tower itself. From his first days on campus, he had fixated on it, even remarking to his peers that a single man could hold off an army from up there. The tower, standing tall and dominant over the university, mirrored his lifelong struggle for control. It was the ultimate high ground, the place from which he could impose his will upon the world. When he finally ascended it on August 1st, 1966, it was not just a physical act, but a symbolic one, claiming a position of absolute dominance before surrendering to the destruction he had long feared was inevitable. Whitman's life illustrates how determinism challenges the idea of free will. His childhood experiences molded his thought patterns, his emotional responses were shaped by years of strict discipline, and his brain may have been physically wired in a way that predisposed him to violence. The case of Charles Whitman forces us to question how much autonomy any individual truly has. Are we simply the sum of our environment, biology, and past experiences, following a predetermined path? Or is there space for free will amid the forces that shape us? Putting facts into neatly defined categories can be useful. For instance, it helps with memory retention. However, it can also distort the way we analyze those facts. Often, the distinctions between categories are arbitrary, but once established, they take on a sense of permanence that can mislead us. Take color perception as an example. The spectrum from violet to red is continuous, yet different languages divide it at different points. If someone is shown two similar shades, and their language assigns them different names, they will perceive a greater difference between them than someone whose language places both shades in the same category. This cognitive bias illustrates how categorical thinking can obscure deeper similarities and prevent us from grasping the full complexity of a subject. Charles Whitman's life and actions challenge the notion of clear-cut explanations. Was he a cold-blooded killer, a mentally ill man, or a victim of his own biology? Any attempt to assign him a single label inevitably invokes a broader web of influences. His behavior cannot be fully understood through just one lens, whether neurological, psychological, or socio-cultural. We've spent a great deal of time discussing how individuals are shaped by their environments and how genetic predispositions and life circumstances conspire to create behavioral outcomes. But in Charles Whitman's case, he not only became a product of his environment, but he also shaped the environment for others. Whitman's actions didn't just ripple through the present, they reshaped the future. When Whitman ascended the University of Texas Tower, he created a cultural blueprint. For the first time, television networks broadcast live coverage of a mass shooting, capturing the horror in real time and searing the event into the national consciousness. The media, unintentionally but unmistakably, glamorized Whitman's actions. By turning him into a household name, they carved out a path for others who would one day seek that same twisted notoriety. What followed was a textbook demonstration of the copycat effect, a phenomenon well documented by psychologists and criminologists. High-profile violent events, when sensationalized by the media, inspire similar acts by others seeking recognition. It's a perverse form of cultural imitation where those who feel powerless or alienated see mass shootings as a way to assert control and leave a permanent mark on the world. The perpetrators may believe they're making autonomous decisions, but in reality, they are stepping into a role that was scripted decades ago in a narrative of violence that Whitman unknowingly authored. We saw echoes of Whitman in Stephen Paddock, the Las Vegas shooter who, in 2017, positioned himself high above a crowd of concert-goers and unleashed hell. Paddock, like Whitman, chose a high vantage point to maximize casualties, reinforcing the tactical model Whitman introduced. But it's not just about tactics. Paddock's actions followed a cultural script, one where violence is used as a form of extreme grievance expression, a last resort for those seeking infamy or retribution. Over time, this script has woven itself into the cultural fabric, normalizing mass shootings as a method of expressing frustration, disillusionment, or a desire for significance. Whitman's massacre didn't just end that day in Austin. It initiated a causal chain that continues to this day. This chain is non-linear and multifactorial, with a tangled web of media narratives, psychological vulnerabilities, and societal conditions that perpetuate the cycle. If we were to map out this causal sequence, it would look something like this. Whitman's massacre, media sensationalism, cultural template, copycat shootings, mass shooting epidemic. But let's take this one step further. Are future shooters truly autonomous? It's tempting to think of them as individuals making conscious, free-willed decisions to commit atrocities. But when viewed through the lens of determinism, the reality is more unsettling. These individuals are not making independent choices. They are products of a predefined causal chain operating within a narrative structure that Whitman's actions helped create. They may believe they are acting out of free will, but they are actors following a script laid out decades earlier, one where violence becomes a path to significance and infamy. This isn't to absolve future shooters of responsibility, far from it. But understanding causal chains forces us to confront a more uncomfortable truth. Agency is not as autonomous as we like to think. Each shooter who follows in Whitman's footsteps is operating within a framework that Whitman inadvertently set in motion. Their actions are not born in a vacuum, but are instead the inevitable consequence of a cultural narrative that glorifies mass violence. This section explores four major philosophical positions that arise from the tension between determinism and free will, especially in complex cases involving mental illness, brain injury, or childhood trauma. People differ in how much weight they give to these external influences when assessing moral responsibility. By examining these perspectives, we can better understand how concepts like blame, choice, and accountability shift depending on one's view of human autonomy. The world is deterministic, and there is no free will. From this perspective, Whitman's actions were the inevitable result of preceding events and conditions beyond his control. His abusive childhood, shaped by a controlling and violent father, instilled patterns of aggression and perfectionism. His experiences in the Marine Corps reinforced these tendencies, conditioning his brain for dominance and control. Compounding these psychological factors, A glioblastoma pressing against his amygdala altered his emotional regulation and impulse control. His growing sense of helplessness, combined with undiagnosed neurological damage, formed a causal chain that culminated in the massacre. People with this view would argue that at no point did Whitman possess the capacity for alternative choices. The tumor impairing his brain function, combined with chronic stress and emotional turmoil, eradicated the possibility of free will. His final actions, though horrific, were determined by forces outside his conscious control, making him less an agent of evil and more a victim of biological inevitability. The world is deterministic, and there is free will. People with this view assert that even in a deterministic universe, free will can exist if a person's actions align with their desires and intentions. Applying this to Whitman, these people might argue that although his neurological impairment influenced his behavior, he still made a choice, albeit one clouded by internal turmoil and distorted reasoning. His decision to gather weapons, leave notes, and carry out the massacre reflected a calculated plan, suggesting that he retained some degree of autonomy. Yet his brain tumor and chronic stress raise ethical questions. If his judgment was impaired by biological dysfunction, how free were his choices? This perspective would prompt an examination of how much responsibility lies with Whitman versus the neurological and environmental factors that shaped his mental state. The world is not deterministic. There's no free will. Although less commonly held, this viewpoint suggests that randomness and unpredictability govern human behavior, leaving no room for genuine free will. In Whitman's case, this perspective might highlight the unpredictable nature of his cognitive deterioration and the seemingly arbitrary onset of his violent impulses. The sudden escalation from emotional distress to mass violence could be viewed as a manifestation of random neurological events rather than deliberate choices. His impulsive and erratic thought patterns, exacerbated by the pressure of unrelenting stress and a malfunctioning brain, could be seen as products of chaotic processes beyond conscious control. This analysis raises the question of whether actions born from neural chaos can be judged within conventional frameworks of responsibility. The world is not deterministic. There is free will. Advocates of this view believe that humans possess genuine free will because the world is not strictly deterministic. Applying this to Whitman, one could argue that despite his neurological challenges and emotional struggles, he retained an innate capacity to choose differently. His elaborate planning and acknowledgement of his own instability in his final note suggest an awareness of his actions, implying that he was capable of making a different choice. However, given the overwhelming evidence of his compromised brain function and emotional distress, this interpretation struggles to reconcile how free will could persist in a mind so profoundly affected by biological dysfunction and psychological trauma. The Whitman case challenges all four perspectives. But whether one believes that his actions were predetermined, influenced by impaired free will, or a result of randomness, the case forces a deeper examination of how we understand accountability when neurological, psychological, and environmental factors blur the boundaries of autonomy. Ultimately, Whitman's story is not just a criminal or medical tragedy, but a philosophical one, raising unsettling but necessary questions about human choice, responsibility, and the systems designed to intervene before as well as after such tragedies unfold. Where it all leads to. Around 5% of Americans will be confined in a state or federal prison at some point in their lives. 1 out of every 5 prisoners in the world is incarcerated in America. The term mass incarceration truly does apply. Our society has agreed to a prison system. The rule seems to be someone commits a crime, they get sent to jail. But as we have seen in the 3 cases described, a lot of times, a prison sentence doesn't align with the actual cause of the crime. To some readers, this book reads like it's a defense of killers' innocence because they have no free will, and that if no one has free will, we shouldn't punish wrongdoers. But that's not exactly the argument I'm making. Rather, I'm suggesting that in an ideal world, we could identify the exact reason why someone committed a crime and address it appropriately. Human behavior, especially criminal behavior, rarely has a single cause. It's a complex interplay of biology, environment, and circumstance that unfolds across different timescales, from milliseconds to millennia. A binary punishment for all crime justice system assumes they were entirely in control of their actions and ignores all the scientific knowledge we have accumulated over the years. I understand that my arguments have a lot of limitations, and this ideal world is far away in the future. Most importantly, it is impractical to attribute criminal behavior to one singular cause. It is a mix of multiple factors, whose interplay is unlikely to be fully fathomed, at least for decades. But a guy can dream, and I can think of no other way of concluding this book. For example, Charles Whitman lived in the 1960s, when it wasn't even accepted that a tumor could cause violent behavior. But had this tumor been detected and removed earlier, it might have prevented the tragedy. Today, approaches like cognitive rehabilitation therapy focus on retraining the brain to improve executive function, emotional regulation, and impulse control. For example, if the deviant behavior is coming from multiple adverse childhood experiences, ACEs, then hard labor in prison will not cause corrective behavior. Such experiences can have a profound impact on brain development, emotional regulation, and overall behavior. Addressing these effects requires a multi-pronged approach that focuses on healing and prevention. Trauma-informed therapy, particularly trauma-focused cognitive behavioral therapy, TFCBT, helps individuals process and regulate the emotional aftermath of early trauma. By providing a safe space to understand and reframe traumatic experiences, this therapy reduces the long-term psychological effects of ACEs. Parenting and family support programs can strengthen family environments and equip caregivers with the tools to prevent recurring trauma. Programs that offer parenting education and emotional support foster resilience and stability in at-risk households. Apart from neurological damage and ACEs, let's talk about a few more possible remedial approaches in this future ideal world we are talking about. Cure Violence was a program pioneered by Dr. Gary Slutkin, an epidemiologist who had spent years battling infectious diseases in Africa. When he returned to the United States and examined violence in Chicago, he didn't see it as a moral failing or a matter of individual free will, but as an epidemic. Much like a contagious disease, violence spreads through communities, passed from one person to another in predictable patterns. And if violence behaves like an epidemic, Slutkin reasoned, then the solution wasn't retribution, but interruption. Cure Violence deployed violence interrupters, individuals with first-hand experience in gangs and street violence who could step in and mediate conflicts before they escalated. These interrupters had credibility within their communities, and they worked not by preaching morality, but by offering an immediate, practical alternative to violence. The results were staggering. In neighborhoods where Cure Violence was implemented, shootings dropped by as much as 70%. And this wasn't because people suddenly developed better character, but because the environment had been altered, the incentives had shifted, and the risk-reward calculus of violence had changed. This is exactly the kind of thing that should make us rethink everything we know about crime and punishment. You can't simply throw people into prison and expect them to emerge reformed. Chronic stress, poverty, and trauma shape the brain in ways that impair judgment and increase risk-taking. Imprisonment doesn't solve these conditions, it amplifies them. If we know that environmental instability and social inequality drive criminal behavior, then locking people away without addressing those root causes is not justice, it's avoidance. The traditional model assumes that time behind bars naturally produces accountability or growth, when in reality, it often deepens the patterns that led there. What's needed isn't more punishment, but a systemic transformation of the conditions that create the problem in the first place. When we think of violence, we often reduce it to a moral failing, a choice made by individuals who lack discipline or empathy. But beneath the surface of violent behavior lie deeply ingrained evolutionary imperatives and biological instincts that have shaped our species for millennia. Dominance-seeking, territoriality, and in-group loyalty are not aberrations. They are hardwired tendencies that served our ancestors well in a world where survival depended on protecting resources and maintaining cohesive groups. In a modern urban environment, these same instincts can manifest as gang violence, street warfare, and cycles of retribution. The case of the Boston Miracle illustrates this perfectly. In the 1990s, Boston was engulfed in an epidemic of gang violence. Youth homicide surged as rival groups engaged in a deadly dance of retaliation, each act of violence triggering another. Standard law enforcement responses, which focused on severe crackdowns and mass incarceration, did little to stem the tide. If anything, they entrenched the problem, as incarcerated gang members returned to their communities with heightened status and a reinforced sense of loyalty to their group. But then came Operation Ceasefire. The Boston Police Department collaborated with community leaders, clergy, and social service organizations to address the underlying causes of violence. They met directly with gang members and delivered a simple but powerful message. The violence had to stop. Continued violence would bring immediate and focused law enforcement attention, but there was also an alternative. Gang members were offered access to education, job training, and social services that provided a real pathway out of gang life. The results were staggering. Within a few years, youth homicides in Boston dropped by over 60%. By addressing the roots of violence at the biological and cognitive levels, Operation Ceasefire achieved what decades of punitive measures could not. If you think about it from an evolutionary perspective, it makes perfect sense. Human brains are exquisitely tuned to respond to social dynamics, and for much of our evolutionary history, maintaining loyalty to one's in-group was essential for survival. But when those instincts are left unchecked in an environment of poverty, instability, and violence, they can lead to devastating consequences. This same principle applies to countless forms of human behavior that we reflexively label as bad or criminal. A huge proportion of violent acts don't stem from premeditated decision-making, but from situational and immediate triggers, bursts of aggression that erupt under high stress with little to no conscious thought. Someone gets insulted in a bar, their blood pressure spikes, and within seconds, a punch is thrown. A parent, exhausted and overwhelmed, snaps and shakes a crying baby. A teenager, trapped in an abusive home, lashes out violently. In these cases, the punishment comes after the fact, but the crime itself was never about weighing long-term consequences. And yet, we continue to pretend that people in these states are rational decision-makers who just need to be punished into compliance. A better alternative would be to target the actual triggers of violent behavior. Studies on de-escalation techniques in law enforcement show that officers trained in crisis intervention reduce violent encounters dramatically. Community-based crime prevention programs that offer mentorship, job training, and education to at-risk youth actually lower recidivism rates. If we want to prevent crime, we have to stop pretending punishment is the one-size-fits-all answer. A well-timed intervention does far more than a prison sentence ever could. If criminal behavior stems from a lack of emotional regulation and empathy, punitive approaches do little to cultivate the emotional skills needed to prevent future violence. Individuals who struggle to manage negative emotions or empathize with others are more likely to react impulsively and aggressively. Punishment, in such cases, is like locking a faulty smoke detector in a closet and hoping it won't go off again. A striking illustration of this principle is the case of Shad Ali, a young offender from Oakland, California. Shad grew up in an environment defined by instability, poverty, violence, and emotional neglect. His father was incarcerated, his mother battled addiction, and his exposure to gang culture normalized aggression as a survival strategy. By the time Shad was 16, his criminal record was already filling up with petty offenses. But one night, during a heated argument over territory, Shad's impulsive aggression escalated into a violent assault that left his victim with life-threatening injuries. The system's default response would have been to prosecute Shad as an adult and sentence him to a lengthy prison term. But instead, his case was diverted to a restorative justice program that emphasized emotional regulation and empathy training. He met his victim face to face, not in a sterile courtroom with lawyers speaking for both sides, but in a setting where he had to listen as the victim described the physical and emotional trauma that followed the assault. The victim spoke of the agonizing weeks in the hospital, the nightmares that haunted him, and the fear that lingered long after the wounds had healed. For the first time, Shad was forced to witness the human cost of his impulsive decisions. In therapy, Shad learned to recognize the early physiological signs of anger, like the quickening heartbeat, the clenched fists, the shallow breathing, and develop strategies to regulate these responses. Slowly, he began to understand the profound harm he had caused, and with that understanding came a sense of accountability. Within a year of completing the program, Shad was a different person. He had re-enrolled in school, severed ties with his gang, and started volunteering at community centers to mentor at-risk youth. Studies following participants in this restorative justice program showed that recidivism rates dropped by 70% compared to those who went through the traditional juvenile justice system. Shad's case underscores a critical truth. Punishment may suppress violent behavior temporarily, but it does nothing to alter the neural circuits that fuel impulsive aggression. If criminal behavior is driven by poor impulse control and executive dysfunction, disciplinary measures fail to address the cognitive deficits that lead to impulsive actions. To illustrate this point, one cannot do better than returning to one of the most iconic cases in neuroscience, Phineas Gage. In 1848, Gage, a railroad foreman in Vermont, was supervising a crew that was clearing rocks with the help of explosives. In a freak accident, a tamping iron 3 feet long and over an inch thick shot through his skull, entering through his cheek and exiting through the top of his head. The rod obliterated much of Gage's left prefrontal cortex, the brain region responsible for impulse control, emotional regulation, and decision-making. Remarkably, Gage survived, but the man who emerged was fundamentally different from the one who had stood before the explosion. Once responsible, dependable, and courteous, Gage became impulsive, profane, and emotionally volatile. He lost his ability to plan for the future, make rational decisions, and regulate his emotions. Friends and family famously lamented that Gage was no longer Gage. His transformation laid bare what happens when the prefrontal cortex is compromised. Modern neuroscience tells us that similar impairments can arise through different means: trauma, neglect, poverty, and genetic vulnerabilities can all shape the development of the prefrontal cortex, leaving individuals vulnerable to impulsive and high-risk behavior. The criminal justice system, however, has little room for nuance. It treats impulsive acts of violence as conscious choices deserving of punishment, failing to account for the impaired executive functioning that underlies many of these actions. Locking someone up for acting on impulses they could not control is akin to punishing a diabetic for having high blood sugar. What is needed instead are interventions that target the underlying neural deficits. When we talk about criminal behavior being influenced by hormonal and neurochemical imbalances, we step into the realm where biology drives behavior in ways that are often invisible to the naked eye. Take the case of Joe Sullivan. Joe was 13 years old when he was sentenced to life without parole for participating in a burglary during which a 72-year-old woman was brutally assaulted. The facts of the case were grim, but what lay beneath the surface was a history of relentless trauma. Growing up in an abusive and neglectful household in Florida, Joe's formative years were steeped in chaos. His biological mother was a substance abuser who neglected him, and the caregivers who followed subjected him to physical and emotional abuse. When Joe was coerced by older peers into participating in that burglary, his brain was already primed for impulsive decision-making. He didn't commit the assault, but his presence at the scene was enough to land him a life sentence. But what correctional measures like imprisonment failed to acknowledge was that Joe's actions were not the result of a rational, premeditated choice. They were a manifestation of years of chronic stress, trauma, and hormonal dysregulation. Life without parole for a 13-year-old was not going to fix the neural circuits that had been shaped by years of adversity. In the introduction of this book, we briefly discussed the 4 aims of a criminal justice system. When we punish a criminal, we are usually looking to reform, deter others, provide justice, or satisfy a primeval need for vengeance. Sometimes, a combination of these factors can come into play. Let us consider them in detail. A. Reform and rehabilitation. In the earliest days of justice, when someone committed a crime or was suspected of it, we didn't ask why. We didn't ask what kind of childhood they had, or what their brain was wired like, or whether they were sleep-deprived or traumatized. No, we asked only one thing: how shall we punish them? For centuries, the answer was pain. Literal, public, theatrical pain. We stoned, we hanged, we branded, we burned. Justice was performance. Deterrence meant instilling so much fear in everyone watching that they'd never dream of stepping out of line. The goal was to make an example out of the suspect. Then came the Enlightenment, and with it came a brief flicker of self-awareness. Thinkers like Cesare Beccaria asked a radical question. What if justice wasn't about revenge to the maximum extent imaginable, but in proportionality to the crime? More radically, what if people committed crimes not because they were evil, but because the system incentivized it? Beccaria wasn't a neuroscientist, but he was edging towards something profound. Human behavior has causes. And if behavior has causes, maybe we can understand it. Maybe we can reform it. Fast forward to the 19th century and the birth of the penitentiary. The word in its original form means a place to become penitent. We actually believed people could change. We built institutions where prisoners were meant to reflect, to pray, to emerge as something new. Of course, we often locked them in solitary confinement for 23 hours a day. Any social primate could tell you that this tends to drive people insane. But the idea was there. The impulse to reform, to transform, was beginning to take root. And then came the swing of the pendulum. The 20th century brought with it 2 competing stories. On one hand, we saw the rise of psychology, psychiatry, and the early whispers of neuroscience. We began to classify mental illness, explore childhood trauma, and admit, just barely, that maybe not everyone who harms others is doing it from a place of agency. On the other hand, we saw war, urban unrest, political fear-mongering, and the birth of the super-predator myth. The solution? 3 strikes laws, mandatory minimums. Prisons were overflowing with people who may have had no business being there. Reform became a lazy punchline, a soft-on-crime liability. The culture believed in punishment again. It felt simple. It felt strong. But science kept progressing. And the further we looked into the brain, the less clean the moral lines became. What does it mean to be responsible when your brain misfires at the sight of a threat? What does it mean to choose when your higher cognitive functions never got the chance to fully develop? These are not excuses. They are explanations. Understanding them does not erase accountability, but it does assign it intelligently. If we can't distinguish between a person who robs a store because they're cruel and a person who does it while in the midst of a schizophrenic break, we are not being tough on crime. We are being lazy on thinking. So, where are we now? We are in a moment of reckoning. Reform is being redefined not just as being nicer, but as being more accurate. The justice system uses the best neuroscience, the best psychology, the best public health data to prevent instead of punish, or better yet, to intervene before the damage is done. We are still far from perfect. But there are signs: community courts, mental health diversion programs, trauma-informed policing. Tiny shoots of green growing through the concrete. Stanley "Tookie" Williams was a co-founder of the Crips, one of the deadliest gangs in America. A keen bodybuilder himself, he happened to cross the path of the Mr. Olympia of the time, Arnold Schwarzenegger. "See that guy?" Arnold said. "Those aren't arms, those are legs." Williams had a fearsome reputation. In the late 1970s, he was convicted of 4 murders and sentenced to death. It was, by all accounts, a brutal story of violence, power, and chaos in south-central Los Angeles. Williams had robbed a store and shot the assistant with a shotgun. They got away with $100. A month later, he shot a couple that owned a motel, along with their daughter, and stole about $100. Williams defended his innocence. No forensic evidence existed to link him to the crime scenes. He claimed the integrity of the testimonies was compromised and the jury was racist, comparing Williams to a Bengal tiger in captivity in a zoo. From his death row cell, Williams began to transform. Not in some abstract spiritual sense, but in real, measurable ways. He authored a series of children's books urging kids to reject gang violence. His own memoir was turned into a movie starring Jamie Foxx. He publicly denounced the Crips gang and apologized for his activities, though he maintained he was innocent of the 4 murders. He tried to broker peace between rival gangs and was nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize 6 times. He mentored youth through writing and correspondence. President Bush commended him for his service to others and gave him a President's Call to Service award for his work. And he did it all while locked away in a concrete box awaiting his own execution. This should have been a moment for us to ask, what is the purpose of our justice system? Is it to inflict pain on the individual? To prevent future harm? To send a message? Williams was no longer a danger to society. On the contrary, he was actively trying to prevent the very harm he had once caused. But in 2005, the state of California executed him anyway, after 2 decades on death row. The governor, who in a twist of fate happened to be Arnold Schwarzenegger, rejected his bid for clemency. He had earlier rejected another man's clemency bid, saying, "I am not moved to mercy by the fact that he has been a model prisoner. I expect no less. The execution by lethal injection took 36 minutes, far longer than usual. The process of injecting the needles took 20 minutes. As Williams lay down, he looked up at the press gallery and made eye contact with his advocate and editor. She later said that he had promised to do so. At the end of his life, he made sure to follow through on his word. At his funeral, his last words were played on tape. "The war within me is over. I battled my demons and I was triumphant. Teach them how to avoid our destructive footsteps. Teach them to strive for higher education. Teach them to promote peace, and teach them to focus on rebuilding the neighborhoods that you, others, and I helped to destroy." The singer Snoop Dogg, who himself was a Crip, recited a poem. It's 9:15 on December 13th, and another black king will be taken from the scene. Arnold faced backlash from his home country of Austria, which demanded, successfully, that his name be removed from a stadium that had borne his name since 1997. At William's funeral, his son said that he considered it his mission in life to teach Arnold about redemption, and to go on a worldwide campaign to show that redemption is real. William's childhood would prime almost any brain for violence: a mother who worked constantly, a father who abandoned the family, a neighborhood that equated fear with power. We've discussed how early life adversity, what we have called ACEs, adverse childhood experiences, alters the developing brain. It changes how the brain responds to threat and processes judgment, and how dopamine fuels reward learning. In simple terms, it wires you to see the world as a war zone and yourself as a soldier with no exit. Nobody chooses their neurodevelopmental context. William's criminal behavior, while horrifying, came from a brain shaped by stress, deprivation, and survival reflexes. And yet, years later, that same brain learned to reflect, to change. If his biology made him violent, it also made him capable of redemption. But we only believe in the first part of that sentence. We don't yet believe in the second. While Williams had staunch defenders, like his editor, family, and many Austrians, there were also people who wrote off his redemption as being crocodile tears. Most models of justice assume the worst thing you've ever done is the truest thing about you. They carve identity into stone and call it truth. Williams was executed because the system refused to admit that he had changed. The system is designed to be allergic to forgiveness and asks only one question: does he deserve to die? But if we are going to be honest, we have to ask different questions, like, did he have any real choice when he committed those crimes? Reform, then, isn't just about better policies or softer language. It's about a complete epistemological shift in how we understand behavior. It's about realizing that free will is a lot thinner than we think. That agency is distributed unevenly across class, childhood, and neurochemistry. And it's about creating a justice system that doesn't ask, how bad was the act? But rather, how did this brain get to this point? In order to make sure it never happens again. In an ideal world, reform would look very different. Our criminal justice system would no longer rely on outdated binaries like guilty or innocent, sane or insane. Instead, it would reflect what neuroscience already tells us, that human behavior is not always a matter of rational choice, but often shaped by brain chemistry, trauma, and developmental limitations. All serious cases would include standardized psychiatric evaluations, ensuring that mental illness is not overlooked or misrepresented. Courts would adopt a tiered model of intent in which they distinguished between actions driven by neurochemical compulsion, impaired judgment, or full premeditation. The legal definition of diminished capacity would expand, especially for juveniles, to reflect a more accurate understanding of brain development. Far from being disconnected by cognition, punishment would be guided by science, tailored to the individual and rooted in fairness. Someone like Andrea Yates, who was in the grip of postpartum psychosis, would never be sentenced to life in prison. Neither would a child suffering from early-onset schizophrenia be tried as an adult. Mental health care would also begin long before a child reaches a crisis point. Universal screenings would be a routine part of school life, just like vision or hearing tests. Teachers and school staff would be trained not just to notice red flags, but to act on them with the confidence that real help is available. Families would be encouraged to seek early intervention. Therapy would be accessible, affordable, and normalized. The goal would not be to wait until someone breaks, but to build systems that prevent the break from happening at all. Investing in childhood mental health would be understood not as charity, but as public safety. A child like Morgan Geyser, who began experiencing hallucinations in early childhood, and Andrea Yates, who showed clear signs of depression and suicidal ideation as a teenager, would have been identified early and connected to ongoing psychiatric support. In an ideal world, justice is measured not by how harshly we punish, but by how effectively we heal and prevent future harm. Rehabilitation, not retribution, becomes the guiding principle, especially in cases shaped by severe mental illness. Treatment centers focus on recovery. Judges and prosecutors receive training in neuroscience and trauma-informed care. The central questions shift from how long should they suffer to how can we make sure this never happens again? After the verdicts in the Slenderman case, the state did something it rarely does with such care. It stepped in not to punish Anissa Weier and Morgan Geyser, but to treat them. From 2017 onward, both girls were sent to Winnebago Mental Health Institute in Wisconsin, where they began long-term psychiatric treatment rather than incarceration. This was not a soft-hearted move. It was a recognition that their mental states, especially Morgan's schizophrenia, required structured clinical intervention. The aim wasn't vengeance, it was to heal, stabilize, and prevent future harm. But that did not mean automatic freedom. When Anissa petitioned for release in 2021 after years of treatment, she wasn't granted it overnight. She was placed under strict conditional release, GPS monitoring, mandatory therapy, and internet use, restricted to her father's home. In 2024, when Morgan made a similar request, it was denied. 2 court-appointed psychologists still found her to be a potential danger. One even revealed that she had, at one point, admitted to faking symptoms in fear of being returned to her father. The state's decision was clinical, cautious, and, most importantly, evidence-based. Of course, we could ask why it took a tragedy to get either of these girls the care they needed. The red flags were there. The isolation, the hallucinations, the obsession with dark fantasy. These were not invisible children. But while early intervention failed, the post-crisis response was a model of what responsible justice can look like. Instead of locking them away and throwing away the key, the state tried to understand who they were, what shaped them, and whether they could return to society without posing a threat. The way Wisconsin handled this case, with its focus on long-term treatment, clinical oversight, and no rushed releases, should be a blueprint for how states respond to juvenile crime, especially when mental illness is involved. But it rarely is. While many cases still fall through the cracks, this one, at least, reminds us what is possible when we pause, assess, and treat children like the developing human beings they are. Of course, sometimes it is hard to decide if a prisoner has truly reformed and been rehabilitated. To Tookie Williams's supporters, the change of heart was evident. But not so much to the California governor, who ultimately had to decide whether to grant him clemency. In his rejection of William's plea for mercy from the death sentence, Arnold Schwarzenegger wrote, "Williams has written books that instruct readers to avoid the gang lifestyle and to stay out of prison." It is hard to assess the effect of such efforts in concrete terms, but the continued pervasiveness of gang violence leads one to question the efficacy of Williams' message. He went on to question the sincerity of Williams' rehabilitation. Is Williams's redemption complete and sincere, or is it just a hollow promise? Stanley Williams insists he is innocent, and that he will not and should not apologize or otherwise atone for the murders of the 4 victims in this case. Without an apology and atonement for these senseless and brutal killings, there can be no redemption. In this case, the one thing that would be the clearest indication of complete remorse and full redemption is the one thing Williams will not do. Finally, in an ideal world, communities recognize that preventing tragedy is not the job of one person or one institution, but a shared responsibility. Systems are designed to communicate across schools, clinics, and homes to take early signs seriously. This ensures that warning signs do not get lost in silence. Charles Whitman wrote, the night before his rampage, "I do not understand what compels me," and begged for an autopsy. Mental health teams would ideally intervene before the tipping point, not after. The system, in this ideal world, creates a structure where no single person is left to carry the weight of prevention alone. B. Deterrence and social protection. In 1595, the English pirate William Parker was caught looting Spanish ships and executed in Plymouth. But it wasn't the hanging that people came to see. It was what came after. His body was placed in a metal cage and hoisted over the harbor, suspended there for weeks, swaying with the wind. Sailors returning home would pass beneath his rotting corpse, eyes cast upward, as if judgment now hung from the sky. The message was clear. If you do what he did, you'll end up where he is, and we will all watch. That's where the story of deterrence begins, not in legislation or neuroscience, but in performance. The theory was simple: scare people straight. Make the price of wrongdoing so visually revolting, so viscerally unforgettable, that no rational person would dare follow in the same footsteps. So we built gallows and guillotines. We carved punishments into stone and held public executions like festivals. Then, when the Enlightenment came and the crowds got squeamish, we took the violence indoors and called it progress. And through it all, deterrence lived on, not because it worked, but because it made us feel safe. Or more accurately, it made us feel like we were doing something. The logic was rarely examined. We assumed that people commit crimes because they think they can get away with it. So if we increase the consequences, or increase the visibility of those consequences, crime will decrease. Remember the king's assassin in the introduction. Damien was tortured, quartered, and burnt for the failed attempt to kill the king. The idea was the same, as it had been for centuries. If you showed the public that you would not get away with your crime, you would be less likely to do it. And what better display to strike fear into a potential criminal than the sight of a dead man? But is fear a good teacher at all? A pivotal study by Imordino Yang and Damasio, 2007, found that the brain learns best when it feels emotionally safe. In threatening environments, the brain's fear center activates, diverting resources away from the reasoning and memory-saving part of the brain. For example, in classrooms where students fear humiliation or punishment, test performance and participation drop. Fear may enforce short-term obedience, but it blocks deep learning and creativity. So let's come back to the pirate in the cage. Did his body stop others from taking up piracy? Maybe for a moment, until the next hunger pang, and someone realized they were going to die either way and figured a little plunder wouldn't make much difference. The brain isn't waiting for Gallup polls when it decides to pull a trigger or swing a bat. It's operating in a soup of hormones, trauma flashbacks, and conditioning. These aren't things you can frighten out of a person with a gas chamber. If we truly want to protect society, not just symbolically, but materially, we have to stop broadcasting punishment and start designing systems that address the origins of harm, not just its aftermath. Because if we keep doing what we've always done, the only thing we'll achieve is our own ability to change. Until the 19th century, executions by hanging were held outdoors and drew large crowds, often becoming public rituals that included a formal march to the gallows, sermons, and final statements from the condemned. These events were not intended to be gruesome entertainment for a bloodthirsty audience. Rather, they resembled solemn religious ceremonies. Hanging Day served as a dramatic, community-wide expression of society's stance against crime. It acted as a symbolic reaffirmation of justice, highlighting the seriousness of the offense and its consequences. Although the person had already been sentenced in court weeks earlier, the execution was seen as a more public, collective act of condemnation, both of the individual and the crime itself. There is no modern equivalent to this kind of ritual. The entire event could last for hours. It began at the jail, where the condemned, sometimes dressed in special clothing, would begin the procession to the gallows. Accompanied by clergy, law enforcement, and sometimes soldiers, they would walk on a well-known route and timing. Crowds lined the path from the prison to the execution site, where an even larger gathering awaited. The sheriff would read the official death warrant aloud, occasionally offering remarks of his own. Ministers delivered sermons, and the condemned often gave a final speech. Hymns might be sung together with the crowd. In the final moments, a hood was placed over the prisoner's head, the noose adjusted, and the execution carried out. The entire process was deliberately public, visible, and symbolic. Today, executions take place behind closed doors, witnessed by only a select few, with minimal ceremony. While the act of execution has been removed from public sight, the issue of capital punishment has become highly visible. Death was formerly the routine penalty for even non-violent crimes like burglary and counterfeiting, and few saw the law as too harsh. But over the past 200 years, the death penalty has become one of the most fiercely contested topics in public discourse. Whether argued on philosophical, political, or economic grounds, the debate centers on a fundamental moral question. Are there crimes so severe or criminals so depraved that death is the only fitting punishment? Is it just for the state, on behalf of its citizens, to take a life? People have long debated the goals, procedures, and consequences of capital punishment. As annual executions in the United States near 100, and as death row populations swell in many states, promising a sharp rise in future executions, the debate continues to grow in both volume and emotional intensity. Over time, the discussion around capital punishment has shifted, changing in terms of the arguments for and against it, the kinds of crimes punishable by death, the methods and rituals of execution, and the broader way in which Americans interpret and experience the death penalty. Though Americans often take pride in their dedication to human rights, the United States stands nearly alone among Western nations in continuing to carry out executions. In some regions of the world, America's use of the death penalty is seen as incompatible with its professed human rights values. Capital punishment is meant in part to deter others from crime, yet it is carried out in seclusion. It is often defended as retribution, Yet every effort is made to ensure it causes minimal physical suffering. When the Enlightenment came and the crowds got squeamish, we took the violence indoors and called it progress. Of course, this model only works if people are rational, and as Robert Sapolsky would remind us, most behavior, especially violent or compulsive behavior, is nothing of the sort. If you've spent any time in a courtroom, a prison, or a functioning brain, you'll know that assumption doesn't always hold up. When Tookie Williams was sentenced to death, supporters of capital punishment argued that his execution would send a message, a warning to the next gang member. But the kids Williams reached, the ones who read his books, wrote to him, changed course because of him, weren't deterred by his death. They were influenced by his life. It wasn't the state's act of killing him that made them rethink their choices. It was his act of evolving. If deterrence through execution worked, America, the only developed nation still regularly executing people, should have the lowest murder rate in the industrialized world. We don't. In fact, states without the death penalty consistently have lower homicide rates than those that retain it. U.S. Representative Jack Miner shared the statistics in a House debate over a death penalty bill. He said, "The death penalty's not a deterrent. In fact, the figures would suggest it's just the opposite." A United Nations study in the 2000s reached the same conclusion. It is generally agreed that the data which now exist show no correlation between the existence of capital punishment and lower rates of capital crime. And here's the real kicker. Many of the people we execute didn't plan their crimes, or they were psychotic, or abused, or desperate, or all three. If deterrence theory relies on the assumption that a person has full access to logic, future forecasting, and impulse regulation, then we're executing people who, by definition, lack the very capacities deterrence is supposed to appeal to. When someone lashes out in rage, they're not weighing sentencing guidelines. When a traumatized teen breaks into a house, he's not running a cost-benefit analysis in the back of his mind. The prefrontal cortex, responsible for planning, inhibition, and foresight, everything you need to weigh the consequences of your actions, often isn't in the driver's seat during a crime. The amygdala, the limbic system, and stress hormones are your real suspects. In other words, deterrence assumes a kind of cognitive clarity that is neurobiologically rare in the exact moments it aims to influence. If you're looking for an argument that the death penalty deters crime, you'll find no shortage of spreadsheets and moral proclamations. But the deeper you go, the more one disturbing truth becomes impossible to ignore. The idea that killing people will scare others into being better is less about science and more about ritualized hope. Hope that the mere existence of a threat is enough to rewire someone's brain before it acts. Hope that fear can compete with compulsion, trauma, or untreated psychosis. It's a neat idea. But the brain doesn't operate on neat ideas. The death penalty is often justified on utilitarian grounds. Kill one, scare many. But we've already seen the science and proof of the contrary. Let's be blunt. The death penalty is not a public health tool. It's a cultural artifact. It tells us less about the criminal than it does about our need to see suffering packaged as justice. We crave narrative closure, not statistical efficacy. A body in a chamber makes us feel like something has been resolved, even if nothing has. Even if it hasn't prevented the next crime or fixed the original wound. So when we say the death penalty is about deterrence, we should ask, for whom? The person who was already too fractured to be reached by reason? The public who wants to sleep better at night? Or ourselves, because we'd rather see someone die than admit our systems failed to catch them sooner? Tookie Williams could have been a case study in real deterrence, not through fear, but through modeling, mentorship, and transformation. But we buried that version of deterrence with his body. And in doing so, we protected not society, but the story we tell ourselves, that death stops crime, that justice is an endpoint, and that we're still in control of something we barely understand. If we want real deterrence, and if we actually care about reducing harm, we don't need more executions. We need more mental health treatment, more trauma care, more early intervention in families at risk, more education, more support for brains in distress before they make irreversible decisions. See Justice and Closure for Victims. In 1824, a man named William Burke was hanged before a roaring crowd in Edinburgh. He was one half of the infamous duo Burke and Hare, who had murdered at least 16 people and sold their corpses to an anatomy professor for dissection. In those days, medical schools were starting to flourish, and there was a dearth of bodies to dissect and learn from. Demand for bodies was high, and there was a lot of money on the table. But most people worked as grave robbers, since a dead body wasn't considered property. Families of newly deceased loved ones placed slabs over graves and hired guards. But Burke and Hare found a different way to get corpses. Their journey into the world of body snatching began unintentionally. Hare was running a boarding house where one of his old pensioners died, leaving behind a debt. They sold the body to cover the debt, weighing down the coffin with stones to fool the authorities. By modern standards, they were paid over £500. Their buyer, a doctor, said he'd be happy to purchase any other bodies the two men wanted to get rid of. Murder was a more stable source of income than waiting for a tenant to die. They invented a method of killing their victims called burking. One of the men pinched them on the nose, and the other would lie on their stomachs to cause suffocation without leaving marks. They picked people who were alone, lured them to their boarding houses, plied them with drink, and killed them. Burke eventually took on tenants of his own, which ultimately led to his downfall. A tenant returned to the boarding house to retrieve some belongings and found the body of his last victim under a bed. Both criminals were caught, turned on each other, and were about to be let go due to lack of evidence until Hare was offered immunity to testify. The crowd that showed up to watch the execution numbered around 25,000. There were more medical students than tickets. Police had to be called in to control the crowd. After Burke was executed, his body was handed over to medical students and dissected in front of another crowd, this time in a university hall. His skin was later used to bind a book. Justice, people said, had been served. The public got its vengeance. The victims' families got their display. But no one pretended the violence reversed what had happened. The doctor's career was ruined, but Burke and Hare inspired more and more people to murder for profit. The problem was solved only when the government passed a new law allowing medical schools to have more access to bodies from prisons and workhouses. They also allowed the donation of bodies for science. And yet, the idea that justice equals closure continues to shape our understanding of crime to this day. We've moved the executions indoors, the dissection to forensics labs, but the emotional logic behind the spectacle hasn't changed. Someone has been hurt, and someone must be made to hurt back. But what if that equation doesn't actually work? If you ask victims what they want, they don't all say punishment. They say answers. They say acknowledgement. They say, "Don't let this happen again." And that's where things get complicated, because the way our justice system defines justice and the way trauma defines healing are often not the same thing. Historically, justice has been about moral balance. You did X, you deserve Y. Ancient codes like Hammurabi's didn't ask why someone committed harm. They only asked how to restore cosmic order, an eye for an eye, a death for a death. But as legal systems modernized, especially in Western democracies, justice began taking on more abstract qualities. due process, impartiality, evidence. The rituals became cleaner. The gallows were replaced by courtrooms. Still, for the victim, the basic emotional question remained. Am I being seen? Fast forward to today, and we find ourselves in an awkward middle ground. We still talk about closure as if it's a guaranteed deliverable, a product the courts are supposed to manufacture and hand to the grieving. But trauma doesn't operate on legal timelines. It doesn't fade neatly with sentencing. There is no fixed ratio of pain that cancels out pain. Here's where neuroscience kicks in. Studies have shown that watching an offender punished lights up the reward circuit in the brain. It literally feels good. For a moment. But like all dopamine hits, it's fleeting. The deeper systems involved in trauma, the amygdala, the hippocampus, the stress regulation networks, don't recalibrate just because someone else is behind bars. We are wired to crave punishment when we are hurt, but that craving is not the same thing as healing. And here's the hard part. Sometimes justice, as we've constructed it, makes healing harder. Victims are pulled into years-long legal processes that delay grief, require testimony, and reopen wounds. They're often told their pain matters, but only in specific formats, through impact statements, restitution hearings, supervised confrontations with the accused. The state takes over their story and then tries to hand it back in a verdict. So what would it look like to stop pretending justice always brings closure? It would mean designing systems that allow victims to tell their truth, not just what fits into the structure of legal admissibility. It would mean recognizing that justice isn't one size fits all. Some want to forgive. Some want to forget. Some want to scream. Some want the person who hurt them to suffer. Some just want someone to say, "Yes, this happened to you." And it mattered. It would also mean treating trauma the way we treat any other injury, with care, with long-term support, and with the understanding that healing is non-linear. We don't expect a broken leg to heal overnight just because the person who caused it said sorry or went to jail. Yet we often expect victims of violence to do just that. And most radically, it would mean shifting the goal of justice from punishment to prevention. Because the only real closure, if such a thing exists, is knowing that no one else will have to live through what you did. This requires looking upstream, at poverty, at mental illness, at structural inequality, at the failure to intervene when the red flags were flapping. In that sense, justice for the victim isn't just about the individual who committed harm. It's about the system that allowed the harm to happen in the first place, and whether we are willing to fix it. Which brings us to today. The concept of justice for victims has always lived in a strange emotional space between morality and mythology. Throughout history, justice has largely been a spectator sport. Ancient civilizations celebrated executions in the public square. Justice was symbolic, theatrical, and entirely unbothered by questions like, did this help the victim heal? Or, is this preventing future harm? The victim's pain became a launchpad for punishment, not a guide to healing. And historically, we designed justice systems not to fix what was broken, but to make sure that victims and bystanders felt like something had been done. The problem, as neuroscience now reminds us, is that our feelings don't always track with facts. This is where it gets uncomfortable. Then came the Enlightenment, and with it, the idea that justice should be rational. Thinkers like Beccaria and Bentham began questioning whether torture and execution really served the public good. They argued for proportionate punishment, legal consistency, and utility over spectacle. But even then, the victim's emotional recovery was not the focus. Justice was still about deterrence, still about control, just now in powdered wigs and Latin phrases. It wasn't until the late 20th century that the conversation began to shift. Victim rights movements emerged, demanding to be heard not just in court, but in the broader structure of justice itself. The Victim Impact Statement was born, and suddenly, victims had a voice in sentencing. This was progress, but it also created new tensions. Because here's the paradox: justice systems are built to ask who did what and how to punish them. Victims, meanwhile, want more than just that. They want answers. They want recognition. Sometimes they want transformation. And sometimes they just want to scream into the void. Morgan Geyser, currently serving a 40-year sentence at the Winnebago Mental Health Institute in Oshkosh, sent a letter to Peyton Leutner. In it, she wrote, "I wish I had words that could make everything better, but I don't. So all I can say is how sorry I am, and I can promise you not a day will go by that I don't regret what I did. Stay strong." Bella, in an interview, said that those words were just words on a piece of paper. Geyser's parents also apologized to Bella's parents. Bella's mother said she wasn't there yet when asked if she could forgive them. Bella's response to the girls' release was mostly one of indifference. "If they come near me, they're going right back in," she said. "It wouldn't change my life at all." But she slept with a pair of broken scissors next to her, just in case. Bella was older now and had achieved a 4.0 GPA at her school. She had come to accept all her scars as being part of her. She said she would probably initially thank Morgan. "Just because of what she did, I have the life I have now. I really, really like it. I wouldn't think that someone who went through what I did would ever say that. But that's truly how I feel. Without the whole situation, I wouldn't be who I am." In her mother's words, Bella was determined not to be defined by this event. The idea of justice for victims rests on two very old, very sticky assumptions. First, that the person who did harm acted out of deliberate, rational intent. Second, that punishing them will balance the scales, not just morally, but emotionally, psychologically, even biologically. But what happens when both those assumptions collapse? Andrea Yates's story became a symbol for moral outrage. News anchors used words like evil, selfish, and monster. Her first trial ended with a life sentence. It wasn't until later that her severe postpartum psychosis was recognized, not as a mitigating factor, but as the defining one. She wasn't hiding her actions, as she confessed within minutes. She simply didn't believe they were wrong. She thought she was saving her children from damnation. For many, her second verdict, not guilty by reason of insanity, felt like an injustice, a failure to honor the magnitude of what she had done. But ask yourself this: if someone's brain is fractured to the point where hallucinations replace reality, is punishment a meaningful form of justice? And more importantly, does it help the victim's family get closure? A study on college students revealed that forgiveness of self and situations mediated the relationship between adverse childhood experiences, ACEs, and depression, suggesting that forgiveness may help process trauma-related emotions. The benefit of forgiveness to promote emotional recovery and post-traumatic growth led to forgiveness-focused interventions, like the REACH forgiveness mode. A study with Colombian war survivors using a secular REACH forgiveness workbook reported improvements in forgiveness, spiritual growth, and sleep quality, indicating a pathway to closure through reduced emotional distress. And so we arrive at the reform that actually matters: a justice system that can distinguish between making victims feel heard and making them feel vengeful, and that offers real, therapeutic justice instead of theatrical justice. one that understands that trauma changes the brain and that healing is not linear or legal. It means moving from punishment to prevention, from verdicts to meaning, from asking, how do we make them pay, to asking, how do we make sure no one else pays this price again? D. Vengeance for emotional satisfaction. In 1258, Mongol invaders laid siege to Baghdad, then the intellectual heart of the Islamic world. When they finally breached the walls, they executed nearly every scholar, engineer, and physician they could find. Libraries were torched, canals were filled with corpses. But the Caliph, al-Mustasim, was saved for last, not out of mercy, but for theater. The Mongols believed that spilling royal blood on the earth brought bad luck. So they rolled the Caliph in a carpet and had horses trample him to death. It was precise, symbolic, unforgettable. And it wasn't about strategy. It wasn't even about deterrence. It was about making the survivors feel something. That someone had paid. That pain had been equalized. That vengeance had been served. Fast forward 8 centuries, and we are still doing the same thing, just with more paperwork. The idea that punishment can be emotionally satisfying, that it can restore balance, assert dominance, deliver closure, runs deep in the human psyche. So deep, in fact, that you can see it light up on a brain scan. Put someone in an MRI machine and show them a wrongdoer being punished, and you'll see activation in the nucleus accumbens, the same reward pathway that lights up for food, sex, and money. In other words, punishment feels good. It's not justice we crave. It's a chemical reward. This is what makes vengeance such a durable, dangerous idea. It doesn't need to work. It only needs to feel like it did. For most of human history, that was enough. Retribution was the law. In early tribal systems, if your cousin was killed, your family was expected to kill someone from the offender's family, not because it prevented further harm, but because it balanced the scales. Hammurabi's Code, one of the oldest legal systems we know, was explicitly retributive. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. There was no concern for root causes, no room for rehabilitation, just symmetry. But even back then, the seeds of doubt were already being planted. In ancient Greece, playwrights like Aeschylus told stories where cycles of vengeance spiraled into endless bloodshed. His trilogy, the Oresteia, ends with the goddess Athena replacing vendetta with a trial. It's a cultural pivot point. Justice moves from personal to institutional, from passion to process. Only, it never fully arrived. In the Oresteia, Athena intervenes not because she denies the pain or the rage. She intervenes because she knows the cycle is endless. Every act of vengeance becomes the next offense. Every punishment plants the seed for the next grievance. What she offers is not peace, but a mechanism. The trial. A place where arguments replace blood, where decisions are voted on instead of imposed by force. It's a breakthrough, but it's not a cure. Because what we still haven't solved is the craving, the neurological reflex that lights up when we see harm answered with harm, the primitive satisfaction that tells us the world makes sense again when someone else suffers for our suffering. It's not rational. It's dopaminergic. That's what makes it so dangerous. It gives us the illusion of balance without actually restoring anything. We tell victims they'll find closure when the verdict is read, when the sentence is carried out, when the body is buried. But closure isn't an endpoint. It's a story we use to keep grief from expanding past our ability to hold it, and punishment, even when justified, often complicates that story rather than resolving it. Aeschylus understood something that neuroscience now confirms. Cycles of revenge feel good, but they don't make us whole. They numb, they distract, they mimic control, but they don't undo trauma. They don't repair memory. They don't rebuild what was lost. What Athena offered was a beginning, a legal process to contain vengeance. But real justice, the kind that heals rather than merely satisfies, still eludes us, because it would require us to do the most difficult thing of all, to sit with the pain, without needing someone else to bleed for it. Now consider the Slender Man attackers. Two 12-year-old girls, one of whom had schizophrenia, the other caught in a delusional shared fantasy. They planned, stabbed, and nearly killed their friend. The world responded with shock, and then with punishment, tried as adults, sent to facilities that looked a lot like prisons, because their actions were monstrous, and we needed to feel that monsters were being contained. But if vengeance was the goal, it failed, because Morgan didn't even understand what she'd done. And Anissa's greatest fear wasn't being locked up, but losing her only friend. What was satisfied here? Whose pain was balanced? This brings us to a deeper biological question. Why does vengeance feel good in the first place? Why does punishing someone light up the reward system? The answer lies in evolution. For early human tribes, retribution had survival value. If you let a wrong go unanswered, you were inviting more harm. But if you retaliated loudly and violently, you deterred future threats. So natural selection favored brains that derived satisfaction from punishing cheaters. Those brains survived. And now, they're sitting on juries. But evolution doesn't care about fairness. It only cares about what worked. And in the modern world, the biology that once helped us survive can now trap us in cycles of harm. So what do? First, we tell the truth, that vengeance is a feeling, not a principle, that it's rooted in ancient wiring, not moral clarity, that if we want a justice system that actually works, we have to train ourselves to resist the brain's craving for retribution. We have to interrupt the reward loop. That means building systems based on prevention, not payback. On understanding, not outrage. Second, we replace the dopamine hit with something more durable. Safety, healing, transformation. We help victims rebuild, not through watching others suffer, but through witnessing change, truth-telling, accountability, and maybe eventually repair. Vengeance tells us that balance is restored when someone else bleeds. Justice says balance is restored when harm is understood, addressed, and prevented. That is not as emotionally satisfying. But it is what evolution should look like now. Where it leaves us. I know that most people reading this book will not encounter criminals on a day-to-day basis, or at least, I certainly hope so. But even if violent offenders remain distant from your personal experience, the lessons from these stories go beyond the realm of crime and punishment. The ideas we discuss here aren't exclusive to the courts of law. We may not feel the urge to kill someone, but we are often tempted to lash out, to raise our voices, or respond in other ways when we are hurt. Sometimes we find ourselves on the receiving end of unjustly cruel behavior. But if we know that extreme reactions are caused by biological and social factors, that provides us with the tools we need to respond wisely and de-escalate the situation. With all that we've discussed, I think one fairly obvious takeaway is that it's rather complicated to settle the question of guilt when we shift the justice system to reasonably account for biology, mental illness, and developmental limitations. We risk unsettling the very idea of moral responsibility. Neuroscience may reveal why someone acted, but how much explanation is enough to reduce blame? If someone's rational mind was never in control, can we still call their action a choice? A courtroom may not be equipped to navigate the difference between a malfunctioning brain and a dangerous person. A jury could be more persuaded by an MRI image than by expert testimony. Does that end in a justice system that is more visual than rational? And if science outpaces the law, does that make the system more humane or more unstable? Empathy for the defendant can easily begin to feel like a betrayal of victims, and the further we move from retribution, the more the public may question whether justice has been served at all. In community response models, everyone is accountable and given a great deal of power to catch warning signs. If we empower schools, doctors, or even algorithms to flag dangerous behavior, when does that become surveillance? If therapy is court-mandated, is it still therapeutic? There are live tensions between care and control, between vigilance and overreach. When responsibility is shared, it is also diluted. And in that gap, tragedies repeat. Early mental health intervention offers hope, but also opens the door to ethical and practical challenges. If we label children at risk in kindergarten, that could be a label for life. Would parents consent more readily if we framed prevention as crime control instead of compassion? Should all schools receive mental health support, or only those in high-risk areas? And what happens when teachers notice something but fail to act? We say, "No one saw it coming." But more often, many saw it, and no one was sure who should respond. I hope this book instills a deeper appreciation for the importance of empathy towards fellow human beings. Life is complex, and human behavior is often driven by factors far beyond our control that shape our choices in ways we barely recognize. We may like to believe that we are masters of our own decisions, but the truth is, free will operates within narrow margins. Everyone carries unseen burdens, and a small act of kindness may mean more than we can ever imagine. When we recognize that we are all, in many ways, products of circumstances beyond our choosing, it becomes easier to replace judgment with empathy and respond to others not with condemnation, but with understanding. About the author. Sachin NG is a best-selling author, entrepreneur, and speaker whose work explores the intersections of storytelling, human behavior, and decision-making. His writing blends personal insight with narrative clarity to examine how people navigate love, ambition, identity, and moral conflict. An engineer and MBA by training, Sachin later studied improv at UCB, New York. He has spoken at TEDx events, international conferences, and leading universities. He currently divides his time between New York and Mumbai, where he continues to write and engage with audiences across mediums. His latest book, Killers Next Door, investigates how manipulation, trauma, and moral pressure can lead ordinary people to commit extraordinary crimes. Drawing from true events, philosophical inquiry, and behavioral science, Sachin unpacks the psychological gray zones between choice and circumstance, raising uncomfortable questions about guilt, free will, and justice. Email sachin@grapevinebooks.com. Instagram/Twitter @GargSachin.